Chapter 30-87. In the Southern Territory, outside the Orthodoxy Palace, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi came through the space array. As soon as they stepped out, Yang Kai destroyed the result of their hard work. In any case, they were going to redecorate the Orthodoxy Hall, so there was no need for them to stay. Not long after, they entered Orthodoxy Temple together. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and noticed that there were many people moving about inside Orthodoxy Temple, numbering at least 1,000. These people had been sent by Hua Qingxi to assist the Southern Gate Army in surveying the terrain of Orthodoxy Temple and to assist him in arranging the spirit array. At this moment, the South Gate Army was floating in midair, constantly looking left and right, gesturing with their hands, and muttering something under their breath. They were extremely focused. Sensing that someone was approaching, he turned his head and immediately greeted with a solemn expression, "Palace Master." Head Chief Yang Kai nodded and stood beside him. Looking down at the scenery below, he asked, "How's the situation?" The South Gate Army asked, "What is Palace Master referring to?" Yang Kai asked, "How long will it take to set up the array?" The Southern Gate Army pondered for a moment before replying, "The Orthodoxy Temple's spirit array is already quite good, so there is no need to completely change it. Give me another month, and I should be able to support the spirit array. At that time, I just need to carefully repair it, and it should be completed within half a year." This is your forte. I'll need you to put in a lot of effort. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell the head chief. Dajuan of the South Gate grinned. If it weren't for head chief support, I wouldn't have been able to guarantee this. He was now the chief array master of the High Heaven Palace. When it came to setting up arrays, Hua Qingxi would fulfill all of his requests. If he wanted people and materials, he would give them. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to set up an array of a top sect? Back then, he had traveled through the Northern Territory. Although his reputation was great, he was still a loner. There were many things that he didn't have the ability to do. However, now that he had the entire High Heaven Palace as his backing, there were only arrays that he couldn't think of in this world. There was no array that he couldn't set up. Suddenly, he felt that this was not bad. Nothing could make him happier than being able to fulfill his ambitions at will. After staying in the High Heaven Palace for so many years, he had finally calmed down. Now, even if Yang Kai wanted to drive him away, he would have to think it over carefully. After all, without the support of the High Heaven Palace, he, as an array master, couldn't make bricks without straw. Although joining another sect was a way out, which sect could give him as much support as the High Heaven Palace? Not only him, but Hoyu as well. In the beginning, when Hoyu was caught by Yang Kai, he tried to escape several times. But as time passed, didn't his temperament gradually settle down? It was only because everyone in Towering Palace was polite to them, and they gave them enough respect and authority. They also fully supported them so that they could build their own achievements in their respective fields. Where else could they find such a good master? Whether it was him or Hoyu, they both found a group of disciples in the High Heaven Palace and prepared to nurture them well, to see who was qualified to inherit their legacy. With this layer of relationship, they were even closer to the High Heaven Palace. Now, in the High Heaven Palace, there were 3 special spirit peaks: Elixir Peak, Weapon Peak, and Array Peak, which could be said to be full of talents. Including the guys from Chinya Peak, who studied the path of puppetry, the High Heaven Palace disciples had too many choices in the future. Not liking cultivation? It didn't matter. Alchemy, weapon forging, array formations, puppetry. There would always be one that suits them. After saying a few more words of encouragement to the South Gate Army, Yang Kai left alone. There were many forbidden areas in the Orthodoxy Palace, but the most heavily guarded area was where the astral winds were. This place was guarded by layers of arrays, and if anyone trespassed without permission, they would either die or be injured. However, as soon as the Southern Gate Army arrived, they broke through most of the spirit arrays here. Now, The forbidden area was unimpeded. Yong Kai was amazed by this sight as he walked. Although he had long heard of the astral winds, this was the first time he had seen it. The forbidden area was located in a long canyon, and as far as the eye could see, it was a gray world, and there seemed to be no end to it. Around the canyon, the wind whistled, and just by hearing it, one could tell that it was extremely terrifying. The surrounding cliffs were full of marks, as if they had been cut by swords and sabers. Those marks were not left by swords and sabers, but by the astral winds. Yong Kai narrowed his eyes and looked around for a while. When he probed with his divine sense, he could not help but feel as if there were swords and sabers on his body. The astral winds that were everywhere seemed to be able to cut his divine sense into pieces. Fortunately, his divine sense was strong. Otherwise, he might have been injured. Without hesitation, he stepped into the canyon. When Yong Kai took a step forward, it was as if he had entered another world. The air around him began to flow rapidly, rolling up bursts of wind. This invisible breeze seemed to have transformed into a sharp weapon, cutting into Yong Kai's body over and over again. The clothes on his body did not have the slightest protection, and even Yong Kai's protective Emperor Qi was ignored. The omnipresent astral winds directly passed through his Emperor Qi and acted on Yong Kai's skin and flesh. This discovery surprised him, and he thought to himself that it was no wonder this damned place could temper one's body. As strong as he was, his protective Emperor Qi was useless here, let alone others. If he wanted to survive, he could only rely on his physical strength to resist. Yong Kai did not know where the astral winds in this canyon came from, but they seemed to be constantly growing. Yong Kai's physical body was so strong that he was naturally not afraid of the weak cuts, and he walked step by step against the astral winds. As he walked further and further, the astral winds grew stronger and stronger. On the cliffs around the canyon, holes of various sizes appeared one after another. The large holes were large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people, while the small holes could only accommodate 1 person. Yong Kai estimated that these holes were left behind by the disciples of Orthodoxy Temple. When one came here to cultivate, they would always encounter danger. Once they felt that they could not hold on any longer, they could hide in a nearby hole to heal. The deeper he went, the stronger the astral winds became, but Yong Kai did not feel them at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. This was a good place, a good place. With this foundation in High Heaven Palace, it would be easy for the disciples to temper their bodies in the future. All they needed to do was cultivate here for a while, and the strength of their bodies would increase. With a strong physical body, it would be convenient to do anything, and could even affect the success of future cultivation. The canyon was very long. Yong Kai walked for a full hour but still could not see the end. However, the astral winds here were already causing him to feel pain on his skin. Occasionally, they would cut some small wounds on his body, but these wounds would heal in an instant, smoothing out in front of his powerful recovery ability. Suddenly, a burst of suppressed roars came from up ahead. Yong Kai listened for a moment, smiled slightly, and then tapped his feet, increasing his speed by quite a bit. Not long after, a giant figure appeared in front of him. It was around 78 feet long and 50 to 60 feet tall. Lightning flashed all over its body, and it exuded an extremely fierce and terrifying aura. At first glance, this behemoth looked like a rhinoceros with a single sharp horn on its head. It shook its head and wagged its tail constantly as the astral winds swirled around it. Its huge body was constantly bleeding, but it did not retreat. Instead, it continued to roar, its voice shaking the surroundings. Huff, huff, huff. As if it sensed someone approaching, the behemoth turned its head, its 2 eyes the size of iron pots filled with blood-red light. When their eyes met, Yong Kai gently nodded and flashed into a nearby pit. Strangely enough, as soon as he entered, the omnipresent astral winds all around disappeared. A moment later, a burly figure flashed in. It was Shilei. With an embarrassed expression, he said, "Master, why are you here?" It was indeed embarrassing to accidentally let Yang Kai see his true form. Although he was born in the monster clan, he rarely showed his true form since he transformed, except when he was in a stalemate with the enemy and had to fight desperately. Although he was not fighting with anyone just now, he was trying his best to resist the destruction of the astral winds, so his image was quite embarrassing. Naturally, Shilei did not want to be seen by others. "I came to see what the astral winds are like." Yang Kai smiled slightly and gestured with his hand. Shilei immediately sat down cross-legged in front of him and shook his head. "This place is good, Master. It was a very wise decision to want this base." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Monster King also thinks this place is good." Shilei said, "Of course, if you give me some time, my physical body can be improved to a higher level." Yang Kai nodded. "It's really good that it works on Monster King." Shilei laughed, "But it's still quite dangerous here. If you don't have enough strength, you'll be courting death." As he spoke, he was shocked. He suddenly remembered that Yang Kai was clearly standing not far from him just now, but he looked calm and relaxed. How could he be in such a sorry state? Only then did he understand that Yang Kai's physical fitness was much stronger than his. This made Shilei feel a little discouraged. He was the Monster King of the ancient land. In terms of strength, he was in the top 3 among the 30 or 20 Monster Kings. How could his physical body be inferior to a human? The reason why Ing Fei, Xia Wuwei followed Yang Kai's lead was naturally because he was a descendant of Tianxing. They hoped that Yang Kai had a good relationship with the descendant of Tianxing and could be close to him when the blood door opened again. But as they got to know each other better, the 3 Monster Kings realized that Yang Kai was not an ordinary First Order or Second Order Emperor Realm Master. If they really fought, they might not be his match. Not to mention that he had even subdued a dragon girl. Every time they thought of this, the 3 Monster Kings were convinced. Yang Kai nodded. "Since this place is useful to Monster King, then Monster King can cultivate here with peace of mind. You can also guard this place while you're at it." Shilei smiled. "That's exactly what I wanted." Yang Kai changed the topic. "Speaking of which, among the 32 Monster Kings of the ancient land, I'm only familiar with the 3 of you. I wonder what the temperament of the other Monster Kings are like." Shilei rubbed his chin. "Those guys, anyway, they're not easy to deal with. Take Big Bear, for example. He looks like a simple-minded guy, but he's full of evil tricks. He's insidious. He looked like he had suffered a big loss at Big Bear's hands and was full of resentment. Suddenly, he smiled wretchedly, but those female Monster Kings are very tasty, especially that Hu Fei. It's said that she has the bloodline of the 9-tailed fox. TSK, tisk." He shuddered and said seriously, "Master has to be careful when you meet this dragon lady. Don't fall for her tricks. Her charm is unparalleled in this world." Chapter 3288. An hour later, Yang Kai walked out of the pit and continued forward. Shilei stood behind and watched quietly until Yang Kai's figure disappeared before he sighed. In this canyon, the deeper one went, the greater the pressure one would have to endure. This place was already the limit of what Shilei could reach. Otherwise, it would not have been able to temper him. If he went any further, he would not be able to bear it. But Yang Kai, on the other hand, was actually strolling leisurely, leaving him in the dust. How heaven-defying is this body? Shilei looked up at the sky and sighed. He was upset. He was a demon king, but he was actually inferior to a human. He made up his mind and roared angrily. He rushed out of the pit and revealed his huge true body. He continued to receive the baptism and tempering of the astral winds. In the depths of the canyon, Kai Yang's body was constantly bleeding. There was not a single place on his body that was unscathed, but his wounds were quickly healed by his powerful restorative abilities. This cycle of healing was of some help to him, but the results were minimal. As he went deeper, there were no more pits in the surrounding cliffs. He estimated that no one had ever reached such a deep place since the establishment of Orthodoxy Temple, so it was impossible for there to be a pit here. After walking forward for another incense stick's worth of time, he had reached the end of the canyon. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation of space force appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he looked up. 1,000 meters away, in the air at the end of the canyon, there was a void crack more than 100 meters long, like a scar between heaven and earth that would never heal. From the void crack, terrifying astral winds constantly blew out, pushing forward along the canyon. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Only now did he understand where the astral winds in this canyon came from. It turned out that they were blowing out from the void crack. Heaven and earth had their own principles and could repair themselves. For example, when Yang Kai tore through space, it would not take long for the torn space to be restored to its original state under the effect of the world principles. However, this spatial crack in front of him had existed for an unknown number of years, and he did not know where it connected to. Astral winds continuously gushed out from it, and even the laws of heaven and earth were unable to repair it in time, allowing this spatial crack to be maintained for a long time. This scene made Yang Kai click his tongue in wonder, and a feeling of eagerness gushed out from the depths of his heart. He really wanted to know where the spatial crack connected to, and why there had been astral winds for so many years. He acted as soon as he thought of it, with the fluctuation of the spatial laws. He arrived in front of the spatial crack in a flash and plunged into it without hesitation. After 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai rushed out in a panic, his entire body turning into a bloody gourd. Only after retreating several thousand meters did he manage to shake off the sense of crisis he felt. Looking back at the spatial crack, he felt a lingering fear mixed with inexplicable excitement. When he rushed into the spatial crack just now, he discovered that he had arrived at a void crack, but this void crack was filled with a massive amount of astral winds, the power of which was not something the canyon could compare to. As soon as he came into contact with the astral winds, he was injured. If he had not withdrawn decisively, he would have been reduced to a skeleton by the astral winds. At that time, no matter how powerful his physical body was, he would have died on the spot. Although it was just a glimpse, Yang Kai felt an unusual aura from the void crack. It was an aura capable of destroying all things and seemed to be the source of the astral winds. Orthodoxy Temple had been around for tens of thousands of years, and since its establishment, the astral winds had already existed, constantly blowing across the canyon's forbidden area. However, everything had a source, and the astral winds were no exception. It was impossible for them to remain unchanged for tens of thousands of years, and the source was hidden in that crack in the void. It was a pity that Kai Yang didn't even know what it was, let alone take it out of it. However, it was undeniable that it was definitely an incredible item. Perhaps it was a treasure that even great emperors would be wary of. Yang Kai's heart stirred, but after carefully weighing his current strength, he had no choice but to turn around and leave. Currently, he was not strong enough to take out this treasure for himself. Perhaps he would have to wait until his cultivation soared. Not long after, Yang Kai returned to Shi Lei's cultivation room. When the two met face to face, Shi Lei was shocked. "Master, what happened to you?" Yang Kai's appearance at this moment was quite disheveled. His golden blood had dried up as if he had been covered in a layer of gold, and even his aura was somewhat weak. It was obvious he had been injured. Yang Kai sniffed and said, "There was an accident. It's too dangerous inside, so Monster King, please be careful." Saying so, he dove into a nearby pit to adjust his breathing. Shi Lei's expression was dignified, but he didn't suspect anything. Even Yang Kai had suffered such a big loss inside, let alone him. With this warning, he wouldn't dare to go too deep in the future. Half a day later, Yang Kai walked out of the pit, changed into a clean set of clothes, and then said goodbye to Shi Lei and left the Forbidden Canyon. He met up with Hua Qingxi and the Southgate Army again, and chose a suitable place in the Orthodoxy Palace to arrange a space array. The Southgate Army enthusiastically helped him, even putting aside their own matters. The reason why the Southgate Army stayed in the High Heaven Palace was because they had seen Yang Kai's magical method of arranging space arrays and wanted to stay and learn a thing or two. Unfortunately, although he had mastered the basic method of arranging space arrays and could arrange a decent space array, it was all in shape and had no effect of passing through the void. After many years of painstaking study, he discovered that he had fallen into a big hole. Only by being proficient in space principles could he arrange a space array with its proper charm and display its effects. However, this didn't prevent him from learning other things. In this world, the grand Tao of array formations could be understood everywhere. For an array formation grandmaster like the Southgate Army, he could draw inferences and draw some useful experience and information from it. With his help, arranging the space array was extremely simple and easy because this place would be the High Heaven Palace's branch in the Southern Territory in the future, and 50,000 disciples would migrate here, so a small space array would definitely not work. Yang Kai spent a lot of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades to arrange the largest space array possible, which could transport up to 100 people at a time. By the time they were done, a day had passed. Yang Kai made some adjustments to the space array here, connecting it with other space arrays, then bid farewell to Hua Qingxi and the Southgate Army. By the time Yang Kai reappeared, he was already in the ancient, desolate lands. Walking out of the small treehouse, Yang Kai went to visit the elder and the wood spirit matriarch, Muna, to thank them for their assistance last time. At the same time, he also brought them many gifts. During the battle at the Orthodoxy Temple, the Stone Mongoose clan had contributed a lot. It was them who first opened a gap in the demonic chi when the situation was unfavorable, controlling the demons who had been possessed by the demonic chi. At the last moment, the wood spirit matriarch used her clan's secret technique to suppress the demonic chi in the tens of thousands of demons, creating a large space for Yang Kai to use her exorcism technique and save the many elites in the Southern Territory. The two clans were both clans that stood aloof from worldly affairs. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's request, they probably wouldn't have left the place where they had lived for generations and participated in so many disputes. Yang Kai would naturally remember this favor in his heart. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai returned to the topic at hand. Elder, you are very knowledgeable, so I would like to ask you about someone. The elder smiled slightly and said, I've just lived a bit longer. May I ask who you want to ask about? Elder, have you heard of the name Xinyushu? Yang Kai naturally didn't come to the ancient desolate land specifically to inquire about Xinyushu's background. He just happened to come along. Although he didn't think Xinyushu was an evil person, there was nothing wrong with being careful. After all, Xinyushu had promised him some things, so it would be easier for him to cooperate with her in the future if he knew more about her. The Stone Mongoose clan had a long lifespan, especially the elder, who could be said to be a know-it-all in the star boundary, so Yang Kai naturally had to consult him. Xinyushu? The elder repeated before slowly shaking his head. I haven't heard of her before. Elder hasn't heard of her before? Yang Kai was stunned. The elder said, This is a very special name. If I had heard of her before, I would have naturally remembered her. I don't know what is so special about her that you care so much about her. Yang Kai sighed. It's like this. He then briefly described what he saw in the Rakshasa sect, but didn't mention Xinyushu's promise to him. Even so, the elder and Muna were stunned. The elder was shocked. There is actually such a person in this world. Muna also covered her mouth with her hand as she exclaimed in amazement. living for tens of thousands of years in the cracks of space by herself. How astonishing is that? She paused for a moment before continuing. She's so pitiful, Yang Kai nodded. I was also shocked, so I came to ask Elder. The elder shook his head. I really haven't heard of this person before. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light. Elder, do you mean that her origin is a bit strange? The elder said, That's not the case. Although I have lived for a long time, I don't know everything. Especially tens of thousands of years ago, my stone mongoose clan began to live in seclusion in the ancient lands. I don't know much about the War of the Great Tao. I only heard a few rumors occasionally, and I don't even know who was involved at that time. But since she mentioned the names of several great emperors one after another, her identity can't be fake. She might really be someone from that period. But in your opinion, is she good or evil? Ooh. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't feel any malice. The elder smiled. Then it's nothing. She has been trapped for tens of thousands of years. How much cultivation can she have left? Even if she is an evil person, she is still not one of the great emperors. If she really dares to go out and do evil, there will be people to deal with her. Yang Kai nodded. I chose to bring her out because of this consideration. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to do this. I must ask around first. Chapter 3289. After bidding farewell to the stone mongoose elder and Muna, Yang Kai went straight to the Wanfeng's palace. Outside of the Phoenix Palace, the two monster commanders guarding the palace looked majestic and murderous. Suddenly, a figure flashed and landed in front of them. One of the monster commanders saw this and shouted, "What?" But before he could finish his words, he swallowed them back down because he saw Yang Kai's face clearly. Yang Kai's name was widely known in the ancient lands, not to mention the Monster King. Even the monster commanders, and monster soldiers under the Monster King's command were well known. Yang Kai had barged into the Phoenix Palace several times, but the Wanfeng didn't dare to do anything to him. Who in the Phoenix Palace didn't know this fiend? When the Sacred Senior came back last time, she gave a strict order to kill Yang Kai without mercy. If anything happened to him, she would take care of it. That was her order. But how could the monster commanders dare to do so? Not to mention whether they were a match for Yang Kai. Even if they could, they wouldn't dare to do so. As such, when they saw Yang Kai walk straight over, the two monster commanders guarding the gate automatically ignored the order to kill without mercy and instead put on a smile and cupped their fists in greeting. So, it is Senior Yang. Would the Wanfeng be angered to death by this scene? Yang Kai nodded and crossed his hands behind his back, calmly walking past the two monster commanders. If this scene had been seen by someone who didn't know what was going on, they would have thought Yang Kai was simply returning home. The monster commander who spoke first saw that the situation was not good and quickly followed him. He nodded and bowed. Master, what brings you here? As he spoke, he signaled the other monster commander with his eyes, telling him to quickly inform the Sacred Senior. The main reason was that every time Yang Kai came to the ancient land, he would go straight to Feng Luo Palace. As long as he came to Feng Luo Palace, nothing good would come out of it. The Lord's anger had not subsided yet, and now Yang Kai was here again. Who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? Yang Kai was not afraid of the Lord, but it did not mean that they were not. If the Lord was angry, they would be the ones to suffer. Do I need to tell you? Yang Kai gave him a sideways glance and reached out to push him to the side. Long Rang strode forward, and the demon commander staggered, but he didn't have any temper. He could only follow behind Yang Kai in an attempt to stop him. But how could he stop them? Yang Kai was enraged, so he grabbed it and threw it out. A group of maids came towards them. Their eyes widened as they looked at them, and then they scattered with a loud bang. They fled in such a panic that they didn't know where to go. Yang Kai touched his nose and said with a dark face, "What is the meaning of this?" He turned his head and looked around, but there was no one around. He sneered and said, "Madame Feng, I am here to see you." His voice was loud and clear, and it spread throughout the entire Feng Luo Palace. As long as one was not deaf, they would definitely hear it. However, the Wan Feng obviously did not want to see him, so there was no reaction at all. Yang Kai snorted, and his eyes turned. He released his divine sense and scanned around. Then his body flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already in a courtyard. In the courtyard, a beautiful little girl was doing something. Suddenly, she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a smile, and she could not help but be surprised. After taking a closer look, the little girl said, "Ah, I recognize you." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I also recognize you, little girl. We meet again." The little girl in front of him was none other than the Wan Feng's daughter. When Yang Kai first entered the star boundary, he fled from Blue Feather Sect to Maplewood City. On his way there, he happened to encounter the little Wan Feng being surrounded. It was at that time that he truly witnessed the power of a divine spirit. It was also at that time that he saw the Wan Feng's true body for the first time, leaving an indelible impression on him. But he never would have thought that he would have such a deep relationship with the Wan Feng Luo Palace. Even now, he was on equal footing with the Wan Feng Luo Palace. It had been several dozen years, but the little Wan Feng had not grown up at all. This was not because she was malnourished, but because she was a legitimate divine spirit. Her growth period was extremely long. In fact, Yang Kai had always been curious about who the little Wan Feng's father was. He had never heard of the Wan Feng having a lover. So the question was, where did the little Wan Feng come from? She couldn't have jumped out of a rock, right? "Your name is Tian Long, right?" Yang Kai asked with a harmless smile on his face. The little Wan Feng nodded and pointed at Yang Kai. "You are Yang Kai, the worst person in the world." The smile on Yang Kai's face instantly stiffened, and his expression twitched. "Who told you this?" "Nonsense." "Mother said so," the little Wan Feng replied innocently. Yang Kai angrily said, "She's talking nonsense. How could I be the worst person in the world?" The little Wan Feng tilted her head and looked at him, giggling. "Mother told me to beat you when I grow up. Are you very strong?" Yang Kai took a deep breath. A child's words carry no harm. But Wan Feng, just you wait. Forcing a smile, he said, "When you grow up, you will know whether I am strong or not." Suddenly changing the topic, he asked, "Are you playing alone?" The little Wan Feng rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "You want to play with me? Then you better be careful. I will set fire to you." Yang Kai said in surprise, "That won't do. I will be burned to death by you." "Ha ha ha." The little Wan Feng laughed and held her stomach. "The way you lie is really interesting." Yang Kai's brow twitched as he thought to himself that he was really stupid. The little Wan Feng looked like a little girl, but in fact, she had lived for at least a few dozen years. How could he possibly treat her with common sense? Using the same methods he used on ordinary children to deal with her was simply asking for humiliation. He gently nodded. "Tian Long, you are born noble and your future is limitless, but after all, you are still a child. A child needs a playmate. Do you want me to find you a playmate? She can play with you, and you won't be so lonely in the future." The little Wan Feng raised her chin and said arrogantly, "That depends on whether she has the qualifications or not." Yang Kai faintly smiled. "How about a fire phoenix?" The little Wan Feng was surprised, but she immediately said with a smile, "You are bluffing. Where can you find a fire phoenix to accompany me?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I am not bluffing. There is a fire phoenix in my high heaven palace, and she is about the same age as you, and is also a little girl. I believe that you two should have a lot of common interests. After all, you two can be considered to be from the same family." "Really?" The little Wan Feng had an expression of interest. "It can't be any more real." The little Wan Feng seriously thought for a moment, pursed her lips, and said, I know what you are thinking, but if what you said is true, then I won't be angry with you, whether it is true or not. You will know when you go to the High Heaven Palace with me. Yang Kai said earnestly, My High Heaven Palace has a lot of fun things. The little Wan Fong humphed, I am not that playful. But she hesitated. Obviously, the fire phoenix that Yang Kai mentioned was very attractive to her. Enough! A cold voice sounded. The little Wan Fong raised her head and rushed over with a smile, hugging the thigh of a beautiful woman dressed in a palace dress. She raised her head and called out, Mother! The Wan Feng's face was so cold that it was almost scraped off a layer of frost. She patted the little Wan Feng's head and looked at Yang Kai with disdain. Do you have any shame to lay your hands on a child? Yang Kai faintly smiled. Madame Fong, I didn't do anything to Tian Long. I just thought that she had a miserable childhood and wanted to find a playmate for her. He then looked at the little Wan Fong and said, You can ask your mother if what I said is true or false. As expected, Tian Long opened her mouth and asked, Mother, he said that he has a fire phoenix that is about the same age as me. Is it true? The Wan Fong couldn't help but get angry. This person is full of nonsense. How can you believe him? Yang Kai's face darkened. Madam, I can't pretend that I didn't hear that. You know the truth. It's not like you didn't see it last time. Not only you, the Monster King, Brother Fan, and Brother Tsang Dog have also seen it. You can teach the child, but why do you have to slander me? The Wan Fong gritted her teeth. You asked for it. Yang Kai said, If not, how can I see you? I'm afraid that you won't see me this time, right? The Wan Fong was angry. Do you think that a woman like me is easy to bully? Is that why you come to my Fong Luo Palace every time? Yang Kai was surprised. Madam, what do you mean? I just feel that I feel like old friends with you at first sight. That's all. The Wan Fong was angry. Who would feel like old friends with you at first sight? You should go and find Fan Song Dog and Fan Song Dog. She was furious. Yang Kai had come to ancient lands several times, and each time he went straight to Fong Luo Palace. She had never seen him go to Fan Song Dog and Fan Song Dog's territory. Yang Kai sighed. My heart shines on the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Sigh. Ew. The Wan Fong only responded with 2 words. Ha ha. Yang Kai's face became serious. Madam, don't be angry. It won't be good if you hurt your body. The Wan Fong was angry. It's none of your business. She was a holy spirit and a woman, but she was provoked to swear. It showed how bad her mood was. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. I'll go and have some tea. We can talk about other things after you calm down. Get lost as far as you can. Fong Luo Palace doesn't welcome you. The Wan Fong left with Tian Long after saying that. Yang Kai was embarrassed, but he didn't say it out loud. The Wan Fong was on the verge of exploding. If he provoked her again, he was afraid that the loss would outweigh the gain. When a woman was angry, she was unreasonable. So, Yang Kai decided to wait until she calmed down. Because of this, Yang Kai decided to stay in Fong Luo Palace, shamelessly staying here. No one greeted him. The maids and guards in Fong Luo Palace stayed far away from him, treating him as if he was invisible. However, he didn't feel it at all. He found a room to meditate and wait. After a few days, the Wan Fong was still nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. He would come out for a walk occasionally, as if this place was his home. The Wan Fong naturally couldn't ignore him. She sent people to watch him every day. When she learned about this, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Chapter 3290. Don't you have anything else to do? After a full month, Wan Fong finally met with Yang Kai in the guest hall. She coldly asked, I heard that you have a high heaven palace in the Northern Territory. Why are you here in the ancient wildlands instead of guarding your own territory? Yang Kai grinned. Everything is normal over there. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not. Wan Fong asked, what about the Southern Territory? What happened in the Southern Territory last time is clearly related to something big. Even the demon dwellers appeared. Perhaps there is some kind of conspiracy brewing. Don't you want to know the truth? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. My roots are in the Northern Territory. The Southern Territory's matter is just a coincidence. No matter what kind of conspiracy there is, even if the sky falls, there will be a tall person to hold it up. I am not in a hurry. Wan Fong looked at him angrily. Speak, what do you want? Drink tea, drink tea. Yang Kai raised his teacup and gestured. Wan Fong snorted, Speak. I don't have time to waste with you. Yang Kai took a sip of tea and put down the teacup with an awkward expression. Since Lady Fong insists, this Yang won't hide it anymore. Wan Fong sneered again and again, wanting to curse him for being so shameless, but considering her identity, she refrained from doing so. She had never seen such a shameless person before, and she doubted that Yang Kai's skin was thick enough to defend against her own divine ability. Yang Kai's expression became serious. This time, I only have one thing to ask of Lady Fong. If you have something to say, then say it quickly. Wan Fong closed her eyes and waited for him to open his mouth. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and would spit out the world, extinguishing black flames. Borrow people. Yang Kai spat out 2 words. Borrow what people? How many people? Wan Fong narrowed her eyes. Yang Kai casually said, If I want to borrow, I want to borrow the Monster King. I don't need many, just give me 3. You have 3 Saint Venerables, so each of you can give me 1 person. This isn't too much, right? Ha ha. Wan Fong laughed. Yang Kai seriously asked, Lady, why are you laughing? Wan Fong said, If I don't laugh, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and kill you. Although her expression was smiling, her tone was cold. Yang Kai nodded. Asterisk pung. Asterisk. Wan Fong smashed the table next to her with her palm, splashing tea everywhere, as she clenched her teeth and shouted, Yang Kai, don't go too far. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want in the ancient lands just because you have the support of a descendant of Tianxing? Yang Kai to Wan Fong, Wan, she said. You still dare to say no? The Wan Fong was furious. If that wasn't the case, you wouldn't have dared to look down on me and my ancient lands. The ancient lands have always been a forbidden area for humans, yet you can come and go as you please. You even left a space array here. That's fine, but you dare to enter my Phoenix Gathering Palace as you please? Do you still have this queen in your eyes? Yang Kai lowered his head and allowed her to vent her anger for a while. When her anger subsided, he smiled and said, Lady is too serious. I really didn't mean that. I respect Lady very much. Wan Fong sneered. Do you think I'll believe you? Yang Kai solemnly said, What I said is the truth. Saying so, he patted his chest as if he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Wan Fong heaved up and down. She wanted nothing more than to slap Yang Kai to death. But if she could, she wouldn't be so angry. She said that Yang Kai had the support of a Heaven's Punisher descendant because she was angry. In fact, she knew that even without the Heaven's Punisher descendant, she couldn't do anything to him. After meeting Ying Fei and the others last time, Wan Fong heard some shocking news. Yang Kai actually had an unclear relationship with a pure dragoness. Moreover, he seemed to have gone to Dragon Island and returned unscathed. She didn't know what happened on Dragon Island, but she couldn't underestimate him just based on this point. She snorted and flicked her sleeve. No matter how eloquent you are, don't think you can get away with this queen this time. Yang Kai bitterly said, Madam, you don't have to be so ruthless. I just want to borrow 3 Monster Kings. There are still 29 Monster Kings in the ancient land. Even if you give me 3 more, there will still be 26. It's just a small matter to you. It won't shake the foundation of your rule. Wan Fong was so angry that she laughed. You have the nerve to ask for 3 more? I already lent you 3 last time. What do you think a Monster King is? My ancient land is so big, and there are only 32 Monster King in total. You want 3 more? How much wealth does the ancient land have for you to take? I won't lend you any more. Yong Kai cupped his hands and said, This is the last time. This is definitely the last time. If I have any ideas about Monster King in the future, I will be a dog. Wan Fong looked at him with a disbelieving expression and suddenly said, This queen is curious. Why do you want 3 more Monster Kings? With Shi Lei and the others guarding your high heaven palace, isn't that enough? Yong Kai sighed. Of course, the high heaven palace alone is enough. But Madam also knows about the matter of the Orthodoxy Temple. This Yang is not talented, but has already taken the Orthodoxy Temple from the Southern Territory and is preparing to set it up as a branch of the High Heaven Palace. And so I still need other powerhouses to guard it and maintain stability. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to disturb Madam. Wan Fong was surprised. You also took the Orthodoxy Temple? Did Star Soul Palace actually agree? Yong Kai smiled. It's just a piece of land without an owner. Why would Star Soul Palace be reluctant to part with it? Wan Fong nodded. Boy, your ambition is not small. You are developing well in the Northern Territory, and now you want to reach out to the Southern Territory. Yong Kai said with a bitter expression, I had no choice. This was the truth. There were too many disciples in the High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set his sights on the Orthodoxy Temple. However, seeing that Wan Feng's tone showed signs of loosening, Yong Kai hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. That's how it is, madam. Please help me. I only need 3 Monster Kings. Wan Fong said lightly, This queen already said, don't even think about getting your way this time. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. For you, the ancient land has already yielded time and time again. So don't push your luck. Feeling her determination, Yong Kai frowned. You really won't lend it to me? Wan Fong coldly said. There are some words I don't want to say twice. Yong Kai nodded. Since Madam says so, I won't insist. Wan Fong was speechless. She didn't expect Yong Kai to admit defeat so easily. Before she could rejoice, Yong Kai asked, By the way, Madam, may I ask which Monster King submitted to the Northern Saint Shihua? You're asking this. Wan Fong suddenly realized something halfway through her words. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink as she gritted her teeth. Yong Kai grinned and stretched out his hand to release the embodiment. The embodiment also cooperated very well and assumed a domineering pose, looking very majestic. Yong Kai pointed at it and smiled at Wan Fong. Although Shihua died back then, his successor is now here, intending to take over the Northern Barren Land. Madam, please inform Brother Fan Wu and Brother Tsang Go. Also, tell the Northern Monster Kings and Monster Commanders to quickly return and report. The embodiment grinned at Wan Fong, causing her face to darken. She gritted her teeth and said, So that's what you're planning. Yong Kai sighed. I have no other choice. Please forgive me, madam. Wan Fong raised her chin and said, So what? Do you think ancient land will have a place for him after he refined Shihua's origin? Yong Kai, don't be so naive. If they backed down this time, ancient land would no longer have the confidence and strength to resist Yong Kai in the future. This was because ancient land's perseverance and defense had been destroyed by Yong Kai time and time again. Yong Kai said indifferently, This king is very grateful to ancient land and the 3 saint sovereigns for the matter of Orthodoxy Temple. This king is also willing to maintain a good cooperative relationship with the 3 saint sovereigns, but if Madam really insists on stopping me, then don't blame this king for not taking into account our old friendship. People strive to climb higher. Who wants to flow lower? I want to know if the 29 Monster Kings will still wholeheartedly serve you after learning that the 3 saint sovereigns are obstructing their future. Wan Fong was furious, and her beautiful face turned pale. Do you have any conscience? How dare you threaten me? Yong Kai said, Madam, I only want the 3 monster kings to stay in the Southern Territory. This is not too much of a request, right? Wan Fong was silent. Her eyes kept moving between Yong Kai and the Avatar. She was also miserable in her heart. She knew that she couldn't stop this no matter what. Yong Kai first threw out the successor of Shihua, then he would have the righteous reason to occupy the Northern Territory. At that time, he would summon the 8 monster kings back, and Wan Fong and the others wouldn't be able to stop him. Moreover, for the monster kings, being able to follow Yong Kai was definitely a good thing for their future. If the saint sovereigns insisted on stopping them, they would definitely be dissatisfied, and it would be very disadvantageous for ancient land. Seeing the change in her expression, Yong Kai knew that the goal of this trip was basically achieved. He said with a smile, "Madam, there is something I don't know if I should say." Wan Fong said angrily, "You have always liked to go against me. Is there anything you don't dare to say in front of me?" Yong Kai coughed lightly. "It seems that Madam has a deep misunderstanding of me. Fine, time will reveal a person's heart. Let's not talk about me for the time being. Let's talk about little Tianlong." Wan Feng's face suddenly turned cold, and a murderous intent filled the air. "If you dare to have any ideas about Tianlong, I will not rest until you are dead." She could compromise on anything, but when it came to her daughter, it was her reverse scale. Yong Kai mentioning little Wan Feng's name at this time undoubtedly touched her sensitive nerve. Yong Kai raised his hand and said, "Madam, I am afraid that you have misunderstood. I don't want to do anything to Tianlong. No matter how despicable and shameless I am, I will not do anything to a child. I just feel that although she is your daughter, it is unknown whether she can inherit everything from you in the future. It is said that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, but there are always exceptions to everything, right?" Wan Fong said proudly, "How can this queen's daughter be lacking?" Yong Kai nodded and said, "Fine, even if little Tianlong can inherit everything from Madam and promote Wan Feng's name. So what? Does Madam not want little Tianlong to improve on your foundation?" Chapter 3291. As soon as this statement came out, the Wan Feng's expression froze. "What do you mean?" Yong Kai calmly explained. "As Madam just said, I have a descendant of Tianxing behind me. I'm sure I don't need to repeat what Tianxing did in the past. Inside the Celestial Punishment Palace, I'm afraid there are countless Holy Spirit sources. If not for this, why would the monster kings of the ancient lands be so respectful to me and even grant me my every request? Isn't it all because they want a chance to become a Holy Spirit in the future? You're a freeloader, yet you have the nerve to make such a big fuss." The Wan Fong showed a look of disdain. Yong Kai turned a deaf ear to this and continued, "This king is also a man of great fortune. Years ago, I accidentally took in a girl who turned out to be a descendant of Tianxing. Moreover, her bloodline also magically awakened. It's not that I want to brag, but my Ruo, she listens to everything I say. When she comes out of seclusion, I'm sure she won't refuse if I have a request." "What does this have to do with Tianlong?" The Wan Fong frowned. Yong Kai showed a faint smile. "Madam is a Wan Fong. Although you belong to the Phoenix clan, as far as I know, it's only a side branch, right? Compared to the orthodox Phoenix clan, there is still a gap. Tianxing killed countless holy spirits in the past, including the dragons and phoenixes. Don't tell me the Holy Spirit sources aren't inside the Celestial Punishment Palace?" With that said, Yong Kai didn't say anything else. Under the cover of picking up the teacup, he quietly observed the Wan Feng's expression. Sure enough, her expression kept changing. He knew she wouldn't be able to refuse this temptation no matter what. Sure enough, after a while, the Wan Fong finally spoke. "Do you have the confidence to let Tianlong into the Celestial Punishment Palace?" Yong Kai immediately answered, Even if I give up this old face, Ruo, she will definitely agree. The Wanfeng took a deep breath and gently nodded. Boy, the reason why this queen doesn't want to let you become a monster king is not because of selfishness. After all, you are a human. If you have too many monster kings under you, then you will be accused of colluding with the monster race. It's not good for you. Yang Kai, this king appreciates Madam's kindness, but without strength, everything else is just empty talk. The Wanfeng's eyes flashed. Fan Hua and Song Hound might not agree. Yang Kai grinned. With Madam here, how could they not give me face? I know that although Fan Hua has always been in charge of the few holy venerables in the ancient land, in terms of strength, Madam is the leader. Don't flatter me. The Wanfeng stood up, turned around, and walked out. Where is Madam going? Yang Kai looked at her graceful back and asked, Just wait. I'll give you an answer within 5 days. With her words, Yang Kai knew that there was no problem. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, Thank you, Madam, for your help. In the end, his efforts were not in vain. Moreover, Yang Kai also knew that since he had opened a gap with the Wanfeng this time, if he had any requests for the ancient land in the future, they would not refuse. On the other hand, if he failed this time, he could forget about getting any benefits from the ancient land in the future. His mood was very good. He turned around and returned to his room to wait. In Fanhua Palace, Songhound rushed over after receiving the news. The 3 holy venerables gathered, and their expressions were not good. He's gone too far. Last time, we went to help him. Who would have thought that this brat would come after us so quickly? He actually wants 3 monster kings. Why doesn't he just die? Songhound was furious. He looked like he was going to fight Yang Kai to the death right now. Fan Hua sighed. We've been seeking fortune and avoiding disaster in the ancient land for so many years. Who would have thought that we would end up in the hands of a brat? The heavens are unfair. Songhound's eyes flashed coldly. Why don't we go and kill him now to avoid trouble in the future? The Wanfeng glanced at him and said, Aren't you afraid that the descendant of Tianxing will come after you after he comes out? Songhound's momentum weakened. He mumbled a few words with a resentful expression. As a holy spirit, mentioning the name Tianxing was like a mouse hearing a cat. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Fan Hua said solemnly, Moreover, I'm afraid that he won't be killed so easily now. When Yang Kai first came to the ancient land, he displayed extremely terrifying combat strength. At that time, he was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. In the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. With his talent, he was definitely more powerful than before. Not to mention, he was proficient in space principles. If Fan Hua didn't confine heaven and earth in advance to prevent him from escaping, he wasn't confident that he could take him down. And once they went against him, the consequences weren't something they could bear. Songhound said, Then what should we do? Are we going to let him eat us? Fan Hua turned to look at the Wanfeng and asked, Madam Feng, what did you talk about with him? The Wanfeng lowered her eyes and said, I also tried my best to refuse, but he shamelessly brought the stone mongoose who had refined the stone fire source here. He said that he wanted the stone mongoose to live in the wild north and inherit the position of Northern Holy Master. He also threatened to spread the news to all the monster kings. This mistress had no other choice. Despicable. The Song dog was furious. Fan Hua's eyes flashed. He keenly felt that the Wanfeng seemed to be hiding something, but he didn't ask because he knew that he wouldn't get an answer even if he asked. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, It seems that we can't stop him. The Wanfeng hesitated for a moment and said, Although we can't stop him, it doesn't mean that we can't trip him up. Fan Hua looked at her and asked, What do you mean? The Wanfeng pursed her lips and smiled. As you two know, he has a wife called Shan Qingluo. She inherited a divine spirit source and turned into a monster cultivator. She is now cultivating in my ancient land. Fan Hua and the Tsang dog nodded gently. They had naturally heard about this. Shan Qing Luo was personally sent back by Ying Fei. The news had spread throughout the ancient land, so there was no danger in the ancient land. It was only because the ancient land's environment was suitable for her that she chose to cultivate here. The Tsang dog's eyes lit up. Does Madam mean that we should take action against Shan Qing Luo? The Wanfeng shook her head and said, there's no need for that. I have met that woman and she is not bad. She seems to have inherited the heavenly moon demon spider source. In time, she will become a powerful member of my monster race. Since she is one of us, why should we deal with her? The Tsang dog said, since we don't want to deal with her, why mention her? The Wanfeng pursed her lips and smiled. That little brat looks like a dog, but he is a womanizer. Do you know that he has 4 wives? What's more, he has an ambiguous relationship with a woman from Ice Heart Valley and a dragon girl, if we count the descendants of Tianxing. The Tsang dog listened with fascination. Tsk, his luck with women is boundless. Fan Hua, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and said, having too many women is not necessarily a good thing. Wanfeng nodded, and his 4 wives are all acquaintances, and none of them are very strong. The woman from Ice Heart Valley seems to be only a second-order emperor realm master. We also met her in the past. She was that crazy woman, but I heard she's not crazy anymore. As for the remaining 2, one is a dragon girl, and the other is a descendant of Tianxing. No matter who they are, they will not submit to others. The Tsang dog said, if the 2 of them meet, the thought of it made him shudder. A dragon girl and a descendant of Tianxing were natural enemies. It would be fun to watch. However, no one knew when a descendant of Tianxing would come out of seclusion. The Wanfeng smiled and said, before that, we can add more wood to the fire. If he is troubled by a group of women, I am afraid he will not have time to care about the ancient lands. The Tsang dog asked, how do we add more wood to the fire? The Wanfeng pursed her lips and smiled. Isn't this a good opportunity? He wants 3 monster kings, so we will give him 3 monster kings. I just don't know if he will have such a good appetite. The Tsang dog was confused, but Fan Hua suddenly understood. He smiled and stroked his beard. Yes, Madame Feng is right. What are you talking about? Can you be more clear? The Tsang dog scratched his head. Fan Hua and the Wanfeng looked at each other and smiled. The 3 monster kings were soon assembled, one for each of the 3 saint masters. In Feng Luo Palace, Yang Kai stared at the 3 monster kings standing in front of him, dumbfounded. He did not know what to say for a moment. It was not that the 3 monster kings were weak. Each of the 32 monster kings of the ancient lands was an extremely powerful existence. The reason why Yang Kai was so speechless was because the 3 monster kings were all women. Moreover, each of them was more charming than the other. One of them was not unfamiliar. It was the flower demon Dumi, that he had seen in the Wanfeng's palace last time. This woman's ability to serve people was top-notch. Yang Kai had enjoyed it last time, and now she was looking at him tenderly. Next to Dumi was a beautiful woman. Her body was enchanting, and her expression was charming. Even the Shan Qing Luo could not compare to her. Her beautiful eyes were like 2 black holes that could swallow people's souls, making them unable to extricate themselves. Although she was standing there quietly, there was an indescribable charm lingering around her that made people reluctant to look away. Hu Fei? Yang Kai asked tentatively. The female monster king was startled for a moment, but then she smiled sweetly and said, I didn't expect Master to recognize me. Her voice was so enchanting that Kai Yang couldn't help but shiver when he heard it. He felt as if all the bones in his body had become much lighter. Worthy of the 9-tailed fox's bloodline, Every movement of hers was so enchanting that it made people unable to control themselves. Kai Yang could clearly feel a warm current surging in his lower abdomen. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. A few days ago, he had discussed the various monster kings with Shi Lei, and Shi Lei had mentioned Hu Fei. He did not expect the Wan Feng and the others to send this woman to his side. Turning his head to look at the Wan Feng, Yang Kai seemed to see the deep meaning in her eyes. He nodded and said, "The Monster King's name is like thunder to my ears." Hu Fei giggled and said, "It's just a little bit of a bad name that will dirty Master's ears." Yang Kai turned his head to look at the other female Monster King. He saw that this woman's temperament was different from Du Mi-er and Hu Fei's. She did not have Du Mi-er's weakness and Hu Fei's charm, but there was a trace of coldness to her. Her pupils were a strange vertical slit, which reminded Yang Kai of the word viper. However, this feeling of insidiousness not only did not make people afraid, but it also made people want to be a moth to a flame. It seemed that even if they were swallowed alive, they would be willing. Yang Kai's mind moved. Qi Lian. Chapter 3292. Qi Lian licked her scarlet lips as a strange light bloomed in her vertical pupils. Master is really knowledgeable. You even recognize this concubine? He. Yang Kai dryly laughed as he glanced at the three Monster King girls. The three women in front of him, each one more enchanting than the last, each one more revealing than the last. Their snow-white skin, their perfectly round and slender figures were all exposed to the air, but when they looked at Kai Yang without exception, it was as if they couldn't wait to swallow him whole. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he turned to Wan Feng, who was watching the show with a smile. "Madam, can I have a word with you?" Wan Feng rolled her eyes and walked to the side with him. "What do you want?" Yang Kai said in distress, "Madam, are you playing with me?" Wan Feng said with a fake smile, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai glanced to the side and said, "I want the three Monster King girls, but why did you send them to me?" Wan Feng asked, even though she knew the answer, "Are you not satisfied with them? The three of them are not weak among the 32 demon kings of the ancient land. They may not be as strong as Shi Lei in a head-on fight. But do you believe that if Shi Lei were to fight against the three of them, Shi Lei would be at a disadvantage?" "I believe, but this is too strange." Wan Feng's face turned cold. "What do you mean? I already called them here. Do you not want them? If you don't want them, you can tell them yourself, and see if they will let you go." Wan Feng was very happy in her heart. "Who told you to bully people with your power? Do you really think I can't teach you a lesson?" "Don't." Yang Kai cupped his hands. "Madam, please help me to the end. Can you give me three Monster King girls? If it were three ordinary demon monarchs, these three would be too dazzling. Not to mention others. Even he himself couldn't resist the temptation of these three female Monster King girls. If he really took them back, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause in the High Heaven Palace? How would the male disciples have the heart to cultivate?" Wan Feng looked at him and said, "You want three Monster King girls? I found them for you, and now you want three more? Don't you think you're going too far?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously and nodded a little. "Do you want them or not? If not, scram." Wan Feng coldly snorted. Yang Kai's mouth opened, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He turned to look at the three female Monster King girls and sighed. "Fine, I'll take them then." Wan Feng snorted. "You make it sound like you are suffering a loss." She paused for a moment and said, "I'll satisfy your request. Take them and scram. Don't come here again. When Tian Xing's descendant comes out of seclusion, I will send someone to inform you." She looked like she couldn't wait to drive them away. She was really afraid of Yang Kai. The sooner she sent him away, the better. Yang Kai didn't delay and cupped his hands. "My humble wife is in the ancient lands. I'll have to trouble you Saint Seniors to take care of her." He didn't look for Shan Qing Luo this time because he knew that Shan Qing Luo and the others were currently cultivating. Disturbing them wouldn't do them any good. I know. I promise I won't let her lose a single hair. Wan Feng impatiently waved her hand. After bidding farewell to Wan Feng, Yang Kai led the 3 female Monster King girls back to the stone mongoose's residence. Along the way, Yang Kai finally experienced the most difficult thing to accept. The 3 female Monster King girls were each more passionate than the other. Whether it was their words or actions, they were all seductive. This was especially true for Hu Fei, who had the 9-tailed fox bloodline. Her every movement and smile were filled with endless charm, making it hard for people to resist. Du Mi and Qi Lian were also not easy to deal with. One was gentle and sweet, while the other was cold and sinister. The 3 female Monster King girls had 3 different auras that intertwined with each other, making Yang Kai feel like he was in a trance. If he hadn't been controlling his heart, he would have probably found a place to have some fun. After returning to the stone mongoose's residence, the group of stone mongoose stared at the 3 female monsters with wide eyes. Then they glanced at Yang Kai and revealed an expression that all men would understand. Yang Kai felt very embarrassed from being stared at like this. This wasn't the situation he wanted. He came to the ancient lands this time just to get the 3 Monster Kings to guard the Orthodoxy Palace. He didn't expect to be able to bring the 3 Dragon Lady with him. Now that he thought about it, that lowly servant Wan Feng clearly didn't have good intentions. She probably wanted the 3 Dragon Lady to capture him and use him as an opening to do whatever she wanted. After returning to the Orthodoxy Palace in a sorry state under Hua Qingxi's dumbfounded gaze, he introduced the 3 female Monster Kings to her and told her to make arrangements according to the situation. Before leaving, Yang Kai's expression became serious. His gaze swept over the 3 Dragon Ladies' faces, and he said in a deep voice, "After I leave, you will listen to Manager Hua's arrangements. The human world is not the same as the ancient lands, nor is it as free as the ancient lands. Since you are in my territory, you must abide by the rules. If you make any mistakes, don't blame this king for being ruthless." Hu Fei smiled faintly. "Master, what are you saying? The 3 of us are very obedient." As she spoke, a faint charm bloomed. If it was any other man, they would have been immediately captivated and wouldn't be able to say a single harsh word. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was already prepared for this and intended to show off his strength. A golden vertical pupil appeared in his left eye, and a tidal wave of his divine sense transformed into a destructive force, crushing Hu Fei's invisible charm to nothing. Hu Fei's snow-white and flawless face changed slightly. She let out a muffled groan and became even paler. Du Mi and Qi Lian's eyes also flashed, a trace of surprise finally appearing in their watery eyes. At the same time, Yang Kai quietly urged the power of the golden divine dragon source. A faint dragon pressure spread out and enveloped the 3 Dragon Lady. He then stretched out a hand to touch Hu Fei's delicate face. Hu Fei's eyes widened in an instant as an incredible scene appeared in her field of vision. Yang Kai was clearly standing in front of her, but she felt as if she was looking at a giant dragon reaching out with its claws that could tear the world apart. In front of this dragon claw, any defense, she had seemed to be fragile and could be torn to pieces at any time. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, and the remaining blood on her face drained away in an instant. Feeling the change in Yang Kai's aura, Du Mi and Qi Lian also felt as if they were facing a great enemy. After what seemed like an instant, but also like a long time, the aura that made the 3 Dragon Lady feel oppressed suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai smiled and pinched Hu Fei's cheeks, feeling her soft and tender skin. "Be good. I won't forget to reward you later." The 3 Dragon Lady were dumbstruck and nodded obediently. Yang Kai put his fingertips to his nose and sniffed them, winked at Hu Fei, laughed, and turned to leave. Only when his back disappeared did Hu Fei and the others let out a heavy sigh of relief. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Previously, when they followed Yang Kai all the way here, they found that he was just like that, so they couldn't help but be a little presumptuous. But it wasn't until now that they realized how terrifying this man was. If they really made him angry, they were afraid that he really wouldn't show any mercy to them. The suffocating feeling just now was something that they had never felt even from the holy masters. Hua Qingxi watched all of this coldly from the sidelines, and only now did she speak. This queen is the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. How do I address you? Her voice pulled Hu Fei and the others back from their thoughts. Du Mi was the first to speak and reported her name. She didn't look down on her, just because she was stronger than Hua Qingxi. Instead, she acted very docile. Hua Qingxi noted them down one by one. She knew that Yang Kai had shown his power just now. Otherwise, she would have a headache facing these 3 female monster kings. The only people in the High Heaven Palace who were on equal footing with them were Ying Fei and the others. However, Ying Fei and the others were monster kings from the ancient lands, so they were definitely familiar with the 3 in front of them. Hua Qingxi couldn't use Ying Fei and the others to intimidate Hu Fei and the others, but now, with Yang Kai's remaining power to intimidate them, she could easily command them. She secretly made up her mind that if they didn't listen to her, she would ask Lu Yan to deal with them. Lu Yan was now the strongest person in the High Heaven Palace besides Yang Kai. Even the Monster King was no match for her. With the addition of the 3 Monster Kings, the Orthodoxy Temple finally had enough manpower. They just had to wait for the Southern Gate Army to finish setting up the sect protecting Array. Then they could prepare for the migration of the disciples. After leaving the Orthodoxy Temple, Yang Kai once again returned to the ancient lands. After leaving the Stone Mongoose clan's residence, he first went to the place where the Blood Door had appeared. He was no stranger to this place. Back then, he had fought with Shihua here and was almost crippled. In the end, Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline awakened, and she took Shihua's divine spirit source to resolve the crisis. Then, Zhang Ruoxi took Xiao Xiao into the Blood Door. The Blood Door disappeared, and there was no news of it to this day. There were monster commanders stationed near the Blood Door all year round. When Yang Kai came here, he was interrogated a lot, but after hearing his name, they all nodded and flattered him. After probing the void for a long time, Yang Kai was unable to sense the aura of the Blood Door, so he could only give up. The Blood Door was connected to another world. It was a world opened by Tianxing in the past. Inside, there was a Tianxing palace that stored many divine spirit sources from ancient times. Divine spirits were rare today, but in ancient times they were countless. These powerful divine spirits were born with great strength and were unscrupulous in their actions, tormenting all living beings. According to ancient records, Tianxing was born and went on a campaign. With a single Tianxing sword, he killed all the divine spirits in the world. Even dragons and phoenixes were not spared. This person, who was born with the fortune of heaven and earth, seemed to be the nemesis of all divine spirits. In the era when Tianxing was alive, all the divine spirits in the world were dormant, giving the human race space to develop steadily. The divine spirits that were killed by Tianxing all had their origin energy taken away and sealed in the Tianxing Palace. As a result, the number of divine spirits dwindled until there were barely any left. Although many demons had inherited the ancient bloodlines without the origin energy, they were unable to awaken the glory of their ancestors. Chapter 3293. 10 days later, Yang Kai emerged from the ancient lands. On the outskirts of the ancient lands, there was a dilapidated city where many cultivators stayed. Although the ancient wildlands had a fierce reputation because of the countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the special environment, many cultivators liked to venture inside. Over the years, a place for cultivator to rest, and rest appeared outside the ancient lands. This was the origin of Desolate City. Yong-kai had also been here before. It was here that he found a guide, Old Ban, and safely entered the ancient lands. It was because of Old Ban that he had a conflict with Yao Lin, the daughter of the great emperors of Serene Soul. Yao Lin might not be a bad person, but she had been spoiled since childhood and had a domineering and arrogant temper. She thought she was protected by a master and insisted on trespassing into the ancient lands, forcing Old Ban to lead the way. In the end, she was taught a lesson by Yong-kai. She was not convinced and later joined forces with Netherworld Sex Yin Lusheng to intercept him at the exit of the ancient lands passageway. In the end, she was killed by him. At the critical moment, the souls of the great emperors of Serene Soul descended, scaring Yong-kai away. Arriving at this dilapidated, desolate city, Yong-kai thought of Old Ban. Back then, Yong-kai was grateful for Old Ban's guidance. Seeing that he was alone with his granddaughter, Yong-kai took him to the Northern Territory and arranged for his granddaughter to enter Ice Heart Valley, while Old Ban found a job in one of the cities under Ice Heart Valley's jurisdiction. Yong-kai had not seen Old Ban's granddaughter for many years, but now that he thought about it, Old Ban's granddaughter should have grown up and was cultivating in Ice Heart Valley. Her future should not be too bad. Yong-kai did not stop at Desolate City, simply reminiscing about it for a while before leaving. Yong-kai's destination was Dragon Island. Shun Yuzhu's words made him feel a sense of urgency. Although the 10 great emperors were still alive, no one could say when they would be able to compete for the position of great emperors. If the time came and his cultivation was not enough, he would have nowhere to cry. Therefore, Yong-kai wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. It was always better to plan ahead than to cram for a rainy day. He had just broken through to the second-order emperor realm, so even if he cultivated in retreat, he would not be able to break through to the third order in a short time. However, breaking through the realm was not the only way to improve his strength. For Yong-kai, breaking through the dragon transformation secret and tempering his dragon bloodline body might be more effective than a simple breakthrough. In order to achieve this, going to Dragon Island was undoubtedly the best choice. What's more, Zhu Qing was still on Dragon Island. Last time, he went to the territory of the lower star plane through the passage Ryukong forcibly opened in the Dragon Temple. Yong-kai did not know what happened to Zhu Qing after that, nor did he know if Dragon Island was still making things difficult for Zhu Qing. He would not feel at ease if he did not go and take a look. If possible, it would be best to bring Zhu Qing out. If not, he would have to set up a space array on Dragon Island to connect to the High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to go back and forth. But before going to Dragon Island, he wanted to go to Spirit Beast Island. He had wanted to discuss the Tao of Space with Li Wu Yi for a long time. It was rare to find someone in this world who was as proficient in this mysterious power as he was. Moreover, Li Wu Yi was known as the #1 person below the great emperors. His attainments in the Tao of Space were probably higher than Yong-kai's, but Yong-kai did not have this qualification in the past. In terms of the cultivation of the Tao of Space, Yong-kai had always felt his way. If he could carefully discuss it with Li Wu, he might have unexpected gains. Fortunately, whether it was Dragon Island or Spirit Beast Island, they were all above the sea of the Eastern Territory. If the Serene Soul Palace was included, the entire Eastern Territory was definitely one of the top territories in the star boundary in terms of heritage and strength. Of course, these 3 forces were not monolithic. For example, the martial beast and the dragon race would not fight each other when they encountered each other. How could they possibly join forces? In Desolation City, A man looked in the direction of Yang Kai's departure with a hint of surprise on his face. After a while, he took out a jade slip and immersed his soul into it. After carefully examining it, a look of joy appeared on his face. Sure enough, it's him. Hurriedly putting away the jade slip, he took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. After a while, as if he had received instructions, he gritted his teeth and followed in the direction of Yang Kai's departure. But he was only a Tao Source realm cultivator. How could he keep up with Yang Kai's whereabouts? After leaving Desolation City, he had no idea where Yang Kai had gone. He wandered around like a headless fly for a while, a look of annoyance appearing on his face. After a while, a group of people flew over. The leader of the group, a young man, looked at the man with a gloomy face and asked, "Where is he?" The man said uneasily, reporting to Fort Master, "This subordinate doesn't know where he went. That person's cultivation is too high. He disappeared in the blink of an eye." The gloomy young man, called Fort Master, glanced at him coldly, causing cold sweat to appear on the man's forehead. He said in fear, "This subordinate is incompetent. Please forgive this subordinate, Fort Master." An old man next to him said, "Fort Master, that person was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Xiesan is only a second-order Tao Source Realm Master. It is a good thing that he can't keep up with him. If he really found out that someone was following him, I'm afraid he would be alerted." The gloomy young man's face relaxed a little when he heard this. He nodded and said, "What old man said is right." He then turned to the messenger and asked, "Did you see that person's appearance? Are you sure it's him?" The man said with a firm look, "I saw it clearly. It's definitely him. Back then, Fort Master gave us a jade slip with an image of that person. This subordinate has always carried it with him. I didn't pay attention to it before, but I suddenly noticed that he looked familiar. If Fort Master doesn't believe me, you can ask the others in the city. I'm sure I'm not the only one who saw him." The Fort Master said lightly, "I know you don't dare to speak carelessly. According to your observation, what is that person's cultivation?" The man pondered for a moment and said cautiously, "He should be stronger than Fort Master." The Fort Master narrowed his eyes. "Stronger than me? Isn't he at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master? Hateful." His face filled with resentment, as if he had some kind of deep hatred for Yang Kai. The old man who spoke before was slightly surprised. If this old master remembers correctly, that person broke through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, right? It's only been a few years, but he's already a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Such talent. After a pause, he cupped his fists and said, "Fort Master, this matter needs to be considered at length. If that boy is really a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Heavenchi Castle may not be able to provoke him. If Yang Kai was here, he would definitely remember the name Heavenchi Castle when he heard this. Heavenchi Castle was not a powerful force in the Eastern Territory. It could be considered a second or third-class force. The strongest person in the castle was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. It was almost the same as the previous Rakshasa sect, but slightly better than the Rakshasa sect, because it was not very strong. Heavenchi Castle sat on the border of the Eastern Territory. No one dared to compete with it, giving Heavenchi Castle space to develop steadily. The current Fort Master was the gloomy young man named Chi Hai. Yang Kai had dealt with him several times. In the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai revealed clues about the mountains and river's bell and the Phoenix True Fire. After that, Chi Hai invited him to the Eastern Territory's Heavenchi Castle as a guest because Chi Hai's woman trespassed into the ancient wild lands and was poisoned by one of the 10 great poisons, the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain. She was dying and urgently needed the Phoenix True Fire to prolong her life. The reason why Chi Hai took the risk to enter the Shattered Star Sea was to find the Phoenix True Fire, but unfortunately, Yang Kai beat him to it, so he could only set his eyes on Yang Kai. But for Yang Kai at that time, the Eastern Territory was very far away. How could he go to Heaven Chi Castle for no reason? He just casually dealt with it. Later, he really came to the Eastern Territory by chance. The moment he entered Barren City outside the Ancient Lands passageway, Chi Hai got the news. After all, Heaven Chi Castle was in charge of the border area, and the whole Barren City was under the Heaven Chi Castle's secret management. Chi Hai, as the young fort master, was very well informed. Then, Chi Hai arranged spies everywhere in the Ancient Lands passageway and waited for Yang Kai's arrival. Hard work paid off. One of the disciples of Heaven Chi Castle really waited for Yang Kai and conveyed Chi Hai's message. If the Phoenix True Fire was really with him at that time, Yang Kai might not mind helping Chi Hai. After all, it was just a small matter, and it did not cost much. But at that time, the Phoenix True Fire had been swallowed by Lu Yen and turned into a phoenix egg. Lu Yen himself was taken to Spiritual Beast Island by 9 Phoenix to pass on the inheritance of the Phoenix clan. How could Yang Kai help Chi Hai? In addition, the Phoenix True Fire was a big deal. Yang Kai felt unhappy that his whereabouts were being monitored, so he immediately refused. In his mind, if he was poisoned, he should detoxify it. Why was he staring at his Phoenix True Fire? What happened at that time was just a passing cloud, and Yang Kai had long forgotten it. But for Chi Hai, it was something that he could never forget. He was sure that the Phoenix True Fire was obtained by Yang Kai, and it would not take much effort to detoxify the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain poison. However, Yang Kai cruelly refused, which led to his lover's death. Since then, Chi Hai seemed to have changed into a different person. The image of the young fort master, who was originally as gentle as jade, changed greatly. He even spent a lot of money to join one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory, hoping that one day he would succeed in his cultivation and kill Yang Kai with his own hands to avenge his lover's death. In his mind, although it was the 10 extreme poisons that killed his partner, Yang Kai was also to blame. This time, when he learned that Yang Kai had appeared in Desolation City again, Chi Hai rushed over without stopping. Firstly, he wanted to take revenge. And secondly, he wanted to ask Yang Kai why he was so cold-blooded and heartless back then. The young fort master was now the fort master of Heaven Chi Castle, and his cultivation had reached the First Order Emperor realm. He thought that he had the qualifications to compete with Yang Kai. But now, after hearing the report from his subordinates, he knew that Yang Kai had once again surpassed him. He was afraid that he was no match for a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Heaven Chi Castle can't be provoked, but that doesn't mean that others can't. Chi Hai stared coldly into the distance. In the Eastern Territory, I'm not the only one who wants his life. If he dares to come here, he can forget about leaving alive. Sneering, he took out a jade slip and crushed it. A stream of light flashed and disappeared into the distance in an instant. The old man next to him couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Back then, the young fort lord and the fort lord in front of him were like 2 different people. Ever since that woman died and the young fort lord joined that sect, everything had changed. However, he couldn't say anything because it was Chi Hai's final wish to avenge his dead lover. If even this was taken away from him, Chi Hai would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 3294. There were 2 islands in the Eastern Sea, Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island. Both of them were ethereal and untraceable. If an ordinary person didn't have the opportunity, they wouldn't be able to find any clues even if they wandered around the sea for a lifetime. The world only thought that these 2 terrifying forces were really 2 islands, but Yang Kai knew that Dragon Island was actually a small world, and the entrance was hidden under the sea of a territory. If it wasn't for Li Jiao leading the way last time, he probably wouldn't have been able to find the entrance. The trip to Dragon Island was full of danger. Yong Kai didn't know what kind of treatment he would receive if he entered Dragon Island again. He might even be treated as an enemy, so he had to make a trip to Spirit Beast Island first. What made him speechless was that after passing by a few towns and inquiring a few times, no one knew where Spirit Beast Island was. All the way to the east, he didn't find anything until he reached the sea. There was a city by the sea, firmly guarding the thousands of miles of border. It was majestic and spectacular. The cultivator in the city came and went unceasingly. In a restaurant in the city, Yong Kai sat alone by the window sill on the third floor, drinking by himself. He couldn't help but worry about who he should find to inquire about Spirit Beast Island's location. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew over, and a person sat across from him. Kai Yong furrowed his brow and turned his head to look, only to see a smiling face appear in front of him. Her smile was like a flower, her skin was snow white, and her looks were outstanding. Impressively, she was an extremely beautiful woman. She wore a blue dress, which accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure, and her curves were full. Their eyes met, and Yong Kai's eyes lit up, revealing a smile. "You are, Brother Yong, you're really hard to find." The woman across from him smiled faintly. "Miss Lon He." Yong Kai finally remembered the name of the woman across from him, and unexpectedly, he was overjoyed to meet an old friend in a foreign land. He blurted out, "Why are you here?" Just as he spoke, he patted his head in annoyance. "That's right, you were originally in the Eastern Territory." Lon He, if she hadn't suddenly appeared in front of him, Yong Kai would have almost forgotten about this woman. In the Eastern Territory, he didn't know many people. Over the years, he had mainly been active in the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory. He had only interacted with some young talents from other territories in the Shattered Star Sea. Naturally, he had met Lon He in the Shattered Star Sea. This woman was from the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Back then, she had received some favors from Yong Kai in the Shattered Star Sea. The two of them had drifted into the void together, and it was Yong Kai who had sent her out. Otherwise, with her cultivation at that time, she would have definitely been lost in the void and would never have been able to find her way out. Later, Yong Kai had entrusted her to help inquire about another woman and, if possible, to take care of her. That woman was called Ling In Chin, and she had come out of the Solitary Void Sea's sealed world with Yong Kai. The Solitary Void Sea's sealed world was the damned place where Bing Yun had been trapped for many years. Ling In Chin and a man met and got to know each other inside, falling in love with each other. Unfortunately, her husband had died in an accident. That man was from the Eastern Territory's Heavenly Wolf Valley, which was the same force as Lon He. After Ling In Chin escaped from the Solitary Void Sea, she didn't go with Yong Kai and Bing Yun. Instead, she went to the Eastern Territory's Heavenly Wolf Valley to bury her husband's ashes. Many years had passed in the blink of an eye, and many details were vague to Yong Kai. However, Big Sister Ling In Chin was a warm-hearted person. Yong Kai and Lu Xianyun drifted into the Solitary Void Sea's sealed world, and the first person they met was Ling In Chin. At that time, Ling In Chin even gave him a high-grade spirit purifying array, which was an extremely generous gift for Ling In Chin back then. After coming out of the Solitary Void Sea, Yong Kai didn't see Ling In Chin again. After all, they were very far apart. Then he met Lon He from Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Shattered Star Sea and casually gave her a few words of advice. Now, he didn't know if Ling In Chin had gone to Heavenly Wolf Valley. Yong Kai didn't expect that he would have the chance to meet Lon He again in this big world. He smiled slightly and said, "It's really a small world. Miss Lon, it's been a long time." Unexpectedly, Lon He slowly shook her head and said, "I came here specifically to find you." "Specifically?" Yong Kai raised his eyebrows and was immediately stunned. "How did you know I was in the Eastern Territory?" Lon He said, "I occasionally heard some news and heard someone mention your name. I also heard someone say that you have been inquiring about Spirit Beast Island, so I guessed that you would come to the seaside, so I waited here. It seems that my guess wasn't wrong. You really came here. Yong Kai blinked. I occasionally heard some news, and my name? This is really interesting. I wonder where Miss Lon heard it from. There was a message in Lon He's words that Yong Kai couldn't help but pay attention to. He had come to the Eastern Territory, and someone was actually inquiring about him. Lon He looked at him snappily. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Yong Kai smiled and said, If I knew, why would I ask you? Lon He looked him up and down and nodded. Then let me ask you, do you know that you are in a very dangerous situation right now? Yong Kai asked curiously. My situation is very dangerous? What do you mean? Lon He sighed and said, I guess that you didn't know. Let's put it this way. Do you still remember Brahma Holy Land? After saying that, seeing Yong Kai's blank expression, she suddenly felt both angry and amused. You killed 2 of their holy sons in the Shattered Star Sea. Don't tell me that you have forgotten. One of them was called Zhang Hao, and the other was called Zhang Xian. They were brother, and also the 2 people that Brahma Holy Land had placed high hopes on. Yong Kai touched his chin and said, Well, now that you mention it, I seem to have some recollection of it. Lonnie couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Could it be that he didn't remember who he had killed? If Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian knew about this, wouldn't they be angered to death again? Yong Kai grinned and said, I killed too many people in the Shattered Star Sea. Who cares about Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian? This was the truth. There were many young men who had died at his hands in the Shattered Star Sea, and all of them had great backgrounds. Who would remember the names of the dead? After pondering for a moment, Yong Kai said, Does Miss Lon mean that Brahma Holy Land is looking for trouble with me? Lonnie said solemnly, It's not just Brahma Holy Land. Let me ask you, what kind of grudge do you have with the Netherworld sect? They have also taken action this time. Netherworld sect, TSK? Many years ago, In Lusheng ambushed him, Chiyu, and the others in the Starlight Corridor. Later, this guy made things difficult for Yong Kai at every turn. In the Shattered Star Sea, in order to inquire about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, Yong Kai made a deal with him and spared his dog life. It was from In Lusheng's mouth that Yong Kai went to the ancient wild lands. Later, In Lusheng calculated the timing and invited a second-order emperor realm master from the Netherworld sect to set up an ambush outside the ancient land's passageway. Among them was Yao Lin, the daughter of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, but Yong Kai broke the ambush and killed In Lusheng at that time. In Lusheng was the former sect master of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Wild Star. With his own ability, he broke through the shackles and entered the star boundary, where he was on par with the Netherworld sect in the star boundary. He had great expectations and was even personally accepted as a disciple by the Netherworld sect master. Fu Bo Yong Kai had killed In Lusheng and a second-order emperor realm master of the Netherworld sect, so the enmity between them was not small. Coupled with the destruction of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Wild Star, this enmity could almost be said to be irreconcilable. It was either you die or I die. Lan He smiled bitterly. Brother Yang, you are really something. Of the 3 top forces in the Eastern Territory, you actually provoked 2 of them. If an ordinary person provoked such an enemy, they would not dare to show up in the Eastern Territory. Yong Kai was not from the Eastern Territory, so although Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect had always wanted to find Yong Kai to take revenge, they had never had the chance. This time, he took the initiative to show up in the Eastern Territory. So how could these 2 forces hold back? If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find him again in the future. So, as soon as they received the news, the 2 great forces sent out almost all of their forces, determined to kill Yong Kai in the Eastern Territory to protect their reputation. Yong Kai grinned If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Of the 3 top forces in the Eastern Territory, I wonder who the other one is. Heavenly Wolf Valley? Lon, he shook her head. My Heavenly Wolf Valley only has 2 second-order Emperor Realm Masters. How can it be called a top force? The other one is Ahan Temple. After saying so, she looked at Yang Kai in horror. Don't tell me that Ahan Temple also has a grudge with you. I heard that Chi Gui is also looking for you everywhere. Yang Kai looked at her and said, Do I look like someone who likes to cause trouble? Also, who is Chi Gui? Lonnie couldn't help laughing. Chi Gui isn't a ghost. He's the most powerful rising star of Ahan Temple. He broke through to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea. You should have seen him before. He's a red-haired guy with a very violent personality. Yang Kai thought for a moment and vaguely remembered seeing such a person. His red hair was too obvious a feature, but he shook his head and said, I have no grudge with him. Lonnie said, Then he probably wants to spar with you. This guy is warlike by nature. In the past, he often fought with Yin Lusheng, Zhang Hao, and Zhang Xian. You killed these 3 people, so he has no opponent in the Eastern Territory. He probably wants to prove something to you. Yang Kai snorted. Then he has the wrong idea. Lonnie said, Let's not talk too much. Brother Yang, it is not good to stay here for a long time. The 2 top sects in the Eastern Territory have joined forces and have been inquiring about your whereabouts. Fortunately, you are not slow and did not stay anywhere for long, but the news of you entering this city will definitely spread. If you don't leave now, when those people come, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Yang Kai sighed and said, There is nothing to worry about in this world. Lon, he said angrily, What time is it now? Hurry up and come with me. Yang Kai asked curiously, Come with you? Where to? Lon, he said matter-of-factly, Heavenly Wolf Valley. Where else can we go? I'll take you back to lie low for a while. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, This Yang appreciates Miss Land's kindness, but your Heavenly Wolf Valley is making a living in the Eastern Territory. It is best not to cause trouble for yourself because of me. After all, those were 2 top forces, and Heavenly Wolf Valley absolutely could not resist them. After saying this, he frowned and turned his head to look to the side. His eyes met with a woman who had just walked up to the 3rd floor. The woman hurriedly looked away and went straight to another table to sit down. Chapter 3295. Yang Kai sighed. How's Sisterland's reputation in the Eastern Territories? Lon, he asked, What reputation? Do many people know you? Lon, he smiled modestly. Not many, but it should be quite a few. She was also famous in the Eastern Territory. Although she couldn't compare to Chi Gui, she was still one of the rising leaders. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been qualified to enter the Shattered Star Sea. In addition, Netherworld sects Yin, Lusheng, and Brahma, Holy Land's 2 holy sons were killed by Yang Kai, so she stood out even more. Now that she was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, many people naturally knew her. Then I'll have to trouble you. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. What trouble? Lon, he was puzzled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Nothing. He wasn't afraid of Netherworld sect or Brahma, Holy Land at all. It would be fine if they didn't come looking for trouble, but if they really dared to come looking for trouble, he would let them know what it meant to strike a stone with an egg. But now that Lon he had come to remind him out of goodwill in public, it was inevitable that some people would see it. Of course, he could leave directly, but Lonnie's actions had already set Heavenly Wolf Valley on fire. If others couldn't find him, they would probably go to Heavenly Wolf Valley to ask about it. At that time, Lonnie wouldn't have a good ending. Other people's good intentions. How could Yang Kai ignore them? But he couldn't say that his good intentions were doing bad things. He could only secretly think of a way to get Heavenly Wolf Valley out of this matter so that they wouldn't be implicated. Just as he was thinking about this, Lonnie said, Brother Yang, Aren't you inquiring about Spirit Beast Island? Do you want to go to Spirit Beast Island? Yong Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Does Sister Lan know how to go there? Lan he pursed her lips and smiled. This matter is confidential. I don't know much, but Valley Master should know. Your Skywolf Valley has connections with the Spirit Beast Island? Lan he said, my Skywolf Valley's inheritance is related to the sacred spirit, Moonhowl, Heavenly Wolf. Early on, we used a secret technique to rear a descendant of the Moonhowl, Heavenly Wolf. Unfortunately, the bloodline is impure, and we are unable to see the glory of our ancestors. It's unknown how Spirit Beast Island received the news and sent a beast-seeking envoy over to take the descendant of the Moonhowl, Heavenly Wolf. Furthermore, he left behind a token to inform my Skywolf Valley that if we encounter any difficulties that we cannot overcome, we can bring the token to Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Sea to seek help. Keepsake. Yong Kai was all smiles when he heard this. It was truly a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. He had been wondering how he could make a trip to the Spirit Beast Island, but he didn't expect to hear about it from Lan He. Yong Kai reckoned that the so-called beast hunting envoy that she mentioned was the same as Elder Tao, whom he had met in the High Sky sect. The beast hunting envoy was ordered to search for all kinds of strange beasts and bring them back to Spirit Beast Island to cultivate. Even if there was a problem with the descendant of the Moonhowl, Heavenly Wolf, it was enough for the Spirit Beast Island to accept. Even if the Skywolf Valley couldn't cultivate it, it didn't mean that the Spirit Beast Island couldn't. However, the Spirit Beast Island obviously wasn't willing to take other people's things for free. That beast hunting envoy left behind a token as compensation. To the Skywolf Valley, this token from the Spirit Beast Island was probably the strongest foundation. With this token, even the top 3 factions in the Eastern Territory wouldn't dare to casually disturb them. Otherwise, if the Spirit Beast Island was implicated, the Brahma Holy Land, Netherworld sect, and so on would all be in serious trouble. Lan He smiled slightly and said, Now, Brother Young knows why I invited you to the Skywolf Valley to lie low for a while, right? I know that Brother Young is worried that I will bring trouble to the sect, but who in the Eastern Territory doesn't know that my Skywolf Valley is related to the Spirit Beast Island? Even if they know that you have gone to the Skywolf Valley, they can't do anything. Yong Kai nodded and said, I was thinking too much. In that case, this Yang thanks you in advance. Lonnie glanced at him and said, Brother Yang, you are treating me as an outsider. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the Shattered Star Sea. How could I be alive today? A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, not to mention a life-saving grace. Yong Kai said sternly, This Yang will remember Miss Lan's kindness. To be honest, what happened back then was nothing more than a slight effort. Lan He also wandered into the void crack because of him, and it didn't take much effort for him to send her out. After so many years, she specially came to find him and provided him with a place to lie low. She even didn't hesitate to bring trouble to the Skywolf Valley. This favor was indeed not small. However, Yong Kai's slight effort back then was indeed a life-saving grace for Lan He. This favor was really difficult to explain. Without hesitation, Yong Kai immediately threw down a few pieces of source crystals and walked out of the restaurant with Lan He. After he got up, the woman who just walked up quietly took out a communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it to communicate with someone. In the city, Yong Kai and Lan He walked side by side, heading out of the city. Lan He suddenly frowned and said, Brother Yang, your whereabouts have been exposed. Now, someone is following us. Yong Kai smiled slightly and said, That depends on whether he can keep up or not. After a while, the two walked out of the city gate. Yong Kai apologized and suddenly reached out to grab Lan He's arm. When their limbs touched, Lan He's body trembled slightly, and a blush appeared on her face. The next moment, she felt her vision blur and the world spin. When she reappeared, she was already in another place. This was not the end. The same experience happened a few more times. After more than 10 times, Yang Kai let go of Lan He's arm and said with a smile, "Miss Lan, please lead the way." Lan He was still in a daze. She turned her head to look around, and then back at the road, but there was no trace of the city. When she thought of Yang Kai's attainments in the power of space, a terrifying thought appeared in her mind. Space divine technique, instant movement. Because of Li Wui, the people of the Eastern Territory had some understanding of the power of space. They knew that Li Wui could ignore the obstruction of space and instantly move from one place to another. This magical space divine technique was instant movement. However, everyone had only heard of it and had never seen it with their own eyes, let alone experience it. However, at this moment, Lan, he truly experienced the feeling of instant movement. In that trance, it was as if she was shuttling through the void. It was magical but also chilling. With such means, who in this world could stop him? No wonder he dared to roam the Eastern Territory alone, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, she was shocked and asked in surprise, "Brother Yang, are you already a second-order Emperor Realm Master?" She did not notice before Yang Kai did not use his strength, but as soon as Yang Kai activated his Emperor Qi, she immediately sensed the level of Yang Kai's current realm. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I just broke through not long ago." Lan He was a little absent-minded and was stunned for a long time before she said, "Brother Yang is really a genius." When they first met in the Shattered Star Sea, both of them were only in the third-order Tao Source realm. His various performances shocked Lan He. Later, when she heard that Yang Kai had broken through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, she knew that his future was limitless. However, she never expected that he would break through again after so many years. Lan He was now a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and it was also thanks to the trip to the Shattered Star Sea that she obtained the opportunity to break through, but she had no confidence in breaking through to the second-order Emperor Realm. From the Emperor Realm onwards, every breakthrough was extremely difficult, and every level was difficult for countless heroes. If not for this, there would not be so few top forces in this world. A force only needed one third-order Emperor Realm Master to be considered a top force. The strongest person in Heavenly Wolf Valley was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. After suppressing the shock in her heart, she collected her thoughts and determined the direction. Then, she waved at Yang Kai and rushed in the direction of Heavenly Wolf Valley. In the seaside city, the main hall where the space array was located was extremely lively today. Powerful figures appeared in the main hall from all over the place, leaving the cultivator guarding the array dumbfounded. He didn't know what day it was, and why so many masters had come to the city. After a while, at least 30 people from the Emperor Realm had gathered in the main hall. At a glance, it was obvious that these people were from two groups of people. One group was emitting a gloomy aura, as if they had just returned from Yellow Springs Purgatory, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The other group was more normal, but they were filled with murderous intent, causing the atmosphere in the main hall to become extremely oppressive. It's the people from Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land. The guards gathered together, and a sharp-eyed person recognized the origins of these two groups of people. Why are they here? Could it be that some kind of treasure is about to appear here? If that wasn't the case, why would so many masters show up? These were all Emperor Realm Masters, great masters who were usually elusive and elusive. I'm afraid there is no treasure. It seems that they are here to kill. Kill? What kind of person would they send so many people from the Emperor Realm to kill? Who would dare to provoke them? How would I know? Have you informed the City Lord and Master of this matter? Yes, the City Lord and Master are on their way. The City Lord of this city was just a first-order Emperor realm master. So many powerful people had suddenly appeared, and they were from two top forces. As the city lord, he naturally couldn't ignore it. Not long after the news spread, a short and fat old man walked in with cold sweat on his forehead. He glanced around, and his legs went soft, almost fainting. When he received the news just now, he didn't believe it. After all, there was nothing worth paying attention to in his city. How could a group of people from the Emperor realm be attracted by the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land? Now that he took a look, sure enough, there were at least 30 to 40 people from the Emperor realm present, and the auras of the two leaders were so powerful that he didn't dare to look directly at them. The city lord had some guesses as to who these two people were. One was definitely the Netherworld sect master, Fu Bo, and the other should be the Holy Master of Brahma Holy Land, Su Changfeng. These two were famous figures in the entire Eastern Territory, and at this moment, they actually came together. The cold sweat on the short and fat city lord's forehead became even more severe. He knew that if he didn't handle this matter well, his good days as the city lord would come to an end. He didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly went up to greet them. But who would have thought that neither Fu Bo nor Su Changfeng would pay attention to him, and were just asking a woman some questions? After a while, Fu Bo shouted angrily, "Trash!" With a thump, the woman knelt down and said in fear, "This subordinate is incompetent." Chapter 3296. No one paid any attention to him, but the short and stout city lord did not dare to show any signs of dissatisfaction. He waited on the spot while trembling in fear. He listened to the group of people muttering for a while. They seemed to have mentioned a few names, including the Skywolf Valley. After a while, the group of people left in a hubbub. No one looked at him from beginning to end. After a while, dozens of figures leaped up and flew away. Only at this moment did the short and stout city lord let out a long sigh of relief. He felt a sense of relief behind him, as though he had escaped death for no reason. At this moment, how could he not know that this group of experts hadn't come because of him, nor was it because of his city, and they were just passing by? He really didn't know exactly which bastard had offended these two great powers, and actually made so many experts move out together, causing him to be on tenterhooks. He cursed fiercely in his heart before he felt much better. Skywolf Valley was an incomparably huge valley. It was surrounded by towering mountains on all sides, and there was only one way to enter the valley. As the most outstanding rising star of the Skywolf Valley, her status in the valley was naturally extremely high. When she led Yang Kai into the Skywolf Valley, the disciples guarding the entrance immediately came forward to greet him. "Elder Lon." As they spoke, they curiously sized up Yang Kai, guessing his relationship with Lan He. This was the first time they had seen Lan He bring a man back to the valley. "This is the Moon Howl Celestial Wolf." Yang Kai raised his head to look at the two huge stone sculptures on the left and right sides of the valley entrance. The two stone sculptures were clearly quite old. They were more than 100 feet tall and had the posture of howling at the moon. They were mottled and had traces of erosion by the flowing time Great Emperor. If it was before, Yang Kai might not have known what kind of creature the stone sculptures were, but after hearing Lan He's words, he naturally guessed that the two stone sculptures were the Moon Howl Celestial Wolf. Lan He smiled and nodded. "That's right. The foundation of my Skywolf Valley is the Moon Howl Celestial Wolf from ancient times. This is something left behind by the first-generation ancestral master. It has been 20 to 30,000 years since then." "Impressive." Yang Kai nodded, not stingy with his praise. Holy spirits were not to be underestimated. Even though he acted arrogantly in front of the Wan Feng in the ancient lands, as if he was certain that he could defeat her, if he really provoked the Wan Feng and fought with her, he was afraid that he would not be her match. The moonhowl, heavenly wolf, was also a holy spirit, so it was naturally not weak. "Brother Yang, please." Lonnie smiled and gestured. Yang Kai nodded and followed her into the valley. As Lonnie led the way, she said, "I'll bring you to see the Valley Master first. If you want to go to Spirit Beast Island, you have to ask him for help." Yang Kai hesitated. "This won't make things difficult for the Valley Master, right?" Lonnie pursed her lips and smiled. "Don't worry, the Valley Master will agree." He blinked his eyes and said, "I forgot to tell Brother Yang that the Valley Master is my master. If the disciple agrees, it means that the master also agrees." Yang Kai could not help but laugh. There were quite a number of disciples in the Heavenly Wolf Valley, about 3,000 to 4,000 people. They were all scattered throughout the valley. There were also some spirit peaks in the valley, but they were slightly smaller than the ones that surrounded the valley. The valley was rich in spirit energy, and the fragrance of flowers was pleasant. It could be called a place of beauty. Furthermore, Yang Kai saw many traces of wolf demons in the valley. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, some were alone, and some were running around in groups. The Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples were not afraid of them at all. Some even accompanied the wolf demons. The sex characteristics were very obvious, and Yang Kai sighed inwardly. As expected of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, this was the rhythm of carrying out the motto of being in the company of wolves to the end. As they were moving forward, a vicious aura rushed towards them. A gray wolf the size of a calf suddenly blocked their path. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder because this wolf demon was a rank 12 monster beast. In other words, it was equivalent to a human expert from the Emperor realm. However, its aura was not very strong. It should be at the early stage of rank 12. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that he actually sensed a trace of Basket's aura from this wolf demon. Thinking back to everything he had seen, he had some guesses. As expected, Basket smiled when she saw the wolf. She rushed forward and patted the wolf's head. "Little Five, were you waiting for me?" The giant wolf's large head nuzzled in Lonnie's arms, looking extremely affectionate. Basket laughed with it for a while before turning her head. "Little Five, let me introduce you. This brother is Brother Yang Kai, who saved my life back then." She then said to Yang Kai, "This is my battle wolf, Little Five." Their eyes met, and the wolf's eyes were sharp. It nodded slightly and expressed its gratitude to Yang Kai in a very human-like manner. Yang Kai also knew that a rank 12 monster beast had already gained intelligence. It was definitely not something an ordinary monster beast could compare to. He cupped his hands and said, "Hello, Brother Five." The giant wolf howled with a displeased look on its face. Yang Kai was stunned. Basket laughed until she was convulsing. She was overjoyed. "Brother Yang, Little Five is female." Just as she finished speaking, a series of crackling sounds came from the wolf's body. Its huge body distorted and suddenly turned into a burly woman. She was a head taller than Basket. Her bones were wide, and her 5 fingers were strong. Her fingernails were as sharp as blades. She wore a short shirt and a short skirt. Her round and thick thighs were exposed to the air. Her bulging muscles definitely contained explosive strength. She waved her fist at Yang Kai and roared, "Are you blind?" Yang Kai was embarrassed. "But you can't blame me. Who knew if you were a man or a woman?" Basket jumped up and patted her head. "Don't be rude." Only then did Little Five curl her lips. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. She cupped her hands and said, "I've heard Xiao He mention you. Thank you for what happened back then." Yang Kai smiled. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." Xiao Wu looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, then nudged Lan He with his broad shoulders and said casually, "This little brat is not bad. Why don't you take him in? You're not young anymore. It's time to find a man." As soon as he said that, Basket, he was embarrassed. Yang Kai was also stunned. He thought to himself, I'm not deaf. You should act like you're whispering. Why did you say it so loudly? Basket, he blushed and reprimanded, don't talk nonsense. Brother Yang is in trouble this time. I brought him to find Master. What trouble? Little Five asked curiously. It's useless to tell you. Just wait here obediently. I'll come find you later. As she said that, she hurriedly called out to Yang Kai, fearing that Little Five would say something shocking again. Looking at the backs of the two people disappearing, Little Five snorted. Her figure twisted again and turned into a giant wolf, galloping on the ground. I've let Brother Yang see a joke. Little Five has always been so outspoken. Brother Yang, you don't have to mind. Basket, he said somewhat embarrassedly. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Little Five is quite interesting. Basket, he said, I grew up with Little Five. If a disciple of my heavenly wolf valley has the aptitude, they can subdue a battle wolf. To others, they may only be a helper or a monster beast, but to the disciples of my heavenly wolf valley, they are family brothers and sisters. Yang Kai said, last time in the Shattered Star Sea, I didn't see you bring Little Five with you. Basket, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's too rare to get a spot to enter the Shattered Star Sea. My heavenly wolf valley only got a few spots, so Little Five couldn't enter. Yang Kai nodded. He had also entered the Shattered Star Sea, so he naturally knew that when the Shattered Star Sea opened, only those with star seals could be summoned and qualified to enter. While the two were talking, they had already arrived at a large hall. Basket, he arranged for Yang Kai to sit down and rest, then ordered someone to serve tea. Only then did she say to Yang Kai, Brother Yang, wait a moment. I'll go find Master. Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse. Basket, he turned around and left again. Heavenly Wolf Valley on a certain spirit peak. Basket, he barged in and shouted, Master, Master. A moment later, a sigh came from a hut. I'm here. Basket, he followed the voice and bowed to a middle-aged man with an elegant appearance. Master. This middle-aged man was Heavenly Wolf Valley's Valley Master, Tang Sheng. He was also the strongest person in Heavenly Wolf Valley, having a second-order Emperor realm cultivation. Although there was another Vice Valley Master in Heavenly Wolf Valley, Qian Xiuying, who was also a second-order Emperor realm master. The two of them were husband and wife, and Tang Sheng had broken through earlier. So, if they really fought, Tang Sheng should have the upper hand. Opening his eyes slightly and looking at his disciple in front of him, Tang Sheng was quite satisfied. Heavenly Wolf Valley wasn't a top sect, so it wasn't easy to nurture someone from the Emperor realm. Basket, he didn't disappoint him, and advanced to the Emperor realm early. As her master, how could he be dissatisfied? Smiling, he asked, What did you gain from this trip? Basket, he said, I gained some knowledge and heard some anecdotes, but I didn't gain much. Tang Sheng smiled faintly and said, On the road of growth, what you see and hear is also an experience. Maybe one day, what you hear or see will become the nutrients for your growth, the key to your breakthrough, or the straw that saves your life. You're right, Master. Basket, he looked at him with a smile, without the restraint of an ordinary disciple facing her master. Instead, she was like a daughter facing her father. I saw the life-saving straw this time. Tang Sheng asked curiously, What life-saving straw? Basket, he said, Master, do you still remember Elderling? As she spoke, she walked over and poured a cup of tea for Tang Sheng. Tang Sheng picked up the teacup and took a sip. Elderling is an elder of my Heavenly Wolf Valley. We meet often, so what's there to not remember? Basket, he walked behind him and pressed her hands on his shoulders, rubbing them, and said with a smile, Disciple is asking if Master remembers why Elderling came to my Heavenly Wolf Valley. Tang Sheng sighed. Naturally, it's for Wu and her relationship with Wu and is stronger than gold. If not, why would I make an exception to accept her into Heavenly Wolf Valley and even give her the position of elder. Ling Yinchin wasn't from Heavenly Wolf Valley. She only married a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley, Wuan. Unfortunately, Wuan died prematurely in a sealed world, so she traveled thousands of kilometers to escort Wu An's ashes to Heavenly Wolf Valley so that her husband could rest in peace. Chapter 32:97. Therefore, the deceased Wu and Tang Sheng were brother. Ling Yinchin's seniority was the same as Tang Sheng's, 1 generation higher than Lan. When Ling Yinchin first came to Heavenly Wolf Valley, she was only in the third order Dao source realm, but Heavenly Wolf Valley had not mistreated her over the years. Coupled with her solid foundation, she finally broke through to the Emperor realm a few years ago and was promoted to the position of elder by Tang Sheng. Lonnie said, back then in the Shattered Star Sea, this disciple met someone. It was that person who told this disciple about Elder Ling. After coming out of the Shattered Star Sea, this disciple sent someone out to inquire about Elder Ling coincidentally. It didn't take long for this disciple to find something and bring her into the valley. Tang Sheng nodded. That's true. Why, are you asking for credit for Master? Having the Emperor realm would be of great help to Heavenly Wolf Valley, so he thought Lonnie was asking for some benefits. Lonnie stuck out her tongue and said, Of course not. I want to say that the person who told me this back then is called Yang Kai. Tang Sheng said, He seemed to have saved you once. He sent you out of the void crevice. You told me about it later. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at her and said you saw a life-saving straw. Could it be? Lonnie pursed her lips and smiled. Master's eyes are sharp. I met that brother Young this time. He's in the Eastern Territory? Didn't you say he was in the Southern Territory? Yes, he's from the Southern Territory, but he came to the Eastern Territory this time for some matters. Then did you bring him back? In any case, he's your savior. Since you've met him, you should thank him properly. Lonnie said, Of course I brought him back. He's in the guest hall right now. When Tang Sheng heard this, he immediately stood up and glared at her. You little girl, since you've invited him, why didn't you say so earlier? You're beating around the bush. Since he's your benefactor, I should go and see him to express my gratitude. Lonnie smiled and said, I have already thanked you. Tang Sheng said solemnly, I can't thank you enough for saving my life. Lonnie took advantage of the situation and said, Actually, he has something to ask Master for help this time. Originally, I was worried that Master wouldn't agree. Now that you've said that, I'm relieved. Tang Sheng stopped in his tracks and suddenly had a bad premonition. He turned to look at Lonnie and said, Why do I feel that you don't have any good intentions? Oh, pour me tea and water, massage my shoulders and back. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. How could that be? How could I be such a person in Master's eyes? Lonnie pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. Tang Sheng snorted. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? He paused for a moment and said, It seems like he came here to ask for something big. Tell me, what does he want me to help with? Lonnie said shyly, Master. Tang Sheng said, Hurry up and say it. Otherwise, be careful of my sect rules. He gently glanced at Lonnie's head, causing her to cover her head with both hands. After muttering to herself for a moment, Lonnie still said he came to the Eastern Territory this time to go to the Spirit Beast Island. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the way. Spirit Beast Island. Tang Sheng's expression changed slightly as he realized something. He nodded slightly and said, I understand. The Spirit Beast Island was untraceable. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it if they didn't know the way. Even the people in the Eastern Territory didn't know where the Spirit Beast Island was, let alone an outsider like the Yang Kai. Others might not know, but the Skywolf Valley had a way to find it. This was because a beast-seeking envoy from the Spirit Beast Island had left behind a keepsake. With that keepsake, one would be able to find the approximate location of the Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Sea. He smiled and said, "It's just a small matter. Since you are indebted to him, I will personally accompany him and help him find the Spirit Beast Island." That keepsake might be the Skywolf Valley's greatest reliance, but they were only using it to find the location of the Spirit Beast Island. It wasn't considered using the favor of the Spirit Beast Island, so there was no loss to the Skywolf Valley. In the future, if the Skywolf Valley were to encounter any danger, the keepsake would still be useful. It was not a bad idea to return a favor to the Yonkai. Furthermore, he could also befriend this person. Tang Sheng had heard from Lan He that the youth was very powerful and had outstanding talent. What was even rarer was that he was proficient in the spatial law. His future was bound to be limitless. Li Wui was able to obtain the title of #1 under the great emperors because he was proficient in the spatial law. In the future, Yang Kai might not be inferior to Li Wui. If they could have a good relationship, it would be beneficial for the Skywolf Valley in the future. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Tang Sheng already had a plan. This was not to say that he was good at scheming, but it was just a normal consideration. Moreover, as the Valley Master of Skywolf Valley, he was concerned about the entire sect, so naturally he would think more. Lan He was not happy to hear this. Instead, she looked at him cautiously and stammered, "It would be fine if that was all, but Brother Yang's situation is not very good." "HM?" Tang Sheng was suspicious. "What do you mean?" Lan He said, "Master, have you forgotten? He killed a lot of people in the Shattered Star Sea, including the 2 holy sons of Brahma Holy Land, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian." Tang Sheng's expression changed slightly. Brahma Holy Land is looking for trouble with him. There is also the Netherworld sect. Lan He's voice became even smaller. "What?" Tang Sheng's expression really changed this time. One top force looking for trouble with the Yonkai was one thing, but now 2 top forces were looking for trouble with him? How could he still be alive? Others would rather avoid such a hot potato. Who would be stupid enough to bring it to their own home? Tang Sheng really didn't know what to say to Lan He, so he angrily pointed at her. Lan He said aggrievedly, "Master, didn't you say that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring? What's more, he saved this disciple's life. If he hadn't sent me out of the void crack back then, this disciple would have died long ago." Tang Sheng said bitterly, "That's true, but it also depends on the timing. The current situation, you are bringing trouble to my Heavenly Wolf Valley." Lan He pursed her lips and said, "Doesn't our Heavenly Wolf Valley have the token of Spirit Beast Island? Although those 2 forces are powerful, they wouldn't dare to attack us, right?" Tang Sheng was exasperated. "Indeed, they don't dare to make a move on us. But don't forget that since the Skywolf Valley is in the East region, everything we do will be restricted by various parties. We can't be arrogant just because we have the Spirit Beast Island's token. If we provoke those 2 major forces, how can our Skywolf Valley live peacefully in the future? How can a disciple who goes out for experience have any safety guarantee? Girl, you really make me angry." Lan He was at a loss and said, "Then what should we do?" Tang Sheng paced back and forth, and after a moment of silence, his eyes flashed with a trace of decisiveness. "Now, we can only deny the token and exclude my Heavenly Wolf Valley from this matter. Then let him leave early." "But I have already promised him." Lan He looked at Tang Sheng in disbelief, as though she didn't expect her master to make such a decision. She had a feeling of disbelief in her heart. Tang Sheng shook his head and said, "Your promise isn't accurate. I am in charge of the Heavenly Wolf Valley." Lan He said in shock, "Master, do you want your disciple to be an untrustworthy and unjust person? Presumptuous." Tang Sheng turned his head and shouted angrily, with a dignified expression. Suddenly, he calmed down and said, "Xiao He, you have to understand, Master. You have to think more about the future of the thousands of Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples. If possible, Master isn't willing to do this, but if we help and protect him, it is equivalent to becoming enemies with those two top forces. How will my Heavenly Wolf Valley survive in the Eastern Territory in the future? You aren't someone who can't see the big picture, so you should be able to understand. Lonnie opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Her face was filled with bitterness. Now that things had come to this, she didn't know how to face Yang Kai. After all, she had already said it, and now that she couldn't fulfill the agreement, she didn't know how Yang Kai would view her. But she also knew that since her master had made a decision, there was nothing she could say to change it. She thought for a moment and said, "Master, can you let me keep the token for a period of time? I will bring him away from the Heavenly Wolf Valley and accompany him to find the Spirit Beast Island. I will return once I find the Spirit Beast Island." Tang Xing shook his head and said, "If there weren't those two top forces, this wouldn't be impossible. But since they are looking for trouble with Yang Kai, you absolutely can't do this. They won't let you off for my sake. What if something happens to you?" But there's no need to talk about this anymore. Tang Xing raised his hand to stop her from speaking. "Now, follow Master to meet that Yang Kai." Lon he followed behind in a daze. Along the way, Tang Xing took out his communication compass and communicated with someone. A moment later, a woman in palace attire flew over. It was the Deputy Valley Master of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Qian Xiuying, who was also Tang Xing's wife. Glancing at Lon, Qian Xiuying smiled and said, "Xiaohe, what's wrong? Why are you so listless? Did your master scold you again? Tell me what happened. Master's wife will make the decision for you." Lon lowered her head and didn't say a word. Tang Xing sighed. He briefly recounted what had happened and informed her of his decision. Only then did Qian Xiuying understand why Lon was depressed. She pondered for a moment and said, "This matter is a little troublesome." She also felt a little indignant about Yang Kai. Forget about him killing two saints and a personal disciple of the Netherworld sect master. Why couldn't he just stay in the Southern Territory? Why did he have to run to the Eastern Territory? So what if he came? He should at least hide his whereabouts. Once he showed himself, he was targeted by two major factions. He even caused trouble for the Heavenly Wolf Valley. Who did the Heavenly Wolf Valley offend? Qian Xiuying thought so in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She looked at Lon and said, "Did he say why he was going to the Spirit Beast Island? Did he have any connections with anyone from the Spirit Beast Island?" Lon slowly shook her head. "Disciple doesn't know." Tang Xing said, "Since that Yang Kai is proficient in the power of space, he must be going to the Spirit Beast Island to seek advice from Masterly Wui." Qian Xiuying nodded and said, "That's true. In that case, he doesn't have any special relationship with the Spirit Beast Island." Chapter 3298. If Yang Kai really had a special relationship with Spirit Beast Island, he wouldn't have had to ask Heavenly Wolf Valley for help when he couldn't even find a way. Thinking of this, Qian Xiuying looked at Lon and smiled. "Don't worry, Xiaohe. Heaven helps the good. The two top forces might not be able to do anything to him." Lon raised her head and looked at her. "Master's wife means," Qian Xiuying said, "those who are proficient in space principles are the best at escaping. He isn't a match for the masters of the two great forces, but if he can't beat them, can't he run? Have you heard the rumor that Masterly Wu Yi somehow provoked the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire? He was chased by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire, but in the end, he relied on the Space Divine technique to escape. You have to know what kind of figures are the great emperors. Although Li Wu Yi is known as the strongest person under the great emperors, the gap between him and the great emperors is very obvious, since he can escape from the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire. It shows how profound the space divine technique is. Even if Yang Kai's attainments in this Tao are not as good as Li Wuyi's, he must have a way to save his life. Hearing her words, Lonnie couldn't help but recall the teleportation technique Yang Kai had used before. She thought that her master's wife's words made sense. That technique was simply amazing, allowing him to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. The people from Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land might not be able to do anything to him. The worry in her heart was finally relieved, but the guilt didn't lessen at all. When they arrived at the guest hall, Lonnie knew that she didn't have the face to see Yang Kai, so she didn't follow them in. She just stood outside and waited with a sullen expression. Seeing her like this, Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuying didn't force her, and let her be. Inside the hall, a man and a woman arrived together. Yang Kai, who was waiting quietly in the hall, noticed them and immediately got up to look at them. With just a glance, he confirmed their identities. On the way here, Lonnie told him about the situation of Heavenly Wolf Valley, letting him know that there were only 2 second-order Emperor Realm Masters in Heavenly Wolf Valley. These 2 should be Valley Master Tang Sheng and his wife, Qian Xiuying, whom she mentioned before. The man was elegant, and the woman beautiful, like an immortal. Yang Kai was a guest, so he couldn't be rude, and quickly cupped his fists. Yang Kai's greets Valley's Master Tang, and Vice Valley Master. You to us be grace. Qian Xiuying also smiled and cupped her fists. Young Master Yang. Kai Yang was slightly startled. Although this couple gave him an extremely hospitable feeling, there was a kind of unfamiliarity in their words that was difficult to detect. He didn't have much of a friendship with Lan He, and it was his first time meeting Tang Sheng and his wife, so he understood. But when he looked outside the hall, he didn't see Lonnie's figure, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Young Master Yang, please take a seat. Tang Sheng gestured with his hand, and he and Qian Xiuying walked to the 2 seats above and sat down. He then shouted, "Come, serve tea." Immediately, a maid came in and made the necessary arrangements. Tang Sheng smiled and looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. I heard from Xiao He that young Master Yang came from the Southern Territory. Yang Kai nodded. You can say so. Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuying looked at each other and continued to ask, "May I know where young Master Yang is now?" This Tang noticed that young Master Yang is already a second-order Emperor Realm Master. With such a cultivation at such a young age, your place must be extraordinary. Yang Kai responded with a smile. I am temporarily serving as an honored guest elder in Azure Sun Temple. He didn't mention that he was the palace master of the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. After all, others already thought that he was from the Southern Territory. If he mentioned that he was the palace master of a palace in the Northern Territory, it would be more or less boasting. Azure Sun Temple. Tang Sheng was slightly moved. Azure Sun Temple, one of the 3 top forces in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai nodded. There is only one Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Tang Sheng sighed. This Tang has also heard of Azure Sun Temple. The 3 great forces in the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple, Orthodoxy Temple, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land, are all extraordinary. They are on par with the 3 great forces in the Eastern Territory. They are all top forces in the world. My Heavenly Wolf Valley is inferior. Yang Kai said, Valley Master doesn't need to be modest. I think Heavenly Wolf Valley is also very good. The 2 Valley Masters have profound cultivation. In time, they may not be worse than the so-called top forces. Tang Sheng laughed. Then, I will rely on young Master Tang's auspicious words. After a pause, he said, speaking of which, when this Tang was young, he also set a lofty dream of wandering the 4 territories of the star boundary. Unfortunately, He was tied down by many things and couldn't achieve his long-cherished wish. He didn't even leave the Eastern Territory. It's really a shame. Since young Master Yang is from the Southern Territory, can you tell me what is the difference between the Southern Territory and the Eastern Territory? Qian Xiuing also looked at Yang Kai curiously. She seemed to be very interested in this. Yang Kai was silent for a moment. However, since he had a request for them later on, he might as well satisfy their curiosity. Speaking of which, he had traveled the 4 territories of the star boundary. He had also experienced the customs of each region. In terms of age, he couldn't be compared to Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuing, but in terms of knowledge and experience, he was able to shake them off by a few streets. He spoke frankly and eloquently. Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuing were intoxicated as they listened. It was as though they were immersed in the situation, as they kept asking questions. Yang Kai's mouth was dry from talking, but the husband and wife opposite him still looked as though they wanted to continue. They didn't mention anything about the Spirit Beast Island's keepsake, which made him very depressed. He felt that he should have already told them the purpose of his visit. They kept asking him about the Southern Territory, but didn't mention the keepsake. What was the meaning of this? Finally finding a gap, Yang Kai could only take the initiative to attack. Valley Masters, please forgive me. This Yang has come to Sky Wolf Valley to ask for a favor. Hearing this, Tang Xing sighed and said, "This Tang roughly knows what young Master Yang is asking for. Xiao he has also told me before, but I'm afraid this matter will disappoint young Master Yang." Yang Kai was stunned. Valley Master means, Tang Xing smiled bitterly. Back then, my Sky Wolf Valley did obtain a descendant of the moon-howling heavenly wolf. Strictly speaking, it wasn't considered a descendant. It only slightly awakened its ancestral bloodline, but there was nothing special about it. Later on, the Spirit Beast Island got the news from somewhere, and a beast-seeking envoy came to my Sky Wolf Valley to ask for the monster beast and gave some compensation. This is all true, but this Tang made up the Spirit Beast Island's keepsake. Made up? Yang Kai was shocked. This matter could be made up? Tang Xing said, "That's right. This Tang purposely made up this news, and then spread it out to add an invisible layer of protection to my Sky Wolf Valley and make other forces fear my Sky Wolf Valley. Even though the Spirit Beast Island heard this news, it is a fact that they took away my Sky Wolf Valley's monster beast. Furthermore, this Tang's actions will not damage the Spirit Beast Island's reputation. With the Spirit Beast Island's ability, they naturally disdain to make things difficult for my Sky Wolf Valley. However, I didn't expect young Master Yang to come here in vain today. I'm really ashamed." After listening to his explanation, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He previously thought that his luck had taken a turn for the better. He didn't expect that the keepsake was actually a fabrication. Since it had come to this, what else could he say? His heart moved as he said, "Is it because of this that young Lady Lan doesn't dare to see me?" Qian Xiuing sighed and said, "Xiao, he feels that she has broken her promise to you, so she doesn't have the face to see you." Yang Kai laughed and said, "That's not necessary. Young Lady Lan is thinking too much." Qian Xiuing said, "That child is like this. She likes to take everything seriously. She has never forgotten the grace of saving her back then. This time, she can see you in the Eastern Territory. Naturally, she wants to repay the kindness of those years. However, she doesn't know whether the news is true or not. She thought that my Sky Wolf Valley really has the keepsake of the Spirit Beast Island, so she brought you here." Tang Xing said, "This Tang is in the wrong. Back then, I just wanted to use that opportunity to add a layer of protection to the Sky Wolf Valley. I didn't want to harm Xiao He. You must not blame her." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Absolutely not. If it weren't for Lan He's reminder, he really wouldn't have known that he was being targeted by the Brahma Holy Land and the Netherworld sect. Qian Xiuying said. If you really want to find the Spirit Beast Island, you might as well go to the cities by the sea to take a look. Maybe you will find some clues. Yang Kai nodded, but in his heart he thought that if he really couldn't find the way, he might as well not go to the Spirit Beast Island. His main purpose in coming to the Eastern Territory this time was to go to Dragon Island. The Spirit Beast Island was just a side trip. Speaking of which, Lu Yan had lived on the Spirit Beast Island for a long time, but she might not know the location of the Spirit Beast Island, because when Jiu Feng took her away, she was still a phoenix egg. Then, she went directly to Dragon Island and followed Yang Kai to the lower territory. At this moment, Tang Sheng suddenly frowned. He took out a communication artifact from his space ring and sensed it. Immediately, his expression changed, and he turned to look at Qian Xiuying. Yang Kai observed his expression and knew that he had probably received an important message. He smiled slightly and said, "If the two Valley Masters have something to do, please take care of it. This Yang will leave in a while. If I have time in the future, I will come to visit the two of you." Tang Sheng got up and said, "I'm ashamed. There are indeed some urgent matters in the valley. In that case, this Tang will not be polite with young Master Yang. Please help yourself." After speaking, he left with Qian Xiuying. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at their disappearing backs. He reached out and touched his chin. A strange look full of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. He was not a fool. Although Tang Sheng's words sounded reasonable, his previous actions made him feel that something was wrong. He did not dare to say whether he had the token or not, but it was definitely true that the Heavenly Wolf Valley did not welcome him. Otherwise, the couple would not have left together. If there was really something important, one of them could handle it. Why did they have to go together? They did not even express their intention to stay for a few days. After he said that he would leave in a while, Yang Kai clearly felt that they were secretly relieved. They were afraid of getting into trouble. Chapter 3299. However, standing in her position, it was normal to have such concerns. Yang Kai had no reason to blame others, but he was somewhat unhappy. A head popped out from the door and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Miss Lan." Lan he appeared bashfully with an awkward expression. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What's wrong, Miss Lan? Where are you feeling unwell?" Lan he looked down at her toes. "Brother Yang, I'm sorry." Yang Kai didn't know if Heavenly Wolf Valley had the token of Spirit Beast Island, but she knew. She also knew that the news wasn't fabricated. It was only because her master and mistress were worried that being on good terms with Yang Kai would bring trouble to Heavenly Wolf Valley, so they said that if she could be the master, she wouldn't be stingy with this effort. However, although she was an elder of Heavenly Wolf Valley, she couldn't promise Yang Kai anything at this time, let alone do anything that would betray Heavenly Wolf Valley. On one hand, he was her benefactor, and on the other hand, he was her master. Lan He's heart was very tangled. The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt when facing Yang Kai. She almost didn't dare to look at him. Yang Kai walked in front of her and smiled. "Miss Lan is too serious. I'm already very grateful that you told me about the Netherworld sect and Brahma, Holy Land. As for the token of Spirit Beast Island, since it was fabricated, you don't have to care about it." Lan He was silent for a while. Then she suddenly raised her head and said with a firm expression, "Brother Yang, wait a few more days. I'll think of a way for you." Seeing her expression, Yang Kai knew that she probably wanted to plead with Tang Sheng and ask for the token of the Spirit Beast Island. However, if she really did that, it might cause a rift between the master and disciple. He smiled and said, "No need. I don't have to go to the Spirit Beast Island. To me, I can go to the Spirit Beast Island if I can, but it doesn't matter if I can't. Instead, I have troubled you and said something that I shouldn't have." It was clearly the Skywolf Valley's fault. It was her master who had his misgivings. When he first heard that Yong Kai was coming, he was very happy to meet him. He even said that he would personally accompany him to search for Spirit Beast Island. Later on, when he heard that the two top factions were finding trouble with Yong Kai, his attitude immediately changed. But now, she was the one who was being comforted. "Where is Big Sister Ling? Can you take me to see her?" Yong Kai changed the topic. "Of course. Brother Yang, follow me." As expected, Lan He's attention was diverted, as she responded readily. As Lan He went deeper into the Skywolf Valley, she remained silent and only replied when Yong Kai asked her a few questions. She was no longer as lively and cheerful as before. It was obvious that she was still feeling guilty. In another hall, Tang Sheng and Qian Shoying hurriedly walked in. There were already two people waiting in the hall. One of them was an elderly man with a gloomy aura, as though he had just walked out from the gates of hell. The other was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He wore a simple black robe and stood there with his hands behind his back. He was like a sharp sword that was suppressing the hall, causing the atmosphere in the hall to be extremely stifling. Seeing these two people, Tang Sheng and Qian Shoying were both shocked. They stepped forward and cupped their fists. "Sect Master Fu, Holy Master Su has graced this Tang with his presence. Please forgive this Tang for not coming out to greet you." These two had arrived so quickly. Yong Kai had just arrived in Skywolf Valley, and these two had already arrived. Tang Sheng secretly rejoiced that he had the foresight not to hastily agree to Yong Kai's request. Otherwise, Heavenly Wolf Valley would not be able to extricate themselves from this matter. These two were the leaders of the two top forces in the Eastern Territory. Both of them had powerful cultivations at the third layer Emperor realm. The fact that the two of them had come together showed the attitude of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land. It was likely that these two forces had already dispatched all their masters. Tang Sheng sighed in his heart. Yong Kai's chances of survival were slim. So what if he had the Space Divine technique? With so many masters taking action, once the void was disturbed, even with the Space Divine technique, he would not be able to escape easily. He could only hope that Xiao He would not blame him in the future. The ghostly Fu Bo lowered his eyes and remained motionless like an old monk. Even though this was Heavenly Wolf Valley, and he was just a guest, he could still not give face to Tang Sheng. Su Changfeng, on the other hand, grunted in response. However, he still had his back to Tang Sheng and Qian Shoying as he asked indifferently, "Tang Sheng, how long has your Heavenly Wolf Valley been around?" This question was asked without rhyme or reason, but Tang Sheng could hear a strange aura in it. He could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "About 20 to 30,000 years." Su Changfeng lightly nodded, turned around, and said indifferently, 20 to 30,000 years. Your inheritance can be considered to be ancient. Your Skywolf Valley had once been glorious, and was once one of the top powers in the eastern region. But it had also once fallen, and was even almost destroyed. But since it was able to last for 20 to 30,000 years without falling, I presume it has its own unique points. Tang Sheng squeezed out a smile and said, "Beasts have the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. My Heavenly Wolf Valley is in cahoots with battle wolves, so naturally it is the same." Su Changfeng stared at him meaningfully for a while before nodding. "Very good. You should know why Sect Master Fu and I are here this time." Tang Sheng's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he replied, "Holy Master Su, rest assured. My Heavenly Wolf Valley will not do something that will bring destruction upon itself. It's just that my disciple was immature and unintentionally brought him back. My Heavenly Wolf Valley has no intention of sheltering him, and he will leave soon." "Humph!" Fu Bo suddenly snorted coldly. "You can try sheltering him." Hearing this, Qian Xiuying couldn't help glaring angrily at Fu Bo, feeling somewhat unconvinced. You are indeed a three-layer Emperor Realm Master and the leader of a top force in the Eastern Territory, but this is Heavenly Wolf Valley. How can a guest like you be so arrogant to the host? Heavenly Wolf Valley was protected by Spirit Beast Island's token, so she did not believe that Netherworld sect would dare to make a move against Heavenly Wolf Valley. As long as the token was still there, as long as Spirit Beast Island's prestige remained, Heavenly Wolf Valley would not be destroyed. As if feeling her gaze, Fu Bo suddenly raised his eyes, his sharp eyes meeting Qian Xiuying's gaze as he sneered mischievously. The next moment, Qian Xiuying's beautiful face turned pale. She could only hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves ringing in her ears. Her soul trembled, and her entire body turned cold. Tang Sheng's figure flashed, blocking in front of Qian Xiuying, and he asked in a deep voice, "Sect Master Fu, what is the meaning of this? My Heavenly Wolf Valley has no intention of interfering in other people's grievances and disputes, so please conduct yourself with dignity. Sect Master Fu." Fu Bo coldly replied. This king just saw that Madame Tang was somewhat unconvinced and wanted her to recognize reality. What? Are you also unconvinced? Tang Sheng was bitter, but he did not dare to say anything more. Su Changfeng continued. Tang Sheng, does your noble sect protecting array have the effect of isolating heaven and earth? Tang Sheng subconsciously replied, every sect protecting array has this function. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to have realized something and asked in horror, what does Holy Master Su mean by this? Su Changfeng looked at him indifferently. What do you think? Fu Bo laughed strangely and stood up. Holy Master Su means to ask you to activate the sect protecting array and isolate heaven and earth so as to prevent him from escaping. You also know that this brat has some ability. Tang Sheng's expression changed greatly. Could it be that the two of you want to fight in my Heavenly Wolf Valley? Su Changfeng looked at him and said, this is a ready-made burial ground. What's wrong with that? No. Tang Sheng flatly refused. Fu Bo narrowed his eyes and said, Tang Sheng, think before you speak. The brain is a good thing. If you don't use it, wouldn't it be useless? These two people kept calling Tang Sheng by his name, completely disregarding Tang Sheng. Tang Sheng and his wife were angry, but they did not dare to say anything. At this moment, they were even mocking him with such cold words, making Tang Sheng somewhat unable to restrain himself. Even a clay figurine had a temper, not to mention that he was the sect master. He had already expressed his attitude before that he would not protect Yang Kai, but he did not expect that these two people would be so overbearing and delusional to want to fight in his Heavenly Wolf Valley. Taking a deep breath, Tang Sheng said solemnly, this absolutely cannot be done. To tell you the truth, that person saved my disciple's life. This time, my disciple brought him back with a request, but this Tang has already refused, making my disciple feel uneasy. If I activate the sect protecting array to isolate heaven and earth and let him die in my Heavenly Wolf Valley, my disciple will definitely be plagued by inner demons in the future. How will he have room to improve? If the two of you really want to deal with him, you can choose anywhere in the world except my Heavenly Wolf Valley. My Heavenly Wolf Valley will not protect him, but we will also not interfere in your grievances. You really can't? Su Changfeng stared at Tang Sheng with a sharp gaze. Tang Sheng's face twitched as he sensed the threat. He knew that if he were to refuse this time, the Sky Wolf Valley would have endless trouble in the East region in the future. Just as he had said to Lan He previously, with the protection of the Spirit Beast Island, no one would dare to make a move on the Sky Wolf Valley openly. However, it was inevitable that they would try to trip them up in the dark. Heavenly Wolf Valley was a large sect, and its expenses were not small. The sect also had many foundations outside, so these foundations would definitely be targeted. Looking at Qian Shouying, he saw her slowly shaking her head and moving her mouth. It was silent, but Tang Xing knew that she was talking about Lan He. He immediately made a decision and said firmly, "I ask Holy Master Su not to make things difficult for this Tang again." Lan He was able to return alive from the Shattered Star Sea and break through to the Emperor realm so early, so they naturally had high hopes for her. In the future, she might even have a chance to break through to the Third Order Emperor realm. In other words, the future of Heavenly Wolf Valley depended on Lan He alone. If Lan He's martial Dao heart was damaged because of this incident, it would be Heavenly Wolf Valley's greatest loss. As for whether their foundations outside would be suppressed or not, that was something that would need to be considered in the future. Not to mention, Yang Kai was also related to another elder of Heavenly Wolf Valley, Ling Yinchin. If Yang Kai died in Heavenly Wolf Valley, Ling Yinchin would definitely have a problem with Heavenly Wolf Valley. This was equivalent to Heavenly Wolf Valley losing the recognition of to the Emperor realm. How could Tang Xing allow such a thing to happen? Hearing this answer, Fu Bo smiled coldly again. Su Chongfeng stared at Tang Xing indifferently for a while and seemed to have seen through his decisiveness. He nodded slightly and said, "Fine." Hearing this, Tang Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Su Chongfeng really insisted on doing this, he really didn't know if he could refuse. The current situation was the best outcome. Although he couldn't protect Yang Kai, he also didn't agree to open the sect protecting array to cut off Yang Kai's path of survival. This could be considered as an explanation to him and Lan He. Chapter 3300. In the back valley of Heavenly Wolf Valley, there was a quiet and secluded place where Ling Yinchin lived. Her days were very simple. According to Lan He, after she came out of the Shattered Star Sea, she began to inquire about Ling Yinchin. It just so happened that Ling Yinchin had come all the way to the Eastern Territory. When the two met, Ling Yinchin understood Lan He's intentions and immediately thanked her before following her to Heavenly Wolf Valley. At that time, she was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. After that, with Lan He as her guarantor, she easily joined Heavenly Wolf Valley and lived in the place where her husband lived. Every day, she stood aloof from worldly affairs and cultivated diligently. After so many years, she actually broke through to the Emperor realm. With such strength, Tang Xing gave her the position of elder. However, everyone in Heavenly Wolf Valley knew that Elder Ling didn't care about the affairs of Heavenly Wolf Valley and didn't interact with others. She just stayed by the grass all day, and some people who knew about her were moved by her infatuation. When Yang Kai arrived with Lan, Ling Yinchin was meditating in front of a grave. The grave was covered in lush green grass and even had wildflowers in full bloom. This should be the place where her husband's ashes were buried. Sensing someone coming, Ling Yinchin opened her eyes. She first saw Lan He, who was leading the way, and smiled at her. Then she saw Yang Kai behind her, and was startled for a moment before revealing a look of pleasant surprise. "Elder Ling, someone is here to see you." Lan He walked over with a smile. "Big Sister Ling, long time no see." Yang Kai also smiled and cupped his fists. "Yang Kai." Ling Yinchin looked surprised, but the smile on her face came from the bottom of her heart. "Why are you here?" "I was passing by the Eastern Territory and bumped into Miss Lan He. Thanks for your invitation. I came to Heavenly Wolf Valley and came to see you." Ling Yinchin looked him up and down and said, "I haven't seen you in so many years. You seem to have gotten a lot stronger." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I heard that Big Sister Ling also broke through to the Emperor realm." Ling Yinchin glanced back at the grave and said softly, "I don't have much to do, just cultivate. Come, let's go inside and talk." He warmly welcomed Yang Kai and Lan He into the hut. The furnishings in the hut were also very simple. There were no decorations at all. There were only tables, chairs, and beds, but it gave people a fresh and natural feeling. Ling In Chin boiled some tea, and the three sat down to talk about how they had come to the Eastern Territory after leaving the sealed world of the solitary void ocean. Ling In Chin also sighed. At that time, she was only in the third-order Tao source realm, and it took her several years to travel from one territory to another. During that time, she had narrowly escaped death several times, but fortunately, her luck was good, and she managed to escape danger each time. When she finally arrived in the Eastern Territory, she met Lan He, who was looking for her. Ling In Chin naturally thanked Yang Kai profusely. If he hadn't mentioned this to Lan He in the Shattered Star Sea, it wouldn't have been easy for her to join Heavenly Wolf Valley. After all, she didn't grow up in Heavenly Wolf Valley. Which force would dare to casually accept someone who didn't know her background? Heavenly Wolf Valley's influence in the Eastern Territory could be considered quite good, and such a force would generally choose to accept people who weren't qualified. They would rather cultivate their members from a young age than casually accept people of unknown origins to avoid unnecessary trouble. After entering Heavenly Wolf Valley, everything settled down. She came here and lived a semi-secluded life, and no one disturbed her on a normal day. While chatting, she also asked about the situation of Bing Yun, Lu Xianyun, and the others. After learning that everything was fine, she was relieved. After another half a day, Yang Kai got up and said goodbye. Ling In Chin tried her best to persuade him to stay for a few more days, and Lan He also chimed in, but Yang Kai knew Tang Sheng's attitude. So how could he stay and let others complain? He found an excuse and left. Ling In Chin wanted to send him off, but she was stopped by him. In the end, she could only stand in front of the straw hut and watch his back disappear. Brother Yang, can't you wait a few more days? I can think of something else, Lan He asked gloomily as she followed Yang Kai out of Heavenly Wolf Valley. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. No need. I still have other important matters to attend to, so I won't be going to Spirit Beast Island for the time being. But Lan He opened her mouth, but before she could finish, a young man suddenly flew out from the side and called out anxiously, "Senior Sister Lan, the Valley Master is calling for you. He has something to discuss with you." Lan He nodded. "I'll go see the Valley Master after sending Brother Yang off." The young man blocked her path and said with a serious face, "The Valley Master said that he wants you to go immediately. It seems to be something urgent." Lan He frowned when she heard this. She obviously realized something and coldly snorted. "I'm just going to send Brother Yang off. I'll be there soon. Can't you wait a little longer?" Ooh. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the young man's face. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior Sister Lan, please forgive me. I'm just following the Valley Master's orders." Seeing that Lan He still wanted to say something, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Go ahead, Miss Lan. I know the way out of the valley, so there's no need to send me off." Brother Yang Kai waved his hand and flew out of the valley like a bolt of lightning. His voice came from afar. "We'll meet again if fate wills it. Brother Yang, be careful." Lan He hurriedly shouted from behind. When Yang Kai's figure disappeared from sight, she glared at the young man. The young man felt his hair stand on end from her glare. He could only explain with a smile, "Senior Sister Lan, it's the Valley Master." Humph. Lan He looked unhappy as she turned and flew in another direction. She wanted to ask her master what he meant. She was indebted to him. Now that he was in trouble, not only could she not help him, she could not even send him off. How could she face him in the future? It had to be said that the Heavenly Wolf Valley's attitude toward Yang Kai today made Lan He very disappointed. She was also holding back a ball of anger in her heart. Outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai had just appeared when a person flew toward him. At first, Yang Kai did not pay attention to that person. When they brushed past each other, that person suddenly exclaimed and stopped. He turned around and shouted, "Is that Brother Yang Kai over there?" Yang Kai stopped and looked back. He felt that it was very interesting. He had come to the Eastern Territory and actually met some acquaintances one after another. The person who spoke had already turned around and stopped a few dozen feet in front of Yang Kai. He glanced at Yang Kai and said in surprise, "It really is Brother Yang. When I heard that you came to the Heavenly Wolf Valley, this chi rushed over without stopping. I never thought that I would meet you here." Chi. Hi. Yang Kai frowned. If he did not call himself this chi, Yang Kai was afraid that he would not have remembered this guy. However, after hearing him call himself this chi, coupled with his somewhat familiar appearance, Yang Kai immediately recalled some things that happened in the Shattered Star Sea and the Ancient Lands passageway. Chi Hai laughed and said, "Brother Yang, it is really this chi's fortune that you still remember this chi." Yang Kai looked him up and down and asked curiously, "Aren't you from the Heaven Chi Castle? Why are you here?" If he remembered correctly, the Heaven Chi Castle should be not far from the Ancient Lands. In the desolate city outside the Ancient Lands, there were many people from the Heaven Chi Castle. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He came out of the Ancient Lands and went to the desolate city. So many people in the Eastern Territory knew about his appearance. Even Lan He of the Heavenly Wolf Valley had heard about it. There must be a reason for everything. Although Yang Kai did not try to hide, to be honest, there were not many people in the Eastern Territory who knew him. So, the question was, where did the news of him appearing in the Eastern Territory come from? Although he had some doubts before, he did not take them to heart. Until he saw Chi Hai at this moment, he felt like the clouds had cleared and the moon had been revealed. The source was right in front of him. But why did you take the initiative to come here? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Chi Hai with a thought-provoking expression. Chi Hai, however, was unaware of it and said seriously, "Naturally, I came for Brother Yang." Yang Kai faintly asked, "What is the matter?" Chi Hai smiled bitterly. "It's about the matter of the past." While speaking, he bowed to the ground and said respectfully, "Brother Yang, please be merciful and save my wife's life. My wife doesn't have much time left. If this continues, I'm afraid she won't last more than a month." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Your wife is still alive. If he remembered correctly, Chi Hai's woman should have been poisoned by one of the 10 great poisons, the heavenly frost earth rain. Later, he paid a little attention to this poison and knew that it was very toxic. There was almost no cure for it, but if he could find the phoenix true fire with the effect of nirvana, there would be a glimmer of hope. But how many years had it been? Chi Hai's woman was poisoned before the Shattered Star Sea opened. It had been almost 20 years since then. Being poisoned by the heavenly frost earth rain for 20 years and not dying. What kind of concept was this? Was Chi Hai's woman a dragon race? Chi Hai said with a miserable expression, "There is a strange treasure in my Heaven Chi castle that has the effect of freezing. My wife has been frozen in it, freezing her vitality and all her state. That's why she has been able to survive until today. But with the passage of time, the effect is getting worse and worse. If I don't detoxify her, I'm afraid she will really..." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with tears, looking like a love-struck man. Yang Kai felt very sad when he saw this. A man did not cry easily, not to mention that Chi Hai was now in the Emperor realm. If either Su Yan or Xia Ning Chong encountered this kind of thing, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be any better. Chi Hai straightened his face and continued, "I heard that Brother Yang appeared once in the Eastern Territory, but unfortunately, this Chi didn't get to see you back then." Yang Kai suddenly felt a little embarrassed and said, "I had something important to do at that time, and at that time, I couldn't help you." Chi Hai said, "As long as you have the Phoenix True Fire, you can detoxify and prolong your life. Didn't Brother Yang get the Phoenix True Fire in the Shattered Star Sea? How is this possible?" He was sure that the Phoenix True Fire was in Yang Kai's hands. If this was wrong, wouldn't it be a big mistake? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I did get the Phoenix True Fire, but it wasn't with me at that time. Even if I wanted to help you, I didn't have the ability. Chapter 33:01. So, it's like this. Chi Hai couldn't help but stagger, and his expression actually aged quite a bit. However, he sneered in his heart. The true Phoenix Fire was such a precious item. Since he had obtained it, how could he not have it with him? This was obviously an excuse. Since you weren't willing to help back then, why are you finding this excuse now? Yang Kai frowned and said, What's more, since your wife was poisoned, you should be thinking of ways to cure her. Why are you pinning your hopes on me? Chi Hai said bleakly, There's no other way. Only the true Phoenix Fire can save her life. Therefore, when I heard that Brother Yang had come to the Eastern Territory, this Chi immediately chased after you without stopping. However, Brother Yang's speed was too fast, and this Chi couldn't catch up. Fortunately, I heard that Brother Yang had come to the Skywolf Valley, so I came here to try my luck. He paused for a moment and said, I heard that Brother Yang was looking everywhere for the way to the Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai said with a fake smile, Brother Chi is really well informed. How could Chi Hai not hear the ridicule in his words? However, he pretended not to know and said seriously, If that's the case, this Chi might be able to help. Yang Kai sized him up and said, Brother Chi, don't tell me that you know how to get to the Spirit Beast Island. Chi Hai smiled slightly. This Chi isn't sure, but this Chi knows where to find the Spirit Beast Island's beast hunting envoy. The beast hunting envoy comes from the Spirit Beast Island. As long as we find the beast hunting envoy, we won't have to worry about not being able to get to the Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai's expression changed. Where? Chi Hai smiled proudly. The Spirit Beast Island's beast hunting envoy is mainly looking for all kinds of strange beasts for the Beast Warrior Master. Brother Yang, think about it. In the Eastern Territory, where are the places with the most strange beasts? Was there a need to think about it? Yang Kai immediately thought of a place. Savage, desolate, ancient land. Chi Hai clapped his hands and said, That's right. The savage, desolate, ancient lands has the most strange and strange beasts, and many of them have the bloodline of ancient, divine spirits. How could a beast-seeking envoy miss that place? My Heaven Chi Castle is located at the periphery of the ancient land. It has a unique geographical location. To tell you the truth, Brother Yang, there is a beast hunter who lives in my Heaven Chi Castle all year round. What a coincidence! Yang Kai glared at him and then said lightly, Brother Chi, are you going to ask me to follow you back to the Heaven Chi Castle and meet the beast hunter and save your wife's life? Chi Hai cupped his hands and said, If so, this Chi will be eternally grateful. Yang Kai nodded and asked casually, But before that, I have something I would like to ask Brother Chi. Chi Hai said solemnly, You flatter me. Brother Yang, feel free to ask me anything. Yang Kai said, The people of the Netherworld sect and the Brahma Holy Land are inquiring about my whereabouts. Brother Chi should know about this, right? I was just about to tell Brother Yang about this. Chi Hai showed a look of shame. This Chi has been chasing Brother Yang all the way here, and also mobilized a lot of Heaven Chi Castle spies in the Eastern Territory. Perhaps the commotion caused was a bit big, so the news of Brother Yang's appearance in the Eastern Territory was leaked out. Brother Yang, please forgive me. Is that so? Yang Kai didn't comment, and didn't know whether to believe it or not. He smiled slightly and said, To tell you the truth, I came to the Heavenly Wolf Valley this time to inquire about the Spirit Beast Island, but Valley Master Tang seems to be somewhat afraid of the Netherworld sect and the Brahma Holy Land, so he didn't meet my request. If Brother Chi takes me back to the Heaven Chi Castle, aren't you afraid that the two great forces will find trouble with you? Chi Hai said decisively, as long as I can save my wife's life, this Chi is willing to pay any price. Yang Kai nodded and said, Brother Chi is really sincere to your wife. In that case, I don't understand. Chi Hai said in a daze, I don't know what Brother Yang doesn't understand. Yang Kai grinned and turned his head to look at the void around him. Since you have a request for me, why did you join forces with the people of the Netherworld sect and the Brahma Holy Land? You stopped me here and distracted me by talking to me, but it is convenient for them to secretly arrange things. Aren't you afraid that if you offend me, I won't save you in anger? Chi Hai's expression suddenly changed, and his face twitched. What does Brother Yang mean? Yang Kai ignored him and shouted, Since you are here, why are you sneaking around? Why don't you show yourself openly? Ha ha! A loud laugh suddenly rang out. I told you that you guys couldn't hide your schemes from him, but you didn't believe me. Now you've lost face, haven't you? As these words fell, the void trembled slightly, and a young man with red hair, red eyes, and a strange expression suddenly appeared. He seemed to have been hiding there all this time, but it was unknown what method he used to hide his figure. It could be said that he was almost flawless. Yang Kai glanced over and raised his brow. Chi Gui. Although he wasn't familiar with this guy and had only seen him once in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai still recognized him at a glance. It was Chi Gui of the Ahan Temple that Lan he had mentioned before. This guy's appearance was so unique that it was difficult to not recognize him. Chi Gui grinned, as if he really was an evil ghost causing everyone to shudder. Southern Territory, Yang Kai. As he spoke, his red eyes flashed with a divine light, as if he was an excellent hunter who had seen his favorite prey and was ready to hunt. You little brat, if you don't watch your mouth, this king will tear it off. A cold voice rang out, and a figure appeared on the other side, an old man with a ghostly aura. Netherworld sect master, Fu Bo. His seniority was higher than Chi Gui's, and although Chi Gui was also an emperor, he was just a rising star. So Fu Bo was qualified to teach him a lesson. Chi Gui curled his lips when he heard this, not daring to be too presumptuous. His master was not here, so if he really provoked Fu Bo, he would have to bear the consequences. Sect Master Fu, Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo and smiled slightly. Speaking of which, this was not the first time he and Fu Bo had met. Back then, he had gone to the Netherworld sect, but at that time, he had used Luan Feng's name as a cover, with Luan Feng accompanying him. Even though Fu Bo knew that he was the one who killed Yin Lusheng, he did not dare to be too presumptuous and swallowed his anger. After all, Yang Kai was related to the ancient land divine spirit, so he did not dare to have any ideas. This time, if he had not received some information and instructions, the Netherworld sect would not have made things difficult for Yang Kai again. However, the information and instructions he received made Fu Bo no longer have any scruples. This time, he had to settle his old grudge in one fell swoop. Boy, you've got guts, daring to come to the Eastern Territory. Fu Bo coldly snorted as he glared at Yang Kai, his eyes almost spitting fire. Beside him, one powerful figure after another gradually appeared, all of them emitting ghostly auras. There were more than 20 of them, all of them from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai calmly said, The world is vast. I can go wherever I want. It's just a trip to the Eastern Territory. Why wouldn't I dare? Fu Bo sneered again and again. I hope your ability is as big as your words. Yang Kai smiled and said, Sect Master Fu led the elites of the Netherworld sect out to deal with this king. Aren't you afraid that Lady Feng will come looking for trouble with you? Fu Bo's expression changed when he heard this. He naturally knew that the Lady Feng Yang Kai was talking about was the Luan Feng of the ancient land, but that was it. He coldly snorted and said, How can the divine spirit and the ancient land's monster race interfere in the affairs of my human race? It's fine if they don't come out, but if they do, This king would like to see if they can return to the ancient land alive. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, Sect Master Fu seems to have some kind of backing. And since the people from the Netherworld sect are here, I presume those from Brahma Holy Land are also here? Yang Kai turned his head and looked to the other side. Sure enough, there were more than a dozen figures there, led by a third-order Emperor Realm Master. But Fu Bo's Inchi was different. The middle-aged man had an indifferent expression, but his figure was as straight as a sword, giving off an indescribable pressure. Good. Yang Kai laughed. With so many masters from two great forces here, this king's face is really big, but with so many people here, I don't know how many of them will be able to leave alive. Chi Gui immediately looked at Yang Kai in shock. I've seen people with big mouths, but I've never seen one as big as you. Yang Kai turned to look at him and said, The Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land have enmity with me, so I can understand why they came to find trouble with me. But Chi Gui, what are you doing here? Chi Gui's fiery red hair fluttered in the wind as he grinned, giving off an evil and boundless feeling. Don't misunderstand. I have no enmity with you, nor am I on their side. I just came here to compare notes with you. You've already killed all those guys from the Eastern Territory, so I really can't find another opponent. Yang Kai nodded. If it were any other time, I wouldn't mind comparing notes with you, but today, it's not the right time. We can have a fight at any time. Anywhere. When is it not the right time? Chi Gui slowly shook his head. You misunderstand. Yang Kai sighed. I mean, if it weren't for today, I would be able to compare notes with you, but if you fight today, I'm afraid you'll be in a difficult situation. Chi Gui's expression suddenly became excited. You mean I'm not your opponent? You'll know when you try. Yang Kai gently smiled as he looked around. You've all secretly arranged things here to seal off space and not give me any room to escape. I'm curious. Aren't you going to use some kind of heaven and earth isolation array? Do you need me to give you a bit more time? I can wait a bit more. Wait a bit more. These words were very harsh to the ears, making the two great forces of the Emperor realm angry. What did this little brat mean? Did he really think he was invincible in the world, and that so many people from the Emperor realm couldn't do anything to him? Originally, when dealing with Yang Kai, everyone was worried that he would use the space divine technique to escape. If that was the case, there was nothing they could do to him. This was why Chi Hai had come forward to delay him, so that the others could secretly arrange things. They never thought that he would be so shameless and take the initiative to give up his biggest advantage. Once he was isolated from the world, he would have no way to escape. If he wanted to leave this place alive, he would have to defeat or kill these several dozen people from the Emperor realm. Who did he think he was? Great emperors. Chapter 33:02. Arrogant enough. Chi Gui stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, his heart filled with admiration. If he were in Yang Kai's shoes, he would never be as leisurely and elegant as Yang Kai. Not only did Yang Kai not try to find a way to escape, he even dared to ridicule him. Was he tired of living? Su Changfeng said indifferently, You don't necessarily need to set up a spirit array to isolate this world. Do you think you can sit back and relax just because you have the divine technique of space? Young man, this world is so big. There are always things you don't know. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Holy Master Su's words sound very interesting. Can I take it that you have already sealed off this world? Su Changfeng smiled faintly. Why don't you try? Yang Kai nodded and really did try. Under the surge of his space principles, Yang Kai discovered that the surrounding world was like an impregnable cage. Although he could still use his space principles, he couldn't teleport. On the surface, Yang Kai remained calm, but in his heart he was slightly surprised and quickly looked around. He didn't find any traces of a spirit array here. So, how did this world isolate him from teleportation? Could it be that the other side also had a master proficient in the space principles. Only someone who was also proficient in the space principles could seal off this world without anyone noticing. But that shouldn't be the case. The space principles were extremely difficult to grasp, and it was even more difficult to cultivate them. Just what kind of character was Sheng Yuzhu? She was an existence who could compete with Ryukong for the position of great emperors. Yet she had been trapped in the void for tens of thousands of years and had painstakingly studied the Tao of space. Yet she had only just begun. If the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land really had masters proficient in the space principles, they would definitely not be unknown and would have long since become famous. Unable to figure it out, Yang Kai didn't bother to think about it because he didn't intend to use teleportation to break out today. Death is at hand. Do you have anything to say? Fu Bo coldly glared at Yang Kai, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. This was different from the hatred between Yang Kai and Brahma Holy Land. Brahma Holy Land wanted to deal with Yang Kai only because Yang Kai had killed 2 of their holy sons in the Shattered Star Sea, although someone from the Netherworld sect had been killed by Yang Kai. This was not the real reason why Fu Bo wanted to deal with him. The biggest reason was the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star could be regarded as the origin of the Netherworld sect in the astral boundary. It was precisely because the experts of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star came to the astral boundary and cultivated successfully that they established the Netherworld sect in the astral boundary. The relationship between the two was inseparable. Not long ago, the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star was uprooted by the Yang Kai. The foundation of the sect was destroyed, and almost all the disciples of the sect were slaughtered. When Fu Bo heard the news, he almost couldn't catch his breath. Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai had killed Yin Lusheng and Elder Hua Fei Qin in the past, it could be said that both new and old grudges were surging together. Even if Yang Kai really had some kind of relationship with the ancient land's divine spirits, so what? In the past, Fu Bo could give face to Wan Feng and swallow his anger, hiding this grudge in his heart and not showing it. But after the incident in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Fu Bo could no longer bear it and was determined to kill Yang Kai to avenge himself. As he said, this was a matter of the human race. Although he was afraid of Wan Feng, if the ancient land's divine spirits and the monster race really insisted on interfering in the human race's affairs, it wasn't as if no one would deal with them. It is not certain who will die and who will live. Isn't Sect Master Fu too optimistic? Yang Kai glanced at him and then turned to look at Chi Hai, shaking his head in disappointment. Why are you doing this? Do you think that by helping them kill me, you can take away the Phoenix true fire and save your wife? Chi Hai's face suddenly became ferocious. She is already dead. It was you who killed her. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Hearing this, Fu Bo laughed loudly. Good disciple, well said. Yang Kai raised his brow and said with some surprise, so you have already joined the Netherworld sect. No wonder you can break through to the Emperor realm. But Chi Hai, you are wrong. Chi Hai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What did I do wrong? Yang Kai said softly, your wife's death has nothing to do with me. She died because she entrusted it to the wrong person. Nonsense. Chi Hai flew into a rage, and his expression was both painful and ferocious as he said, you clearly had the ability to save her life back then, but you turned a deaf ear to her, causing her to suffer all kinds of torture and suffering before she finally passed away. All of this is your fault. Yang Kai sneered. According to what you said, anyone in this world who has the ability to detoxify your wife is your enemy. Because they had the ability but didn't help you, Chi Hai, is there something wrong with your head? Chi Hai said coldly, I don't know if anyone else has this ability, but I know that you do. Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. Because of this, you hold a grudge against me. Your wife really did entrust it to the wrong person. If she was still alive, I wouldn't have saved her. It would have been better for her to die early, lest she continue to suffer with an irresponsible person like you in the future." "Shut up." Chi Hai's face became ferocious, as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Yang Kai continued, "As a man, you don't have the ability to protect your woman, and instead place your hopes on others. What kind of responsibility do you have?" Chi Hai flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, "I'll kill you." That woman's death was the greatest pain in his life, a knot in his heart that he could not let go of. If not for this, he would not have tried so hard to enter Netherworld Sect and find such a backer, simply because he knew that he could not deal with Yang Kai with his own ability. In any case, Netherworld Sect and Yang Kai had a grudge against each other, so he might have a chance to get what he wanted by borrowing the strength of Netherworld Sect. But today, Yang Kai was really trapped here. Under the gaze of so many masters, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. At this moment, angered by Yang Kai's words, coupled with his own wishes, he naturally wanted to kill Yang Kai with his own hands. As soon as his words fell, he shook his hand and summoned a black banner. In an instant, Yin Chi rolled out, and the world was filled with wailing and howling. This was one of Netherworld Sect's 2 great artifacts, the 10,000 Soul Banner. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, as if he was looking at a dead man. Although he had no grudge with Chi Hai, since the other party had willingly treated him as an enemy and attacked him, Yang Kai naturally would not show mercy. A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master could be killed with a flick of his finger. However, after summoning the 10,000 Soul Banner, Chi Hai did not immediately attack Yang Kai. Instead, he was startled and stared at his own 10,000 Soul Banner with wide eyes. Because at this moment, a vague phantom suddenly floated out of the 10,000 Soul Banner. It was the figure of a woman, probably a kind of spirit body because it looked a little illusory and had no substance. Her whole body was covered in ghost chi, and her face was pale. But it was not difficult to see that this woman must have been a peerless beauty when she was alive. Her demeanor was gentle, and even the ghost chi around her could not hide her peerless beauty. On the other side, Fu Bo, who was quietly observing the situation and did not even try to stop Chi Hai when he was about to attack, suddenly changed his expression and stared at the woman's phantom in a daze. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he whispered, "In spirit." Because of the secret arts and secret techniques that the Netherworld Sect cultivated, they dealt with Een spirits and death all year round. The 10,000 Soul Banner was made from Een spirits, and the more Een spirits there were, the more powerful the 10,000 Soul Banner would be. But Een spirits were difficult to find, while Een spirits were easy to obtain, because ordinary Een spirits did not have sentience, no matter how powerful they were when they were alive. Once they were refined by the Netherworld Sect's disciples with a secret technique after death, they would become banner spirits that obeyed orders. But Een spirits were different. Een spirits could be said to be another kind of existence. They were also a kind of Een spirit. They did not have flesh and blood, but they had their own sentience, and there was a lot of room for cultivation and development. If a 10,000 Soul Banner could obtain an Een spirit as its main soul, then the power of the 10,000 Soul Banner would be greatly increased. But the probability of an Een spirit appearing was too small. There were countless 10,000 Soul Banners in the Netherworld Sect, but there were only a few that had Een spirits, and all of them were treasures to those in the Emperor realm. But at this moment, Fu Bo actually saw an Een spirit on Chi Hai's 10,000 Soul Banner. Moreover, this Een spirit seemed to be more outstanding and pure than any Een spirit he had ever seen before. Such a Een spirit was simply rare in the world. For a moment, he gnashed his teeth in anger. If he had known that this cheap disciple of his had such a Een spirit, he would have done everything possible to obtain it. How could he have left it in Chi Hai's hands and let it go to waste? After the Een spirit appeared, It did not follow Chi Hai's order to pounce on Yang Kai. Instead, it turned around and faced Chi Hai, quietly looking at him. Its eyes, which should have lost all sentience, actually revealed a human-like light. Chi Hai stood dumbfounded in place, his whole body trembling. He slowly reached out a hand and touched the Yin spirit's face, trembling as he said, "Xiao Xiao? Is that you?" Yang Kai's face sank. "You actually refined her into a banner soul?" Although he had never seen this Yin spirit's appearance when she was alive, anyone with a bit of eyesight should be able to tell that this Yin spirit, called Xiao Xiao by Chi Hai, should be his wife. But no one would have thought that he would actually refine his wife's soul. If not, how could she have escaped from the 10,000 soul banner? This action could be said to be utterly heartless and infuriating. Even the group of people from the Netherworld sect looked at Chi Hai in a different light. Although they also refined souls to strengthen the power of the 10,000 soul banner, none of them had ever done such a thing to their family, let alone their lover. So that's how it is. Fu Bo's expression changed as he seemed to understand something. No wonder Chi Hai specially came to the Netherworld sect and offered the entire Heaven Chi castle as the price to join the Netherworld sect. Later, he even asked to cultivate the 10,000 soul banner's secret technique. It turned out that he wanted to keep his wife's soul by his side. A person's death was like an extinguished lamp. Their soul would also dissipate, but the Netherworld sect's secret technique could keep the soul. However, as a banner soul, it was destined to have a bad ending. After all, this way, the soul would be bound to the 10,000 soul banner for the rest of their lives. Not only would they lose the qualification to reincarnate, but they would also be easily swallowed by other banner souls. Chapter 33:03. In the end, Chi Hai's hand failed to touch Xiao Xiao's face. How could he touch a Yin spirit without a physical body? His hand passed through Xiao Xiao's face, causing her body to glow. Chi Hai's face was full of pain and self-blame. He asked, "Xiao Xiao, is it really you?" Clearly, this was the first time he had seen Xiao Xiao in such a state. Just as Fu Bo had thought, the reason why he had spent so much effort to join the Netherworld sect was because he wanted to use the power of the Netherworld sect to take revenge and obtain the secret techniques of the Netherworld sect. Although he succeeded in keeping Xiao Xiao's soul in his 10,000 soul banner, he never knew that Xiao Xiao had retained her intelligence. Until now, Xiao Xiao showed herself. Xiao Xiao smiled at him and said, "Don't make mistakes again and again." Chi Hai was stunned. "I was wrong? What was wrong?" He never thought that the first sentence Xiao Xiao said to him would be this. Then the woman turned around and looked at Yang Kai. She bowed and said sincerely, "Please let him go this time. He was not like this." Perhaps it was the powerful and keen intuition of a Yin spirit, or perhaps it was her last concern for her beloved, but she could sense that if Chi Hai attacked Yang Kai here, he would die in the next moment. That was why she took the initiative to come out of the 10,000 soul banner to save Chi Hai's life. Yang Kai stared at her and felt her feelings. He sighed in his heart, and his killing intent slowly dissipated. He nodded and said, "If he didn't seek his own death, I wouldn't have done anything to him." "Thank you." Xiao Xiao nodded gratefully. Yang Kai was silent for a moment and said, "Back then, I couldn't help you." The true phoenix fire was swallowed by Lu Yan and turned into a phoenix egg. Lu Yan was taken away by Jiufeng. He really couldn't help this woman. Xiao Xiao smiled. Life and death are predestined. There's nothing to care about. Xiao Xiao. Chi Hai called again with a trembling voice. Su turned around, stretched out her translucent little hand, and gently stroked his face like Chi Hai just did. She whispered, go back to the Heaven Chi castle, and live well. Otherwise, I will not forgive you." But Chi Hai glanced at Yang Kai as he spoke. He wholeheartedly wanted to avenge his woman, but at this moment, Xiao Xiao didn't want him to avenge her. Instead, she advised him to leave this place. Qi Hai was suddenly at a loss. He didn't know what to do. Go back, Su Su said again, her eyes filled with reluctance and reluctance. Next, her translucent body suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Qi Hai was shocked and cried out involuntarily, Xiao Xiao, what happened to you? Su Su gave Qi Hai a familiar smile. Amidst the bright light, she suddenly collapsed and turned into specks of fluorescent light that filled the world. Seeing this, Fu Bo could not help but reveal a pained expression. His heart ached so much that it was almost bleeding. This Een spirit had actually self-destructed. This was an Een spirit, a rare treasure for the Netherworld sect. Just now, he was thinking that he must find an opportunity to get her from Qi Hai, but just as he finished thinking, he found that he didn't have the chance anymore. He had never encountered an Een spirit that could self-destruct. It could be seen how outstanding this Een spirit was. Perhaps the few Een spirits in the Netherworld sect couldn't be compared to her. Fu Bo's face twitched, feeling as if he had just missed a precious treasure. Qi Hai reached out to grab the specks of light in a panic, as if he wanted to keep them, but in the end, it was all in vain. A moment later, the specks of light dissipated. Qi Hai knelt on the ground with a face full of pain. Tears streamed down his face. He clenched his fists and roared at the sky. That roar was heart-wrenching, full of unwillingness and helplessness. He obviously knew Su Su's end. There was a brief silence, like the eye of the storm. A moment later, Yang Kai sighed and looked at Qi Hai. What is your choice? Qi Hai, who was in a daze, was awakened. He raised his head and looked at Yang Kai with lifeless eyes. Su Su's last words echoed in his ears. He slowly shook his head, got up, and walked back the way he came, his back bleak. Useless thing. Fu Bo coldly snorted. Although he was Qi Hai's master in name, he had no intention of forcing him to stay. Qi Hai no longer had any fighting spirit. Even if he stayed, he wouldn't be able to do much. So he simply let him go. Not long after, Qi Hai's figure had already disappeared. More than 10 miles away, 3 figures stood quietly on a small hill, watching the development of the situation. It was Tang Sheng, Qian Xiaoying, and Lan He of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. So many experts suddenly appeared outside the sect. The people of the Heavenly Wolf Valley were not blind, so they naturally saw it. After the news was sent back, Tang Sheng and Qian Xiaoying immediately came out to investigate. Lan He also ran over, but she was restrained by the 2 of them, not allowing her to come forward. Tang Sheng and Qian Xiaoying both had depressed expressions. They hated the actions of the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land. Su Changfeng had previously proposed to let Tang Sheng open the sect, protecting Grand Array, and use the Heavenly Wolf Valley as a battlefield to deal with Yang Kai. After being rejected by Tang Sheng, he didn't force it. But what was the meaning of this group of people blocking the entrance of their own sect to deal with Yang Kai? If they really wanted to make a move, couldn't they wait until he was a little further away? If this situation was known to those who didn't know the situation, they would think that the Heavenly Wolf Valley was also involved. Although they were angry, their fists were not as big as the others, so they couldn't reason with them. They could only watch from afar to ensure that the Heavenly Wolf Valley's side would not be affected. Seeing the matter between Qi Hai and Su Su, Qian Xiaoying couldn't help but be slightly moved. This man is a true person, but unfortunately, he has taken the wrong path. Tang Sheng stared at Qi Hai's departing back and said, he seems to be someone from the Heaven Qi Castle. Lan He's expression was slightly complicated. After all, matters of the heart were quite emotional for women. When she saw Su Su explode her spirit body just now, she almost cried. Although she didn't know the other party, she could feel Su Su's feelings for Qi Hai. Xiu's choice to explode her spirit body was undoubtedly the most decisive way to settle this grudge. Otherwise, Qi Hai would have definitely taken action against Yang Kai, and at that time, only the heavens would know what Qi Hai's fate would be. She suddenly had an impulse to rush over and fight side by side with Yang Kai and kill all the shameless people in this world. However, Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuing were already prepared. The moment she came over, they sealed her cultivation and made it clear that they would only let her watch the battle and not let her interfere. More than 10 miles away, Yang Kai was facing dozens of people from the Emperor realm, but his expression didn't change. It was as if he didn't put these people in his eyes at all. Even Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuing, who were watching, couldn't help but admire him. Yang Kai turned to look at the red-haired, red-eyed Qi Gui and said indifferently, "Qi Hai is gone. What's your choice?" Qi Gui quietly stared at Yang Kai and was shocked to find that there was a long warning bell ringing in his heart. His instincts told him that if he didn't know when to back down and made a move against Yang Kai, he might end up in a terrible state, or even die. Qi Gui was shocked when this thought appeared in his mind. The other side was a figure of the same era as him. They were both rising stars in their respective territories. He was also famous in the Eastern Territory. Even if he faced the son of the great emperors of serene soul, Hyoji, he wouldn't have to worry about his life. But facing this person, why did he feel such a strong sense of crisis before he even made a move? He knew that Yang Kai's current situation made it so that he couldn't show any mercy, because once he showed any mercy, it would affect his momentum. Yang Kai still had to deal with dozens of people from the Emperor realm. It was impossible for him to compromise his momentum. So Yang Kai would definitely go all out. Would he die if he went all out? Qi Gui's face couldn't help twitching. The words that were about to come out of his mouth changed. Love is a bad thing. Let's forget about it today. Let's talk about it again when you have a chance to live. As soon as he finished speaking, the warning signs in his heart disappeared completely. He actually felt as if he had let out a long sigh of relief for no reason. Yang Kai nodded. If Qi Gui really wanted to oppose him at this time, he would definitely not show any mercy. No matter how strong Qi Gui was, he was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. If he really killed him here, he would have offended all three of the top forces in the entire Eastern Territory. Yang Kai didn't want to anger the heavens, so Qi Gui choosing to retreat was undoubtedly what he wanted to see. Looking around, Yang Kai sneered, "This king is right here. If you want to take my life, then what are you waiting for? Little brat, you dare to call yourself this king in front of this old master? This old master will definitely refine your soul after we capture you." Fu Bo coldly snorted and waved his hand. "Kill him." On the other side, Su Chongfeng succinctly spat out a word. "Kill." Emperor Qi surged, the wind and clouds changed, and world principles appeared. Several dozen figures suddenly spread out and surrounded Yang Kai, leaving him with no path to heaven and no door to earth. At this moment, 5 figures had already taken turns to pounce on him. The Emperor artifact spear in the hand of the leader trembled, piercing through the void with a sizzling sound. Spear images filled the sky as they blasted towards Yang Kai. Then, the 4 figures crisscrossed like butterflies, dazzling everyone who saw them. It was impossible to tell where they were going to attack from. Although these 5 people came from the 2 great sects, they were all masters from the Emperor realm. Even though this was the first time they had joined forces to fight an enemy, their cooperation was as if they had rehearsed beforehand. Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuing, who were watching from a distance, sighed. In fact, they didn't quite understand why the 2 great sects had to mobilize so many people to deal with Yang Kai. Even Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng had personally come. In their opinion, with the momentum of these 5 people, Yang Kai had no way to survive. Because if it were any one of them, they wouldn't be able to block such an attack. Even if they managed to block it, they would definitely be severely injured. And in such an environment, being seriously injured was tantamount to death. Since that was the case, wasn't mobilizing so many people from the Emperor realm a bit of a fuss? Lonnie couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Her face turned pale as she closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch any longer. Chapter 3304. Amidst the sounds of the air being torn apart, a short and hurried shrill cry sounded out. Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuying suddenly stared with wide eyes as if they had seen a ghost, and they looked at the nearby battlefield with astonishment. Lan He was also startled and quickly opened her eyes. Just now, she thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure, so she didn't dare to look. However, the scream that entered her ears wasn't Yang Kai's voice. Looking over, she saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Yang Kai was no longer in his original position. Instead, he was above the spear-wielding cultivator's head. His expression was cold, and his killing intent was like a tidal wave. He slapped his hand on the spear-wielding cultivator's head. Under his emperor chi, his clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Lonnie clearly saw that a large part of the spear-wielding cultivator's head had caved in. Both of his eyeballs had popped out, and white brain matter splattered in all directions. His vitality had dissipated in an extremely short period of time, and his body swayed as he fell to the ground. How could this be? A question popped up in Lan-He's mind. She had her eyes closed just now, so she didn't know how Yang Kai escaped from the Five People's attacks. She also didn't know how he took the enemy's life with a snap of his fingers. However, she knew that this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Even her master and master's wife didn't have this ability. Facing such a dense and flawless siege, any second-order Emperor Realm Master could only wait to be captured. However, Yang Kai fought back. Not only was he unscathed, he even killed one of them. Looking at his expression, he didn't seem to be in a sorry state at all. Instead, he seemed relaxed, as if he was slaughtering a chicken. That was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How could he be killed just like that? Lonnie couldn't help but feel that it was unreal. She was also a first-order Emperor, so she naturally knew what kind of background the Emperor Realm had. However, such a master, who was respected by millions of cultivators in the world, had died at the hands of Yang Kai in a single exchange. She couldn't help but shiver, and her pores began to emit cold air. At the same time, her beautiful eyes lit up. She faintly felt that this time, Yang Kai wouldn't be killed so easily. The gun-wielding cultivator was killed in one blow, and the other four were also shocked. Their eyes were full of fear and dread, but they only hesitated for a moment, and then attacked Yang Kai again. Yang Kai laughed loudly. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wishes." With a wave of his hand, the Emperor Artifact Spear appeared in Yang Kai's grasp. He did not use any particular technique, simply clenching his fists and thrusting the spear forward with incredible momentum. Originally, there was no one there, and at first glance, it seemed that Yang Kai had made a mistake, but when the tip of the spear, wrapped in Emperor Chi, pierced through the void, a figure coincidentally appeared there. This person was an elder of Netherworld sect. He wanted to launch an attack from the side, but as soon as he arrived, before he could react, he felt a deathly aura rush towards him. Shocked, he shook the red banner in his hand, causing it to explode into a bloody mist. It was his natal artifact, the Blood Sea Banner, and he retreated under the cover of this bloody mist. However, after retreating half a step, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. His body shook violently, and all the strength in his body rushed to his chest, venting out wantonly. A horrifying thought appeared in his mind, and he quickly looked down, only to see that a fist-sized hole had appeared in his chest at some point in time. It pierced all the way to his back, and he felt a chill in his heart. looking at the hole. He could even see his broken heart rapidly contracting and blood spurting out like a fountain. No. He roared towards the sky, as if he could not believe what had happened to him. How could Yong Kai break through the cover and defense of his blood sea banner with a single spear strike and chase after him? Before he could finish his thoughts, his body swayed, and he fell from the sky, dead before he even hit the ground. On the other side, Yong Kai, who had succeeded in his spear strike, did not stop. As he withdrew his spear, he turned it around and stabbed out diagonally from below his ribs. His movements were so smooth that it was too much for the eyes to take in. With a soft sound, Yong Kai stealthily touched the head of the third person behind him, and a violent power surged out, directly blasting this person's head apart. This Emperor artifact spear seemed to have been reborn in his hands, possessing a life of its own. Every spear strike chased after the enemy's soul and took their life. And this was only because Yong Kai had only used this artifact as an ordinary weapon and had not refined it yet. But this was not the end. Yong Kai gripped the end of the spear and suddenly swept it forward. In front of him, the fourth person had already used his killer move and was rushing over with an aggressive momentum that could not be underestimated. However, the five of them had been acting at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, Yong Kai had already eliminated three of them. At this moment, the fourth person's spear was sweeping over, causing his attack to weaken by 30%. Without even thinking about it, this person pushed his Emperor Chi to protect himself, and at the same time opened his right hand, summoning a shield-like artifact to block his side, as if he wanted to use this defensive artifact to find some sense of security. Hong. The long spear swept across the shield-like artifact, but the sound of planets colliding rang out. Everyone felt their eardrums hurt as their eyelids twitched, because under this blow, the shield-like artifact flashed wildly and suddenly lost its spirituality before shattering into pieces. Gasps rang out as Fu Bo and Su Changfeng, who saw the scene, almost bit their tongues, unable to believe their eyes. What they didn't know was that Yong Kai hadn't refined the long spear at all, and all his attacks were based on his brute strength. Yet with a single blow, he had actually shattered an Emperor artifact's defensive artifact. Just how strong was his brute strength? Retreat! Su Changfeng shouted almost instinctively. If possible, he wanted to warn Yong Kai when he killed the three people before him, but Yong Kai was simply too fast. 3 people from the Emperor realm died, so inexplicably that Su Changfeng did not even have time to react. As he shouted, a pitch-black sword box suddenly appeared behind Su Changfeng. It was square in shape, 1 foot long, and had an ordinary appearance, but it gave off a heaven-destroying aura. Su Changfeng formed a seal with his fingers, and a pitch-black sword light suddenly shot out from the sword box on his back, arriving behind Yong Kai in the blink of an eye, and slashing towards Yong Kai's back. Obviously, he wanted to rescue Yong Kai by besieging him. Even as one of the top 3 great forces in the Eastern Territory, the Emperor realm was still a rare talent, yet 3 of them had died at the hands of Yong Kai. Although 2 of them were from the Netherworld sect, Su Changfeng's heart still ached so much that it was almost bleeding. As such, he wanted to force Yong Kai to give up on killing the 4th person. His thoughts weren't wrong, but he hadn't expected Yong Kai to not play by the rules at all. Yong Kai completely ignored the pitch-black sword light behind him and swept his spear, which had already destroyed his defensive artifact, towards the body of the 4th person. Chi. With a loud sound, a rain of blood and minced meat fell from the sky. The power of this sweep caused the 4th person from the Emperor realm to explode into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. At the same time, there was a loud clanging sound, like the sound of a great bell, that spread throughout the world, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and their souls to shake. Su Changfeng fixed his eyes on the source of the sound and almost spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. he saw that behind Yang Kai, a large bell half the height of a person had appeared. On the bell, there were pictures of mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts flowing slowly, as if they were alive, emitting a mysterious aura. Su Chongfeng's pitch-black sword light did not hit Yang Kai, but instead hit the bell, causing unpredictable consequences. The mountains and rivers bell. Fu Bo's eyes flashed, revealing an extremely greedy look. Just a moment ago, he was still grieving over the death of his sect in the Emperor realm, but the next moment, all his regrets were gone. This was the mountains and rivers bell, the foundation of the Yuan Ding great emperors to become great emperors. The mountains and rivers bell. Although he had long heard that the mountains and rivers bell and the phoenix true fire were both obtained by Yang Kai in the shattered star sea, seeing was believing. Only at this moment did Fu Bo really believe what he had heard. The sound of the bell suppresses the mountains and rivers, and the rhythm of the emperor changes the world. It was rumored that the mountains and rivers bell had the effect of sealing the world, and judging from the feeling of the sound, just now, this rumor seemed to be true. Just passively emitting a sound had such a magical effect. So what would it be like if it was actively activated? For a moment, Fu Bo's eyes turned red. If he could obtain the mountains and rivers bell today, he might have a chance to compete for the title of great emperors in the future and become the second Yuan Ding great emperors. A figure hurriedly retreated, his face full of fear. It was the last of the 5 people who had attacked Yang Kai. Su Chongfeng's warning was too late. The 4th person had already been struck by Yang Kai, turning into a rain of blood. The 5th person was the only one who had not died yet. At this moment, he was fleeing like a stray dog towards the Brahma Holy Land's camp, not even daring to look back. Previously, when the 5 Emperor Realm Masters from the 2 great sects joined forces to attack Yang Kai, they all assumed that they would be able to deal with him, but in just a few breaths of time. It seemed that in less than 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai had killed 4 of them. The so-called perfect ambush was nothing more than a child's game. If he didn't run, would he wait for death? Before he could return to the Brahma Holy Land's camp, he heard Yang Kai's shout behind him, followed by the sound of something tearing through the air towards him. This person turned pale with fright and turned his head to look, only to see Yang Kai standing in place in a throwing posture. The Emperor artifact spear that should have been in his hand had disappeared, and not far from his back, a stream of light was rapidly approaching. Madman, this person cursed in his heart. How could he not know what that stream of light was? It was clearly Yang Kai throwing the spear artifact at him. Before the stream of light arrived, the sound of something tearing through the air rang in his ears. He couldn't dodge it. It was too fast. He couldn't block it. And the attack was too fierce. The blood drained from this person's face as he shouted, "Holy Master, save me." As soon as he shouted, he felt a strong force hit him from behind, followed by a sharp pain. His body staggered a few steps forward under the force of the impact, and then he saw a spear piercing through his chest, rushing straight towards the Brahma Holy Land's camp. Chapter 33:05. The spear that was thrown by Yang Kai went straight through the body of this man from the Emperor realm. The few masters from Brahma Holy Land in front of him all retreated in horror when they saw this, not daring to face it head-on. Where the spear passed, it left a dark mark in the void that lingered for a long time. This blow tore through space. Everyone was stunned as a chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. It was also the first time they realized that a person could possess such terrifying brute strength. Holy Master, the man from the Emperor realm, who had a huge hole in his chest and abdomen, barely managed to get within 10 meters of Su Chongfeng. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and stretched out his hand weakly towards Su Chongfeng, as if he was trying to grasp his last chance of survival. But in the end, it was all in vain. His body went limp, and he fell from midair, crashing to the ground, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. 5 breaths. 5 men from the Emperor realm were killed by Yang Kai in just 5 breaths of time. They didn't even have the chance to test out Yang Kai's true strength before they were casually crushed like 5 ants. The world fell silent as the dozens of masters from the Emperor realm, from Brahma Holy Land, and Netherworld sect gulped, feeling like they were dreaming. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he stood on the spinning mountains and river's bell. As the wind blew, his black hair fluttered in the wind as he shouted, "I, Yang Kai, am here. Who wants to die?" Everyone looked around, but no one dared to look him in the eye, all of them averting their gazes. More than a dozen kilometers away, Tang Sheng and Qian Shouying were dumbfounded, unable to accept what they had just seen. Is this still a second-order Emperor Realm Master? How could this be a second-order Emperor Realm Master? Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master couldn't have such divine power, right? Although they had long known that there was a type of person in this world who could fight above their level and kill powerful enemies, as if it was nothing out of the ordinary, it was not like they had never seen such a person before. The former holy son of Brahma Holy Land, Zhang Hao Zhangxian, the disciple of Netherworld sect Master Fu Bo, Yin Lusheng, the son of the serene soul great emperors Haioji and Qigui, all belonged to this category. They could often defeat opponents a minor realm higher than themselves, and even had the opportunity to kill their enemies. Such existences were well-known geniuses. As long as they were given enough time and space to grow, there would definitely be a place for them in the future. But it wasn't until now that Tang Sheng and Qian Shouying realized that there was a difference between geniuses. There were even more powerful geniuses among geniuses. Yang Kai had killed 5 first-order Emperor Realm Masters with his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, so it couldn't be counted as fighting above his realm. But the scene before them was far more shocking and unbelievable than seeing a first-order Emperor Realm Master kill a second-order Emperor Realm Master. No wonder Zhang Hao Zhangxian and Yin Lusheng died at his hands. There is always a heaven beyond a heaven, and there is always someone better than you. Lan He's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor, and her heart was filled with excitement. Previously, she had broken her promise to Yang Kai, and was filled with guilt. Then, when she saw Yang Kai being surrounded by so many people, she thought he was dead for sure. If Yang Kai really died outside Heavenly Wolf Valley, then today's matter would probably be a knot in her heart for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, her cultivation was sealed by Tang Sheng and Qian Shouying, so she couldn't even help. She could only stand here and watch helplessly. This kind of mental torment was really painful. Turning her head, Lan He looked at Tang Sheng with a complicated gaze and asked, "Master, if he survives, will you regret it?" Tang Sheng trembled when he heard this. He knew that Lan He was still very dissatisfied with his previous choice. She was complaining, but because he was her master, she couldn't say or ask for more, so he said indifferently, "Since I have made a choice, I won't regret it. What's more, do you think he can survive?" It was undeniable that the wanton slaughter in just a few breaths was really shocking, making people feel emotional. It was also undeniable that Yang Kai was definitely one of the few geniuses in the Star Boundary. He was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but he already had such power. What would happen if he broke through to the third-order Emperor Realm? At that time, he would probably be able to compete with Li Wuyi. If such an existence could be befriended in advance, it would be of great benefit to Heavenly Wolf Valley, even if he was from the Southern Territory. Yang Kai did indeed ask Heavenly Wolf Valley for help. As long as he agreed to take him to Spirit Beast Island, Heavenly Wolf Valley would naturally establish a good relationship with him. If Heavenly Wolf Valley asked for help in the future, would they be afraid that he would ignore them? Who wouldn't like such a deal if they could get a generous return with a small price to pay? That was why Lan He asked this question. She instinctively wanted to make friends with a future Supreme Master, But Heavenly Wolf Valley missed this opportunity. But the premise of all this was he could survive. Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld Sect had mobilized all their forces this time. So even if 5 First Order Emperor Realm Masters died, it wouldn't affect the overall situation because they still had 2 Third Order Emperors and 7 or 8 Second Order Emperors. Yang Kai's performance was amazing, but the outcome was probably already decided. Lan He was rendered speechless by the question. She asked herself, in such a situation, could Kai Yang survive? He had already killed 5 people from the other side, and all of them were from the Emperor realm. This was definitely a situation where one side would fight to the death. In today's battle, either Yang Kai would be killed here, or the 2 sects would be shattered. But anyone with discerning eyes could see who was stronger and who was weaker. I bet he can survive. A voice suddenly came from the side. Tang Sheng and Qian Shouying, who were focused on the battlefield, were shocked because they didn't notice when someone approached. Although most of their attention was diverted, it was still enough to show how strong this person was. But after hearing the person's voice clearly, the 2 immediately felt relieved. Because the person who said this was Qi Gui, the strongest of the younger generation of Ahan Temple. His red hair and red eyes were his most obvious symbol. He was warlike and bloodthirsty. Everyone in the Eastern Territory had a headache because no one wanted to be targeted by this guy. If Lan He wasn't a woman, he would have already fought with her in Heavenly Wolf Valley. Elder Qi thinks so highly of him. Tang Sheng raised his brows. According to seniority, Qi Gui was his junior. Tang Sheng and the Ahan Temple Lord were from the same generation, but Qi Gui was from the Emperor realm and an elder of Ahan Temple. His future achievements would not be lower than Tang Sheng's. Tang Sheng didn't have the right to call him nephew, so he could only call him Elder Qi. Qi Gui shrugged and didn't answer Tang Sheng's question. Instead, he looked at Lan He and said, "Junior sister Lan thinks he will die." Lan He shook her head. "I don't know. I hope he can survive." Qi Gui whistled frivolously as he looked at the battlefield with great interest and said with a grin, "Valley Master Tang, why don't we make a bet?" Tang Sheng's eyes flashed. "Bet on what?" Qi Gui grinned. "Of course it's a bet." He suddenly laughed and shook his head. Forget it, there's no meaning." Tang Sheng asked curiously, "Elder Qi really thinks he can survive?" Although Qi Gui didn't finish his sentence, how could Tang Sheng not know what he wanted to say? It was nothing more than a bet on Yang Kai's life or death. Crimson Ghost nodded and said, "I believe in my own feelings." Tang Sheng asked, "Then why don't you bet?" He didn't ask this because Tang Sheng liked to gamble, but because he found it strange that Qi Gui's attitude changed so quickly. Qi Gui smiled. When an elephant fights with a group of lions, an ant can only watch. What qualifications do I have to bet on someone else's life or death? Wouldn't that be overestimating myself? As soon as he said this, Tang Sheng, Qian Shouying, and even Lan He looked at him in surprise. Qi Gui was the strongest young master of Ahan Temple. Even in the entire Eastern Territory and Star Boundary, he was one of the few young talents. In the Eastern Territory, perhaps only Hyoji could suppress him, but Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul. There was no comparison at all. Such a talent would definitely think highly of himself and would never be willing to be inferior to others, but at this moment, he actually compared Yang Kai to an elephant and called himself an ant. If one didn't hear it with their own ears, no one would believe it. If he was an ant, then what were all the living beings in Star Boundary? Dust? Qi Gui's red eyes narrowed slightly as he said lightly, "Does Valley Master Tang think I think too highly of him?" Tang Sheng came back to his senses and said with a slight smile, "Elder Qi is too modest." Modest? Qi Gui muttered to himself. Perhaps he was being modest, but this feeling couldn't be wrong. When Yang Kai asked him how he should choose, he felt that if he really fought with Yang Kai, he would definitely die. He feared his end would not be any better than the other 5. and after seeing him fight, this feeling became even stronger, almost to the point of believing him. Tang Sheng said in shock, "Elder Qi means to say that the two great forces will be in trouble today." Qi Gui smiled and said, "I didn't say that. I just said that Guy will live." He had followed Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng all the way here and faintly felt that something was not quite right, as if the two great forces weren't just showing their strength on the surface. But he also couldn't figure it out. The two great forces had already given Yang Kai a lot of face by going all out to deal with him. So how could they still have hidden their strength? Even if Yang Kai could escape today, his end would not be good. Both sides would suffer losses. This was Qi Gui's judgment, but he didn't say it out loud. Tang Sheng said lightly, "Then let's see if Elder Qi's judgment is correct." This Tang still feels that his chances of survival are slim. Although there was no bet, both of them had already expressed their views. As for Yang Kai's life or death, they could only verify it with their own eyes. While these people were talking, Yang Kai was standing proudly on the mountains and river's bell, looking down at them disdainfully, yet no one dared to step forward to accept their death. This scene was truly shocking. Seeing them not move, Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. "Since everyone is so reserved, this king will not decline." Turning his gaze towards the Netherworld sect, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as if there was no one else present. Being stared at, Fu Bo felt a chill run down his spine and shouted, "Release the banners." More than a dozen Netherworld sect cultivators from the Emperor realm summoned their artifacts, all of which were 10,000 soul banners and Blood Sea banners. Chapter 3306. In an instant, the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves filled the air. When the sky darkened, a blood-red light blossomed and transformed the vast space into a boundless blood sea. The blood water churned, and the stench of blood soared into the sky. Inside this blood sea, one monster after another floated up and down, while serene soul phantoms shuttled back and forth in the air. The soul-sucking sound was so powerful that anyone who heard it would feel dizzy. More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm joined forces to summon their 10,000 soul banner and Blood Sea banner, creating a spectacular scene. The endless blood sea isolated a separate space between the heavens and earth, and inside this space, Yang Kai was bound to be restrained, while the Netherworld sect cultivators were like fish in water. Even if Yang Kai had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be difficult for him to survive. Lan He's heart was already in her throat. Looking around, the sky was blood-red and Yang Kai's figure had long disappeared. Even his aura could not be detected. When the blood sea took shape, Su Chongfeng waved his hand indifferently, and the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm from Brahma, Holy Land, also quietly disappeared into the blood sea. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to secretly kill Yang Kai. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the cultivators from Brahma, Holy Land, to enter this blood sea at will. This blood sea was a divine technique used by the Netherworld sect cultivators, so if they entered, they would inevitably be restrained. But since they had joined forces to deal with the enemy, there was no need to worry too much. The Netherworld sect cultivators would naturally create all kinds of opportunities for them to attack. Suddenly, the balance of victory and defeat tilted. This time, however, was completely different from the previous test. Although there were 5 people from the Emperor realm before, that was only 5 people. Now, there were 20 to 30 cultivators from the Emperor realm, many of whom were second-order emperors. Watching from a distance, Lan He clenched her fists and pursed her red lips, her worry evident in her words. Qi Gui, on the other hand, was excited. If he could win this battle like Yang Kai, he would have no regrets even if he died. But he also knew that if he was really dealt with by 2 great forces, there was absolutely no chance of survival. An angry roar suddenly rang out from the Blood Sea, shaking the world. Demons and monsters! How dare you offend this king? Break for me! A bell rang, and the will to suppress heaven and earth swept out in all directions. The boundless Blood Sea surged up with monstrous waves and quickly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun. A red mist appeared in the sky. Obviously, the Blood Sea and the mountains and rivers bell rang 9 times in a row, each more majestic and urgent than the previous one, with the Blood Sea as the origin. The sound waves turned into a force visible to the naked eye and spread in all directions. Tang Sheng, Chen Xiuying, and Qi Gui all paled. They hurriedly used their secret arts to protect themselves, but they still felt dizzy and their eardrums vibrated. Even the Emperor Qi, they maintained on the surface of their bodies, rippled. All of them showed a horrified expression, their eyes filled with horror. They had long heard that the mountains and rivers bell was an ancient rare treasure that could only be found by chance and not by searching for it. It was not until today that they realized the rumors were true. No wonder the great emperors of the Yuan furnace could use it to break through their shackles and achieve supreme bodies. The origin of this treasure is unknown, but the power it can exert is not comparable to an ordinary emperor artifact. If one's mind was affected by the mountains and rivers bell, when fighting against an enemy with such a treasure, one's head would be separated from his body in the next moment. When the bells stopped ringing, the echoes were still spreading, as if they would linger for 3 days. The Blood Sea, which originally seemed to be a world of its own and was impregnable, was now fragmented. It was unknown how much of the crimson blood had evaporated, and even the blood-red color of the sea had dimmed a little. Muffled groans rang out as several ghostly figures staggered out from the Blood Sea. Their faces were pale as they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. These people were obviously from the Emperor realm of the Netherworld sect, and were also the masters of the Blood Sea banners. The Blood Sea banners were based on blood. So, Yang Kai breaking the Blood Sea banners with one move naturally caused them to suffer a certain degree of backlash. The expressions on these people's faces were very interesting, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They never thought that the shocking means they had worked together to arrange would be so easily broken by Yang Kai, causing them to be injured as well. And without the advantage they had created, the remaining people could no longer hide themselves. Figures emerged from the thin Blood Sea one after another. Some were from the Netherworld sect, but even more were from the Brahma Holy Land. They had unknowingly surrounded Yang Kai, obviously looking for an opportunity to attack. But at this moment, these people did not seem to be in a good situation. All of them were swaying and their expressions were changing, although they did not suffer any backlash because of the destruction of the Blood Sea. The 9 rings of the mountains and rivers bell were not so easy to bear. Even Tang Sheng and the others, who were more than a dozen kilometers away and were not deliberately targeted, were shocked. Their ears were ringing and their eyes were spinning, let alone them, who were so close. So, at this moment, an incomparably funny scene appeared. Nearly 20 people had gathered around Yang Kai, but all of them were swaying as if they were drunk, their faces pale, as they struggled to maintain their stability. The moment their figures appeared, Yang Kai's sharp eyes swept over them like blades. "Not good," Su Chongfeng exclaimed and shouted. "Retreat!" He cursed Fu Bo in his heart. What kind of bullshit secret technique did the Netherworld sect use? It couldn't even withstand a single blow, causing the originally perfect ambush to become the biggest flaw in their side. However, he also knew that it was not the Netherworld sect's secret technique that couldn't withstand a single blow. With so many people from the Emperor realm joining hands to summon the Blood Sea banner and create a boundless Blood Sea, even if he himself fell into it, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. It was Yang Kai's fault for having a heavenly treasure in his hands. The sound wave attack of the great bell seemed to be the nemesis of this blood sea, shattering it in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai laughed heartily. "You can't retreat. You'll all die if you come." As the laws of space fluctuated, ink-black, crescent, moon-shaped crescent blades shot out in all directions, slicing through the void, the shattered sea of blood, and into the bodies of the enemies. Although this world was sealed, preventing him from teleporting away, the space principles in this world were still under his control. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly, and as blood splattered, the people from the Emperor realm let out muffled groans and screams, as if they had been struck by lightning. The moon blade was simply indestructible. It didn't matter if one was a first-order Emperor realm or a second-order Emperor realm master. Their protective Emperor Chi was like a piece of paper in front of the moon blade, unable to withstand a single blow. The moon blade left a crescent-shaped wound on the body of anyone who was struck. The wound was empty, and the flesh that should have been there had been swallowed up by the void. In the sky, the people from the Emperor realm fell down like dumplings. Corpses fell to the ground one after another, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm had died. Within a 300-meter radius around Yang Kai, there was no one left. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk, a clear gulping sound rang out. Tang Sheng turned his head with difficulty and found that the sound was made by Chi Gui. At this moment, his Adam's apple was still moving. Chi Gui, who had always been lawless and arrogant in the Eastern Territory, now had his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to dig them out and throw them into the battlefield for a closer look. Tang Sheng wanted to laugh, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't, because more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm had died in front of him. Those were the Emperor realm's people, not a dozen pigs. Just like that, it was cut off like a withered stalk of straw. He understood Chi Gui's feelings because he felt the same. Looking at Qian Xiuying on the side, she was also filled with shock and trembling. When he met Yang Kai before, Tang Sheng thought that he was polite, elegant, and handsome. He knew when to advance and retreat, and knew when to stop. He was a good person. If it wasn't for this matter, he would be very happy to make friends with Yang Kai. But only now did he realize that he had completely misjudged him. This person slaughtered the Emperor realm like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. He didn't even blink. In other words, if he met and chatted with him, wouldn't it be like taking a trip to the gates of hell? Thinking of this, Tang Sheng couldn't help but shiver. Who had killed more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm in one go, Tang Sheng rummaged through his memories and found that in today's world, there was only one person like this. If he counted the 5 people who were killed by Yang Kai one by one, then in this short period of time, the number of people from the Emperor realm who had died at the hands of Yang Kai was almost 20. How many people had come from the 2 top sects? More than 30 people, and more than half of them had died. No matter whether the 2 sects won or lost, they had already lost because their losses were too great. So great that it was almost unbearable. The Emperor realm wasn't like cabbages that could be found everywhere. Even among the top sects, it wasn't easy to nurture someone from the Emperor realm. Now that they had died, Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng should be very distressed, right? Glancing at the two, Tang Sheng found that they were indeed distressed. So distressed that they were about to bleed. Su Chongfeng, who had always remained calm even if a mountain collapsed on his face, had a ferocious expression at this moment. Needless to say, Fu Bo's expression was even more ferocious. The way he gritted his teeth was as if he was drinking Yang Kai's blood, eating Yang Kai's meat, and gnawing on Yang Kai's bones. After this battle, the 2 top sects would likely suffer a disastrous decline, and it would take at least 500 years for them to recover their Yuan Qi. Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng were obviously aware of this, and were filled with bitterness. they had eaten a basket of Coptis chinensis. Originally, they had come here to seek revenge, but before their old grievances could be resolved, new enmity had been added, and so many people had died. Even if they could really get revenge, what could they do? The dead could not be brought back to life, and the losses of the two great forces could not be made up for. Massacring the Emperor realm on his own, and with a mere second-order Emperor realm cultivation, was he even human? Chapter 3307. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Those who were still alive from the Emperor realm fled from Yongkai, as if they were avoiding a ghost. Everyone had a look of lingering fear on their faces, as if they had just narrowly escaped death. It wasn't that Yongkai didn't want to kill them all, but that he couldn't find their location. Although the Blood Sea was mostly destroyed by his mountains and rivers Bell, there were still some places he missed, and those who survived happened to be hiding in those places. Yongkai ignored those people and turned his head to stare at Fu Bo with a sinister grin on his face. As their eyes met, Fu Bo, whose heart was dripping blood, felt his heart skip a beat as he sensed Yongkai's malicious intent. A clear thought surfaced in his mind. He wants to kill me. He wants to kill me. Fu Bo couldn't believe it. He was the sect master of Netherworld Sect, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and a mere second-order Emperor Realm Junior wanted to kill him? At this moment, Fu Bo was so angry that he almost laughed. His vision blurred as he lost track of Yongkai. He only vaguely grasped the trajectory of a figure rushing out of the Blood Sea and heading straight for him. Fu Bo's face turned cold as he raised his hand and summoned a large black flag. As the sect master of Netherworld Sect, he naturally had his own 10,000 soul flag. This flag was connected to his life and had been refined for more than 2,000 years, reaching the limit of an emperor artifact. It was also the means he relied on the most. Without any hesitation, the black flag wrapped around his body and merged with it, making his already gloomy aura even colder and more terrifying. At the same time, Fu Bo's figure also underwent a huge change. Originally, he was just an old man half a head shorter than an ordinary person, but at this moment his body suddenly expanded, turning into a ferocious monster that was 15 meters tall. He had a blue face and fangs, and two terrifying short horns grew on his forehead. His hands also became dry and slender, and his nails were sharp and black. At a glance, it was obvious that they were highly poisonous. Ghost King's body, Tang Sheng exclaimed in a low voice, his eyes trembling. He didn't expect Fu Bo to be so cautious, using his trump card right from the start. But when he thought about it carefully, it wasn't that strange. The power Yongkai displayed before was too terrifying, and it wasn't something a second-order Emperor Realm Master should possess. If he were in Yongkai's shoes, he wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing such an enemy. Naturally, he would have to use his strongest strength to feel safe. The Ghost King's aura was terrifying, as if it had really come from the Yellow Springs. Even the breath it exhaled was eerie. An ordinary cultivator would die upon touching it, and the temperature of the world dropped. And at the same time that Fu Bo revealed his Ghost King body, Yongkai had already rushed in front of him, the wide myriad sword in his hand raised high, and slashed down with a loud bang. Fu Bo looked at him coldly, but he didn't try to dodge. He simply raised his hand to block. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere as the myriad sword was shaken. Yongkai also felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb, revealing a look of surprise. He didn't use his full strength for this strike because the myriad sword couldn't bear it. After all, this was the Qin family's emperor artifact, and he had an agreement with Qin Chaoyang that he would return this sword when Qin Yu broke through to the emperor realm. If he really damaged this emperor artifact, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. But even if he didn't use his full strength, this strike of his was definitely not something an ordinary person could bear. Fu Bo, this old brat, was actually able to withstand it head-on, and he seemed to be very relaxed. Yong-kai couldn't help but re-evaluate this old man's monster form. Although he had dealt with many people from the Netherworld sect before, this was the first time he had seen a Ghost King body, so he didn't know that a Ghost King body was as strong as copper and iron as steel. After blocking the strike, Fu Bo didn't stop at all, his other hand forming an eagle's claw and reaching straight for Yong-kai's chest. This ghost claw was sharp and flashed with a deathly aura, obviously wanting to rip out Yong-kai's heart in one fell swoop. Even with his half-dragon body, Yong-kai didn't dare to underestimate the power of this strike and leisurely retreated. More than a dozen kilometers away, Lanhee's beautiful face suddenly turned pale as she shouted, "Watch out behind you!" In her line of sight, a figure suddenly appeared behind Kai Yang, who was dodging the ghost claw. That person's movements were so fast that even the spectators did not notice him in time. Only when he suddenly appeared did they become alert. It was none other than Brahma Holy Land's Holy Master, Su Chongfeng. Su Chongfeng held a pitch-black sword in his hand that didn't emit the slightest cold light as he silently stabbed forward. Although it didn't have the power of Fu Bo's attack, it was a real killing move. The two great emperors joined forces to attack, one from the front and one from the back, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. There were definitely not many people in the world who could avoid this attack. At the critical moment, Yong-kai suddenly shook his hand, and a figure strangely appeared behind him. It was a tall and short man with a humanoid appearance. His entire body seemed to be made of earth and stone, but he was covered in bone spurs, looking like a stone hedgehog, incomparably ferocious, and his body was emitting strange flames. Clang! With a light sound, Su Chongfeng's pitch-black sword stabbed into the stone porcupine's body. The incomparably sharp blade that could cut through gold and jade didn't have any effect at all. Instead, it was firmly blocked. Su Chongfeng's expression froze as he stared at the stone hedgehog in front of him. For a moment, he almost thought that he was dreaming. What was this? Where did this guy come from? This should have been a killing move, but it was actually blocked by this strange thing. The embodiment lowered his head and looked at the long sword that was stabbed into his chest, then raised his head and looked at Su Chongfeng. His tough face revealed an unfathomable evil grin. Su Chongfeng was shocked. This guy was actually alive. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he felt a monstrous evil aura rushing towards him. The embodiment stepped forward and blocked Su Chongfeng's pitch-black sword, forcing him to retreat again and again. "Holy Spirit!" Su Chongfeng cried out involuntarily. He actually felt the aura of the Holy Spirit from this stone hedgehog. Looking at its appearance and image, and comparing it with his own knowledge, an uncontrollable thought emerged. Stone fire. The Holy Spirit stone fire that had once destroyed the top sect in the Eastern Territory, the Black Tortoise sect. How could it be here? How did it appear? Wasn't it said that it was in the savage wilderness, ancient land? Questions popped up one after another, but Su Chongfeng couldn't find the answers. He only knew that he was in big trouble. Although he was also a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he was still inferior to a Holy Spirit. In the savage wilderness, several Holy Spirits called themselves Saint Sovereigns, and under them were 32 Monster Kings. Su Chongfeng thought that he was only equivalent to a Monster King. Even the Monster King was a subordinate of these Holy Spirits. So how could he be a match for them? Could today's matter be a trap? If not, why would the Holy Spirit Stonefire suddenly appear and attack him? But this didn't make sense at all. The Holy Spirits of the savage wilderness had been dormant for many years and had never had any disputes with the great forces of the Eastern Territory. This was because there were several great emperors in the Eastern Territory. It was fine if they hid in the savage wilderness, but if they dared to come out and stir up trouble, it would be tantamount to suicide. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and Su Chongfeng's soul almost left his body. He quickly retreated and pulled away from the embodiment. In an instant, the embodiment didn't chase after him and only shook its head for a while. The bone spikes all over its body burned with a terrifying light as it stared coldly at Su Chongfeng. Its expression was as if it was looking at death, and Su Chongfeng had the urge to immediately escape. More than 10 miles away, Tang Sheng and the others were also stunned by this unforeseen event. Originally, Tang Sheng was startled by Lan He's loud warning. After all, this might offend Su Chongfeng. Once Su Chongfeng and Fu Bo joined forces to kill Yang Kai, Heavenly Wolf Valley would be in danger. It was reasonable for him to refuse to let Su Chongfeng use Heavenly Wolf Valley as a battlefield, but allowing his disciple to warn the enemy was unforgivable. However, since Lan He had already shouted, what else could he do? Just as he was feeling vexed, he saw the embodiment appear in a flash. Then Su Chongfeng avoided it as if it was a snake or a scorpion. The series of unforeseen events really made people unable to wrap their heads around it. Valley Master Tang, did you see how this guy appeared? Chi Gui's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at the other side without blinking and asked subconsciously. Tang Xing said, I didn't see it clearly. He only knew that the Holy Spirit Stone fire appeared when Yang Kai waved his hand. He faintly guessed that it was related to the space divine technique that Yang Kai controlled. Perhaps he used a secret technique to teleport the stone fire over. However, wasn't it said that this world was already isolated? How was teleportation done? Not only did he have such doubts, but Su Chongfeng also had the same doubts. If that was really the case, then what was the point of fighting? Since Yang Kai could teleport, it meant that he was in an invincible position. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. Would he lose? Su Chongfeng's gaze looked past the embodiment blocking the way to Fu Bo's side. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This was because in this short moment, the ghost king that Fu Bo had transformed into was actually being suppressed by Yang Kai to the point that he couldn't do anything. Although the ghost king's body was incomparably tough and powerful, there was still a limit after all. Yang Kai's half-dragon body was even stronger than him. With his greatest strength suppressed, how could Fu Bo make any waves? The myriad swords stabbed, hacked, and slashed, hitting Fu Bo's body with clanging sounds. Although there wasn't any substantial damage, his current state was really too embarrassing. Yang Kai kept attacking, not giving him a chance to catch his breath at all. He sneered. I don't know why, but the one surnamed Fu and I were born to be enemies, and we never had a good ending. He was naturally referring to the dragon race on the Dragon Island. If it was a competition of strength, there were many people who were stronger than him on the Dragon Island. Unfortunately, the dragon race was severely restricted by the bloodline. Yang Kai had the power of the golden divine dragon's origin, so he had a great advantage when fighting against the dragon race. Even the great elder and second elder of the dragon race might not be able to do anything to him even if they tried their best. This was also why he dared to go to the Dragon Island again. If he didn't have this backing, he wouldn't have courted his own death. Today you will die, and the Netherworld sect will also be destroyed. Yang Kai's attacks were ruthless, and his mouth was also poisonous. With just a few words, Fu Bo's eyes were already red. He couldn't help but roar, "You destroy the foundation of my Netherworld sect in the territory of the great wilderness star. Today, either you die or I die." Chapter 33:08. After Yin Lusheng was killed by Yang Kai, Fu Bo didn't want to be enemies with Yang Kai because of the divine spirit Wan Feng, But after learning that the foundation of Great Desolate Star's territory had been destroyed, Fu Bo couldn't bear it anymore. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. You actually know about Great Desolate Star's territory? A light flashed in his mind as he vaguely understood. No wonder the Netherworld sect dared to jump out and become enemies with me this time. So this is the reason. Fu Bo knew that he had misspoken, so he immediately shut his mouth. The Ghost King's aura became even more violent, and his confidence, which had been shaken, rose again. Previously, he had been suppressed by Yang Kai to the point of being unable to breathe, but now he could see that although Yang Kai's movements were fast and nimble, there was nothing he could do to him. The Ghost King physique was extremely strong, so how could a second-order Emperor realm cultivator easily break through it? With this, he was in an invincible position. Seeing Yang Kai thrust his sword again, Fu Bo coldly snorted and didn't dodge. Instead, he stretched out his hand to grab the wide sword, grabbed it, and pulled it hard. When a huge force came through, Yang Kai's face showed a trace of surprise as he was dragged towards Fu Bo. Boy, die! Fu Bo laughed sinisterly as his sharp ghost claw swooped down towards Yang Kai's head, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai's head being crushed. But just as his plot was about to succeed, a feeling of uneasiness suddenly welled up in his heart. Looking over, he saw Yang Kai, who should have been panicking, actually show a meaningful smile as he jabbed his other hand towards Fu Bo's palm like lightning. Faintly, Fu Bo seemed to feel that Kai Yang's aura had undergone a huge change. A mysterious and profound aura was being emitted. He even saw traces of scales suddenly appearing on Kai Yang's exposed skin. These scales were similar to snake scales, but they were even more profound and unfathomable. Just as he was wondering, Fu Bo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Fu Bo was shocked and quickly withdrew his hand. At the same time, he threw away the myriad sword and retreated. Looking down, Fu Bo's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Several bloody holes had appeared on his hard ghost claw, and blood was gushing out from them. I'm injured? Fu Bo couldn't believe his eyes. He knew better than anyone how strong his Ghost King physique was. So how could he be injured? And looking at the wound, it was obviously caused by Yang Kai's finger. How did he do it? Fu Bo looked up at Yang Kai in a daze, wanting to see what kind of trick Yang Kai had just used, but when he looked over, his eyes narrowed again because Yang Kai's physique had also undergone a huge change. 2 horns grew on his head, and he was 3 feet tall. His face, neck, and even his exposed skin were covered with a layer of golden scales. His hands had turned into claws, and the claws were sharp and gleaming with a cold light. No matter how he looked at it, it was somewhat similar to his Ghost King physique. However, one person's aura was eerie, while the other's aura was vast and mighty. The 2 auras collided in the void, forming a stark contrast. Fu Bo's heart jumped as he seriously examined Yang Kai's new appearance. A thought that made him tremble appeared in his mind. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, You, Yang Kai had already put away the myriad sword and shook the blood off his right hand. He looked at him calmly and said, What a coincidence you can transform, and so can I. I just don't know who is stronger. Fu Bo's heart sank. He didn't want to believe his guess, but what he saw proved that it was true. That is, on the other side, Qi Gui was also inexplicably shocked. Tang Sheng, Qin Xiuying, and Lan He were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect the situation to change like this. Although Yang Kai originally had the upper hand, using his speed and agility to suppress Fu Bo, everyone knew that this situation wouldn't last long. No matter how fast he was, what could he do? He couldn't hurt the enemy, and he would only consume his own strength. However, if Fu Bo had the opportunity, he would only need one attack to severely injure Yang Kai. The Ghost King physique's attack was not easy to withstand. Originally, he was still a little worried, but the situation had changed in a flash. Dragon bloodline? Chi Gui felt a chill run down his spine. That Yong Kai actually had a dragon bloodline? Didn't this mean that he was a half-dragon, a descendant of the dragon race? This was an incredible bloodline. Even if a person with a dragon bloodline didn't have a pure bloodline, their future was limitless. He was also proficient in the Tao of Space, and he also had the Mountains and Rivers Bell. With all these trump cards, anyone who obtained them would have a great opportunity, but now they were all concentrated on one person. Even a proud son of heaven like Chi Gui couldn't help but feel jealous at this moment. He could only sigh at the unfairness of the heavens, giving him so many benefits. Thinking back to how he had recklessly challenged Yong Kai to a duel, Chi Gui rejoiced that he had retreated in the nick of time. From the methods Yong Kai had displayed time and time again, if he really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even need to use a second move. Bastard. Fu Bo cursed. The expression on his face was as if he had eaten a dead fly. He wasn't cursing Yong Kai, but the person who provided him with the information. The other party didn't say that Yong Kai had a dragon bloodline. If he had known this, how could Fu Bo have come to find trouble with him? Although he didn't know how many generations Yong Kai's dragon bloodline had been passed down for, since it was related to the dragon race, Netherworld sect definitely didn't dare to provoke him casually. Who knew if they would provoke the behemoth Dragon Island? If Dragon Island really came, even 10 Netherworld sects wouldn't be enough to kill them. He understood that the person who provided the information must have known about Yong Kai's ability, because that person had once fought him on the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined forces with Brahma Holy Land to attack him. But now, it seemed that this wasn't a wise move. The result of using all of their forces was heavy losses. Even if they used their trump cards, they couldn't gain the slightest advantage. The Ghost King's physique was indeed amazing. His physical body was strong, and his strength was extraordinary, but it also depended on what it corresponded to. If he were to face a dragon bloodline for a half-dragon with an impure bloodline, a 3-Zhang dragon body was already an extremely amazing bloodline awakening. At this moment, Fu Bo actually had the urge to turn around and run away. If he knew that Yong Kai's limit was a 3-Zhang dragon body, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to face him. In a trance, Yong Kai took the initiative to attack. Fu Bo didn't even see how he moved. He only felt a strong wind blowing in his face. When he looked up, Yong Kai had already stretched out his dragon claws towards him. Fu Bo was shocked and instinctively raised his hand to defend. As his claws crossed, Fu Bo cried out in pain. A few bloody holes appeared on his huge ghost claws, and blood flowed freely. This wasn't over yet. Yong Kai had already rushed forward, clawing, kicking, and punching. He completely abandoned the fighting style of the Emperor realm and fought purely with his physical body. The Ghost King roared and spat out dark green ghost chi from his mouth. His flesh and blood also rose up high as he resisted with all his might. Boom, boom. As the sounds of explosions rang out, 2 huge figures tumbled about on the plains. They were so fast that no one could see them clearly. It was as if 2 streams of light were chasing after each other. They flickered, and blood splattered into the air. In a flash, the 2 figures suddenly separated. Yong Kai's 3-Zhang dragon body stood proudly in the air and looked down coldly. Dozens of zhang away, Fu Bo's Ghost King body was panting heavily. Countless bloody holes covered his body, and his 5-Zhang body was almost dyed in blood. Coupled with his ferocious appearance, he looked terrifying and hideous. Even Fu Bo's right arm was limp and powerless at this moment, as if it had no bones. Clearly it had been broken. The Ghost King body, which was known to be incomparably tough and powerful, was beaten to such a state in hand-to-hand combat. No one would have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. However, the culprit behind all this was a half-dragon with the bloodline of the dragon race. This made the people watching from afar feel that it was only natural. Elder Qi's vision is really sharp. This Tang admires you. Tang Sheng sighed. When Qi Gui said that he thought Yang Kai could survive, he didn't quite believe it. After all, so many people from the Emperor realm had come from the two great forces. Forget about Yang Kai, who was just a second-order rising star. Even if he was a veteran third order, he would have no chance of surviving. However, the development of the battle wasn't determined by the number of people. Yang Kai's various incredible means and reliance allowed him to wipe out most of the Emperor realm forces from the two great forces in a very short period of time. Those who were still alive quickly fled, with no one daring to face him head-on. Su Chongfeng's sneak attack was wonderful, but the divine spirit stone fire was enough to make him retreat without success. Coupled with his half-dragon body against Fu Bo's Ghost King body, he had an overwhelming advantage. Fu Bo probably didn't have any hope of winning this time. It was unknown whether he could leave this place alive, but what about Su Chongfeng? Tang Sheng turned his head and glanced at Su Chongfeng with a confused look in his eyes because Su Chongfeng's situation was similar to Fu Bo's. A third-layer Emperor Realm Master was indeed powerful, but how could a divine spirit stone fire be so easy to deal with? This fellow was a terrifying existence that had annihilated a black tortoise ancestor in the past and had been famous for so many years. Su Chongfeng was simply suffering from 8 lifetimes of bad luck to face it. From the beginning to the end, he had not made a single attack, and the pitch-black longsword in his hand was all defensive moves. Even so, he was still beaten to the point of being surrounded by danger, and was battered and exhausted. There was no longer any trace of his previous elegant demeanor, and his hair was disheveled. Tang Sheng suddenly had a very unreal feeling in his heart. Before the battle began, he thought that Yang Kai would die without a doubt, but the changes that followed really caught him off guard. Now, he felt that Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng were dead for sure. Suddenly, he remembered Shihi's question, "If he survives, will you regret it?" Would he regret it? Of course he would. Tang Sheng's heart was filled with bitterness at this moment. If he had known that this would be the outcome, he would have improved his relationship with Yang Kai and personally brought him to the Eastern Sea to search for traces of Spirit Beast Island. Chapter 3309. But he also knew that there were some things in this world that were already lost, and regret was useless. He had already told Yang Kai that the Spirit Beast Island token was fabricated by him. So if he gave another excuse now, wouldn't that be the same as slapping his own face? Tang Sheng wasn't so thick-skinned. However, Yang Kai really admired Qi Gui's vision. In terms of cultivation, Qi Gui was a first-order cultivator while Yang Kai was a second-order cultivator. In terms of age and experience, Qi Gui couldn't compare with Yang Kai at all. But before the battle, Qi Gui had already determined that Yang Kai would survive. What did this mean? This meant that Qi Gui's intuition was much sharper than his own. Perhaps this was the biggest gap between him and these up-and-coming youngsters. With such foresight, these rising stars were destined to surpass him one day in the future. Qi Gui said lightly, "It's too early to say that." There was no sign of his prediction coming true on his face. Instead, his expression became more and more dignified as his eyes shuttled back and forth, as if he was looking for something. Tang Sheng frowned when he heard this, not knowing what he meant. In today's battle, as long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Yang Kai would win without a doubt. Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng being able to escape with their lives was already a stroke of luck. Could there be some kind of accident? Tang Sheng glanced at the 7 or 8 Emperor Realm Masters from the two great forces who managed to survive, and slowly shook his head. These people saw that their sect master and holy master had fallen into a bitter battle, and didn't even have the courage to support them. their faces filled with panic. Obviously, they had been frightened by Yang Kai's previous slaughter. Once Yang Kai dealt with Fu Bo, or Shihua dealt with Su Chongfeng, these people would immediately scatter. Qi Gui, what is he trying to say? Tang Sheng was confused. Just as these words were exchanged, the battlefield changed again. Yang Kai's murderous intent surged as he pointed his finger. The mountains and rivers bell that had been spinning in midair suddenly turned into a beam of light and fell towards Fu Bo. A world-suppressing aura suddenly filled the air. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Fu Bo, since you chose to take the lead, this king will fulfill your wish today. Prepare to die. Fu Bo turned pale with fright. The ghost king's body flickered as he tried to avoid the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell. But no matter how he changed his body shape or cast spells to stop it, he couldn't stop the mountains and rivers bell for even a moment. This prehistoric exotic treasure was like a maggot in one's bones. The aura that suppressed all things in the world was firmly locked onto him, as if he couldn't escape even if he fled to the ends of the earth. I'll die. I'll definitely die, if he was at his peak. Fu Bo might have been able to find a way out, but after fighting with Yang Kai, he had suffered many injuries. So how could he have the strength to resist the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell? Yang Kai was Yang Kai's Yang Kai, Yang Kai's, He's Yang Xiang Bell. These words came out of nowhere, and apart from Yang Kai, who was mentally prepared, Tang Sheng and the others all showed surprised expressions. But as soon as these words left his mouth, a strange figure suddenly appeared from the void and threw a punch towards Yang Kai. In an instant, the world trembled and world principles fluctuated as a gigantic fist wrapped in a heaven-destroying aura appeared in front of Yang Kai. This sudden turn of events shocked Tang Sheng and the others. Sure enough, there was an ambush. Qi Gui gritted his teeth and shouted. When he was acting together with the people from the two great forces, he felt that those people weren't using their full strength. The two great forces seemed to be hiding something, but because his cultivation was not high enough, he could only vaguely sense it. Now that he saw this situation, how could he not understand that his senses were right? The two great forces did not have their full strength on the surface, and there were still masters hiding in the dark, and judging from the traces of this person's attack, this person was also a third-order emperor realm master. It could even be said that this person's strength was superior to Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng's, otherwise he wouldn't have been considered a hidden trump card. This punch was too unexpected. Yang Kai was concentrating on activating the mountains and rivers bell to deal with Fu Bo, so he was caught off guard. The outcome was almost predictable. The blood drained from Lan He's face in an instant, and even Qi Gui couldn't bear to watch. The half-dragon body was indeed powerful, even stronger than Fu Bo's Ghost King body, but a third-order emperor, realm master hiding in the dark and observing for so long naturally had the confidence to succeed. Qi Gui's face was filled with disdain. Although he loved to battle and was bloodthirsty by nature, he still had a bottom line. The people he challenged were all existences with higher cultivation than him in order to temper his heart of martial arts. Originally, the fact that the two great forces sent so many people to deal with Yang Kai, a second-order emperor realm master, was already suspicious of them bullying the weak with numbers. But now there was even a third-order emperor realm master hiding in the dark. The word despicable could not even begin to describe it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the huge fist landed directly on Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai, who was focused on dealing with Fu Bo, didn't have time to react. When the shock wave exploded, the space where Yang Kai was standing trembled. Yang Kai seemed to have turned into nothingness, as if he had been smashed to pieces by this punch. Seeing this scene, Lan He's body trembled, and she almost fell to the ground. Dead? How could he be dead? He hasn't repaid his life-saving grace. So how could he die like this? Fu Bo, who was originally in a sorry state, couldn't help but laugh at this moment. Even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink this king's foot-washing water. Boy, this is the result of daring to make an enemy of this king. After saying this, before he had time to feel proud, he suddenly frowned and looked up at the mountains and river's bell. The mountains and river's bell's momentum was still there, and it was still falling straight down on his head. The suppressive force of the bell suddenly enveloped him, making it difficult for Fu Bo's 50-meter ghost king body to move. He exclaimed, "What's going on? Yang Kai has already been killed. So why is this ancient exotic treasure still suppressing me?" He was terrified and regretful. Just now, when he saw Yang Kai being blasted into nothingness by a single punch, he was a little careless and didn't continue to break free from the mountains and river's bell. This moment of hesitation made it impossible for him to escape. He barely managed to move his body, but before he could leave, the mountains and river's bell had already slammed down, directly suppressing him on the spot. It wasn't until this moment that the person who came shouted, "Be careful!" But it was too late, and he could only watch as Fu Bo's figure was blocked by the mountains and river's bell. Fu Bo's wailing and howling immediately came from the bell, and the mountains and river's bell clanged, but it soon fell silent. The sound of the mountains and river's bell had the effect of suppressing and disrupting one's divine sense. Fu Bo was suppressed by it, so if he tried to struggle, he would only be at a disadvantage. Thus, after struggling for a while, he didn't dare to make any more moves, fully hoping that someone would come and rescue him. Flowing time, great emperor's wilting glory, like a shuttle, like a dream, a murmur sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Yang Kai, who should have been blasted into nothingness, reappeared in his original place, unscathed. His two dragon claws formed an extremely mysterious seal, and with an indifferent expression on his face, he pushed forward with his palm. Flowing time, great emperors like a shuttle seal. Time seemed to stop at this moment, and by the time the person who came felt that something was wrong, the palm had already arrived in front of him. The person turned pale with fright, instinctively feeling that this move was no small matter, so he hurriedly used all of his techniques, causing a bloody mist to erupt from his body, and met the palm head-on, while he turned into a streak of bloody light and quickly retreated. The flowing time, great emperors like a shuttle seal passed through the bloody mist, and without the slightest resistance, it landed on the person who came. The person's body trembled from the impact, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the erosion of the principles of time, he instantly aged several decades, and even a few strands of yin-si appeared on his black hair. Flowing time, great emperors like a shuttle seal. The flowing time, great emperor's divine technique. Qi Gui's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. Tang Sheng's forehead was also dripping with cold sweat. Elder Qi, are you sure this is the divine technique of the flowing time, great emperors, great emperors? Qi Gui turned to look at him and said in horror, "Valley Master Tang is older than me. Haven't you heard of this divine technique before?" Tang Sheng said with embarrassment, "I have heard of it, but the flowing time, great emperors have already fallen. So how did he learn this divine technique?" Qi Gui said, "I am just a junior. How would I know this?" When Tang Sheng heard this, he thought that it made sense, even he didn't know. So how could Qi Gui know? He was really shocked, and his mind was a bit confused. The flowing time, great emperors like a shuttle seal. This was a divine technique that involved the laws of time. And Yang Kai actually knew it. If it was just the name, it would be fine, but the current state of the person who saw it was clearly a lot older in an instant. This was definitely due to the erosion of the true principles of time. In other words, the flowing time, great emperors like a shuttle seal was real. The laws of time and the laws of space, two profound laws gathered in one person, this was simply heaven-defying. If the laws of space were said to be difficult to learn and even more difficult to cultivate, but since ancient times, There were still some capable people who were proficient in this Tao, such as Li Wu Yi of Spirit Beast Island, who was proficient in the laws of space. However, the laws of time were more difficult to learn than the laws of space. Looking at the long river of history, only the flowing time great emperors were famous for the laws of time. Some people even speculated that if the flowing time great emperors hadn't fallen early, he would definitely have the qualifications to compete with the heaven-devouring great emperors, Wukong. However, what made Tang Xing feel strange at this moment was, who was this master who had suddenly appeared? After carefully probing the other party, Yang Kai confirmed that he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but his appearance was extremely unfamiliar, completely different from the Emperor Realm Master he knew. This guy seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, leaving no trace behind. On the contrary, Yang Kai was able to beat the other party at his own game, catching him off guard, as if he had expected this. Wu Heng, this king has been waiting for you for a long time. On the other side, Yang Kai didn't follow up with another attack, instead looking at the newcomer with a mocking expression. Chapter 33:10. Skywolf Valley. A stream of light streaked across the horizon like a meteor. Those with powerful eyesight would be able to clearly see the true appearance of this stream of light. Shockingly, it was a hale and hearty elderly man with a ruddy complexion. At this very moment, this elderly man seemed to be avoiding something as he flew forward without stopping for a moment. His mouth was muttering curses while his face was filled with resentment. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. His face revealed a bewildered expression. Could this aura be? It can't be. Right at this moment, not far from the direction he was flying in, space fluctuated and rippled. The undamaged space seemed to show signs of being torn apart by a great force as a tiny crack suddenly appeared. The elderly man's gaze turned cold as he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Stinking brat, you sure are fast. Chasing this grandfather so closely is really asking for my life." He knew that with the opponent's ability, he wouldn't be able to escape, no matter how good his methods were. His eyes suddenly turned as he thought of a wonderful idea. His figure turned and sped towards the direction he was looking at just now. Shockingly, that direction was where the Skywolf Valley was located. After 3 breaths, that tiny crack in space suddenly expanded as 2 figures leisurely walked out from the crack. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and extraordinary, while the woman had picturesque features. When the 2 of them stood together, they truly looked like celestial beings. After a brief investigation, the man sighed. He got away again. The woman gritted her teeth. That old thing sure runs fast. It's not like we want his life. Why are you so flustered? The man laughed in spite of himself. Although we don't want his life, we want to restrict his freedom. He naturally isn't willing. The woman glanced at him and sneered. You're still speaking up for him. Why? Do you want to let him go? The man shook his head. Even if I want to, I can't let go of the master's order. It's better to keep an eye on such a ferocious creature, so as to avoid a day when its ferocious nature flares up and plunges lives into misery. He paused for a moment and smiled. It's fine if he stays in the Southern Territory. Who asked him to come to the Eastern Territory? Since he's in our master's eyes, then he'll stay on Spiritual Beast Island. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and chase him. If you don't chase him, he'll be far away. The woman urged impatiently. The man nodded slightly and stretched out his hand in front of him. Under the fluctuation of space law, a crack in space, 2 people walked in together and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the crack slowly disappeared without a trace. Outside Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai used his nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void at the most dangerous moment, avoiding a killing blow from his attacker. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he sent out a flowing time seal, causing his attacker to spit out blood. Only then did he look over in a calm and composed manner, mocking, "Wu Heng, this king has been waiting for you for a long time." The one who had attacked him in the dark was Wu Heng, whom he had dealt with not long ago in the Great Desolate Stars territory. This person was also the master of the Great Desolate Stars territory. Wu Heng's face was ugly. He urged his Emperor Qi to suppress the principles of time in his body. With blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, he said angrily, "How did you know this king was here?" Although the enmity between him and Yang Kai was not that of killing his father and stealing his wife, it was irreconcilable. After all, the territory of the Great Desolate Star he controlled had been annexed by Yang Kai for hundreds of millions of kilometers. Although this annexation did not damage the foundation of the Great Desolate Stars territory, it had a huge impact on his future. The integrity of the Great Desolate Stars territory was also a decisive factor on his martial Dao path. The loss of the Great Desolate Stars territory caused the Great Desolate Stars territory's origin to be somewhat unstable in his body, making it impossible for him to concentrate on cultivating. If this continued, although his strength would not fall, it would be impossible for him to take a step forward. Last time, the upper echelons of the Star Court intervened to resolve the matter, so he had to suffer in silence. He could only accept the territory that had been annexed by Yang Kai. However, the Star Court could intervene in the affairs of the Great Desolate Stars territory, but if he wanted to take revenge in the star boundary, that woman could not intervene, right? As long as he could kill Yang Kai, he could regain control of the Great Desolate Stars territory that had been annexed. He could even devour the Hung Luo star field and complete his previous grand plan. Since he was the master of the Great Desolate Stars territory's territory, he naturally had some connections with the Netherworld sect. After that incident, he returned to the star boundary after a slight adjustment. He found Fu Bo and asked him to keep an eye out for Yang Kai's whereabouts. He did not expect that the heavens would favor him so much. Yang Kai, who was supposed to be in the Southern Territory, had actually arrived in the Eastern Territory so quickly. The Heaven Chi Castle had sent a message to the Netherworld sect, and the Netherworld sect had immediately informed Wu Heng. That was why he had made such a move. However, what Wu Heng could not understand was that Yang Kai seemed to have anticipated his appearance. Yang Kai chuckled. "Fu Bo knew about the Great Desolate Stars territory because you told him. Since you have such a connection, I would be an idiot if I didn't know that you were lying in wait in the dark. It could even be said that this matter was secretly pushed by you. If it was not so, why would Fu Bo, who had swallowed his anger in the past, make waves with him again? So that's how it is." Wu Heng turned his head and glanced at the mountains and river's bell. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the mountains and river's bell and see Fu Bo. His face was full of resentment. He did not expect that just because of Fu Bo's unintentional words, this man had guessed something. In this way, he had suffered such a big loss because of Fu Bo, this bastard. Wu Heng cursed angrily in his heart. Yang Kai's face turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Those surnamed Fu will not have a good end if they fight against me. And the same goes for those surnamed Wu. Wu Heng, last time you escaped with your life, so you should cherish it. This time, you dare to make trouble for me again. Do you really think I can't kill you?" With this angry shout, killing intent enveloped Wu Heng. Wu Heng's face turned livid, and he snorted coldly. You are not qualified." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "You are full of confidence. It seems that not only you, Wu Heng, but that person also came, right?" As soon as this remark came out, Wu Heng's face changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Kai sneered. "What nonsense am I talking about?" Sweeping his gaze across the void, Yang Kai fixed his gaze on a certain spot. "Tsang Mo, since you are here, why don't you show yourself? Or do you think this king can't see you? There is still someone hiding in the dark?" Tang Sheng, Qian Xiuying, Qi Gui, and the others were all confused. Originally, when they saw Wu Heng suddenly appear in the field, they were already surprised enough because none of them had heard of Wu Heng's name, nor did they know where he came from. However, this didn't make sense. After all, it was impossible for a third-order Emperor Realm Master to appear out of nowhere. Cultivators with such cultivation were all famous figures, but the name Wu Heng was simply too unfamiliar, to the point that no one present had ever heard of him before. If that was all, it would have been fine. But after Wu Heng appeared, Yang Kai actually called out Tsang Mo's name, his eyes fixed on a certain spot in the void, as if he was certain that a master was hiding there. As for this guy named Tsang Mo, although they didn't know whether he existed or not, Tang Sheng and the others had a strange feeling that he was stronger than Wu Heng. The one who appeared last was always the most powerful. Wu Heng, Fu Bo, and Su Changfeng were all third-order emperors, so what was Tsang Mo's cultivation? A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in their minds. Tang Sheng and Qi Gui exchanged a glance and saw the horror in each other's eyes. There really is someone else. Lani suddenly reached out her hand to cover her red lips. Her beautiful eyes trembled as she looked at the void. Over there, as the space rippled, a figure appeared like a ghost. He wore a scarlet gold crown and a deep purple cloak. His hands were behind his back as he looked down indifferently from a high and mighty deity overlooking all living beings. That gaze made one feel uncomfortable. In his eyes, she was like an ant. Lani's eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't reveal his cultivation level, and no one could even tell what his cultivation level was. However, anyone who saw him could tell that he was stronger than everyone present. A fake emperor! Tang Sheng cried out in alarm, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Qi Gui also swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded subconsciously. Lani turned to look at her master. Fake emperor? What does that mean? It was the first time she had heard such a title. Although she was also from the Emperor realm, she was only a first-order cultivator. She didn't have much contact with things and people, so the secrets she knew were limited. Tang Sheng and Qi Gui were focused on Tsang Mo and didn't hear her question at all, so they naturally ignored her. On the other hand, Qian Xiuying sighed and sent a message. Xiao He, there is a kind of person in this world who is stronger than a third-order emperor, but weaker than the great emperors. They are powerful and only half a step away from the great emperors. Such people are called fake emperors, fake great emperors. Against them, as long as the great emperors of the human race don't appear, they can be said to be invincible. Lani was surprised. There are such people? This was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Qian Xiuying nodded. There are many of them. For example, the masterly Wu you have heard of is one of the fake emperors, and the strongest one at that. Lani looked like she had learned something, but soon curiously asked, since there are so many of them, why haven't I heard of the others before? Qian Xiuying said, at their level of strength, there is no way for them to grow any further, unless they fight for the position of great emperors. Most of them are focused on cultivation to prepare for that day, so why would they show themselves so easily? However, there are always exceptions. Isn't Masterly Wu an exception? Lani nodded, indicating that she understood, but suddenly said angrily, but this is too much of a bully to deal with a mere second-order emperor, realm master like Yang Kai. The two top forces of the Eastern Territory had mobilized all their forces, but they had only themselves to blame for being killed by Yang Kai. Then Wu Heng appeared and launched a sneak attack, shameless to the extreme. Now, There was even a fake emperor hiding in the shadows. If Yang Kai hadn't pointed it out, that person would have continued to hide. Who knows when he would secretly make a move? With the appearance of a fake emperor and the absence of the great emperors who could contend against him, wasn't this blatant bullying? Lonnie stood in Yang Kai's position and felt extremely aggrieved. Her beautiful eyes swept across Wu Heng and Song Mo's faces. Feeling that one was more repulsive than the other, shameless to the extreme. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.